good morning, and welcome to today's New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing for the Committee on Finance, joined with the Committee on Education. At this time, we ask that you all silence your electronic devices, and at no time is anyone to approach the dais. Also, there is no eating inside of the chambers. If you would like to sign up for in-person testimony or have any other questions throughout the hearing, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms. Chair Brennan, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 7 of the FY26 Executive Budget Hearings. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. Today's hearing, we're joined by the Department of Education, and I'm pleased to be joined by Councilmember Rita Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Education. We've also been joined this morning by Councilmember Brooks Powers, Schulman, Lewis, Moya, and Gutierrez, as well as Sanchez. Welcome, Chancellor, and welcome, Seeds in the Middle. I heard you guys on the radio this morning. You did a great job. Look forward to hearing from you today. Also joined by Councilmember Dinowitz. Thank you all, Department of Education and Seeds in the Middle guys, for joining us, and we're to answer our questions today. So just to set the table, on May 1st, 2025, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. DOE's proposed FY26 budget of $34.4 billion represents 30% of the administration's total proposed budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $860 million, or 2.6%, from the $33.5 billion budgeted in the FY26 preliminary plan earlier this year. This increase primarily results from restoring many of the programs that were formerly funded by federal stimulus dollars and replaced by city dollars for FY25 only. As of March 2025, Department of Education had 4,642 vacancies relative to its FY25 budgeted headcount. In the Council's response to the preliminary budget, we called on the Mayor to add millions in additional funding to DOE's budget across a range of programs, from school-based nurses to arts funding. We are pleased to see the majority of these programs not only restored, but also baselined. We're also pleased to see the initial investment of $150 million in the budget and $200 million for subsequent out years to lower class sizes, accounting for additional teacher hires. While we are pleased to see a commitment to the classroom concerns, the administration did not include the ask for $10 million in additional funding for school food workers, as data shows that the success of our students is not only in the classroom, but also what they consume throughout the day. My questions today will largely focus on issues at the federal and state levels: the school food budget, arts education in schools, early childhood education, and the class size mandate. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Joseph, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Good morning and welcome to the fiscal 2026 Executive Budget Hearing for the Committee on Education. My name is Rita Joseph, and I'm the chair of the Education Committee. Today, we will be discussing the Department of Education $34.4 billion fiscal 2026 budget as presented in the Executive Financial Plan. Thank you to everyone present here and to those of you who are testifying remotely. DOE has the largest budget among all city agencies. DOE's budget for fiscal 2026 is 30% of the city's overall budget. It has the largest headcount among city agencies. DOE's 135,786 budgeted positions, or 45% of the city's entire budgeted headcount. As chair of this committee, I continue to push hard for accountability and accuracy to ensure that the budget for the largest city agency and the largest school system in the country actually reflect the needs and interests of its residents and students. I'm pleased to see that the executive plan addresses a lot of uncertainty we saw in the preliminary plan. However, there continue to be issues with this plan, including gaps in transparency, accelerating due process costs, as well as ongoing funding risks from state and federal levels. While many council priorities are funded in fiscal 2026, the council still seeks to better understand ongoing issues with implementation and how changes in the state and federal budget may impact education in the future. DOE fiscal 2026 budget in the executive plan is $860.3 million more than it was in the preliminary plan. This is due to the restoration of funding for multiple programs that previously were not fully funded the past current year. This includes funding for early childhood education, $112 million for 3K seats, $55 million for preschool special education seats, $25 million for the council's extended day pilot, and $5 million for outreach and marketing. $192 million of this funding is baseline, which means parents can rely on thousands of extended day seats made possible through the council's extended day pilot and the additional preschool special education seats, without having to worry if these programs will be funded in the following year. Additionally, many programs that were formerly funded with federal stimulus dollars and replaced with city funding for fiscal 2025 have been restored in fiscal 2026 and beyond. This includes $41 million in arts funding, $14 million to fund over 80 community schools, $10 million for affinity school networks, and $4 million for high-impact tutoring. This is a victory for our students, teachers, and communities. However, there are multiple council priorities that were not funded in the executive plan. Student success centers still face an uncertain future, and our school food workers and mental health services continue to be underfunded. These enhancements and services were not added as outlined in the council's budget response. We will continue to push for these programs to ensure, as the mayor has stated, that this is truly the best budget ever. While funding and baselining all these programs is critical, I am also continually fighting for better transparency and better implementation of funding. Delivering quality education for our students does not end once funds are allocated in the budget. That is only the beginning. There continues to be concern about high vacancy rates in our early childhood education programs, long wait lists for preschool special education seats, and mandated services. The budget for due process case, which includes Carter and Connor cases, continue to grow, increasing from $645.7 million at adoption to $1.3 billion in the executive plan for fiscal 2025. Such drastic in-year increases make it difficult to analyze the true cost and plan for other funding needs. Schools, bus contracts need changes, and in the meantime, many students, especially students with disabilities, students in temporary housing, and foster care, face excessively long routes and delays. Current contract still does not allow for transportation after school day, preventing students who rely on buses from fully participating after school and summer programming. While we see issues with implementation in some areas, we also want to recognize programs that are succeeding. 2 programs for students with autism, Horizon and Nest, have a 97% 4-year graduation rate, higher than the general education graduation rate. These programs have long wait lists because parents know they are effective. However, these programs do not receive any additional funding in the executive plan. Unpacking, focusing on any of these issues does not dismiss the great strides made in the executive plan. Looking ahead to next school year, the council aims to continue to be a partner with the Department of Education, not only to address any issues, but also uplifting programs offered for our young people and their families. This kind of partnership includes creating contingency plan for what seems to be inevitable cuts of the federal funding. If any of these programs face threats of federal funding cuts, we want to be able to say that we have stayed ready so we don't have to get ready. I look forward to discussion on these concerns this morning with Chancellor Aviles Ramos and her team, and now I'll turn it over back to Chair Brennan.
Okay, first this morning we're going to hear from the student panel. So we have Alexander Rosario, Alexandra Rodriguez, Nature Watkins, Amalia, and Wilnali Prevalon. You guys all here? Okay, who wants to start their testimony? Okay, you want to start? Go ahead. Just say your name and then you can begin.
Press the button. There you go.
So
You could do a mic check. Go ahead.
Okay. So, good morning. My name is Wilnali. I'm 13 years old, and I attend IS-68 Middle School. Along with my fellow student government leaders, I am proud to be working with Seeds in the Middle to bring fresh fruits and vegetables right here in front of our school so we could sell it to our community at an affordable price. We're doing this because finding affordable, healthy food in our neighborhood can be really difficult. While other communities have markets full of fresh produce, I walk around mine only to see expensive and processed food. How are we supposed to make healthy choices if we're never given the chance to? To be honest, as a fruit juice lover, I've never really loved orange juice until I tried the fresh squeezed orange juice that we were selling at a market. That moment made me realize how fresh fruit can actually change a person. It was so refreshing and it had so much flavor in it that I saw the difference between the market-brought orange juice. Also, while preparing for our upcoming District 18 presentation, I've been researching how food labels can be confusing to understand and also misleading. Right now, I have a better understanding on how tricky it can be to know what food is actually healthy to eat. Everyone deserves access to fresh food that can bring both joy and health into their lives. That's why Seeds in the Middle needs your support. With more funding, they can expand and create more fresh food markets in communities like ours. Your help won't just support student leadership, it'll also improve the health and well-being in our whole neighborhood. Thank you for listening, and thank you for believing in our future.
Thank you. Where do you go to school? What borough?
I go to IS-68 Middle School.
Where's that?
It's in Canarsie.
Cool. Will you get quiet in the chamber, please? Okay, just say your name and you can begin.
Hello. Oh, okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Amalia. I'm a student of my 11 Performance Art. I'm asking you today to give money to the Seed in the Middle so that we can continue to grow a farm because we don't want people of our community get diabetes and heart disease. In my community, there is a lot of fast food places and a very few affordable price. And we are the highest of the obesity and heart disease. Our community needs your help to give us a chance to live a healthier life. It's important to have access to fresh fruit and vegetables because we want people to eat healthy. One way for people to have access to fruit and vegetables is to a farm stand. At my school, my 11, we have 3 farm stands, and people from our community came out to purchase our fresh produce at our discounting price. Our farm were able to interact with elderly members of our community, and they were happy to have access to fresh food and vegetables. This experience made me feel happy because I was able to talk to my community about different variety and help them to get nutritional knowledge and improve their eating habit. Everyone deserves to be healthy, including us. Fancy in the Middle, bonjour. Nom c'est Amalia. Moi, c'est étudiante la middle school, my 11 performance ak elle. Je dis à l'important pour moi, pour me nous corps, pour nous avertir accès à végétables qui frais pour nous manger en santé. Une façon de gagner accès à fruits et végétables, c'est par une saine forme. La communauté noire, nous sommes venus en foule pour acheter manger qui bon et à bon marché. Pendant que nous sommes noirs, nous sommes capables pour nous communauté avec l'environnement nous pour avoir accès à fruits et végétables. Expérience ça fait moi content parce que me j'ai une opportunité pour me gagner importance à fruits et végétables qui bon pour santé. Merci pour l'opportunité ça nous te parler de expérience ça. Thank you.
Merci pour testimonial. Bonjour et merci. Go ahead.
You ready?
You ready?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Alexander Rosario, and I am from PS235 in the Janice Marine Night School in East Flatbush in New York, in Brooklyn, New York. And I'm here today to represent my school and our farmers market organization, Seeds in the Middle, and why we should eat more fresh fruits and vegetables. We should eat more fresh fruits and vegetables because it helps us grow our body and mind. It has nutrients that are good for our body, and nutrients help us get a stronger immune system. So if we get hurt or catch an illness, our immune system will prevent and protect our body. Examples of healthy foods are apples, oranges, bananas, lettuce, salad, and etc. If we eat healthy foods, we will have a better life. In District 18, there aren't many healthy stores in the area. Most stores in District 18 don't offer healthy options, but from our farm stand, we provide a variety of healthy food options like vegetables and fruits, rather than junk food. The reason why you should try and have access to fruits and vegetables is because if you are far away and your neighborhood does not have access to fresh, healthy foods, it makes it harder and less fortunate to get to places with healthy foods. If you are not eating fruit and vegetables or healthy food, and you are eating too much junk food, your body can fill up with plaque or other toxins, causing heart failure or a heart attack. Another detail is that if you are eating too much sugar and salt, you can get diabetes or high blood pressure. But eating fruits and healthy options and not too much junk food, we can prevent those illnesses. It should be equal to other neighborhoods and provide healthy foods to keep the people in the community healthy. Fresh nearby foods can give the option to people to choose healthy foods and have access to them. How we can expand and grow our business with a larger budget. We can expand and grow our business with a larger budget because the extra money will help us expand our business and our menu. We may get access to a larger area to farm and grow some of our products. We also may get fruits and vegetables to sell and upgrade our supplies. We can upgrade our stand and get a menu sign so our customers will have the opportunity to look at our products and prices. We can have other options like a juicer to make fresh, refreshing juice as another option for our customers. Also, we can give discounts with a larger budget or have deals with more if we have more money and a larger budget, and that will allow us to have more customers. And all the money goes to the school for the program to get more fruits and vegetables. And we need money to expand the program, and it's for a good cause. We can use the money to help District 18, or if enough programs and organizations notice, maybe New York or Brooklyn. We can also have the program more than once a week, and with the larger budget, we can maybe have the selling year-round instead of once a week. Tiers of supermarket and stores. There are different tiers of supermarkets like Tier 1 or Tier S, with good quality fruits and vegetables, but they might be more expensive and a little bit farther away from your community. Tier 2 or Tier A, which is decent and okay fruits and vegetables. Tier 3, also known as Tier B, which is less quality and maybe rotten fruits and vegetables, but cheap, so it might convince you to buy it. Tier 4 is Tier C, which is bad, old, and almost completely rotten fruits and vegetables. And Tier 5, or Tier D, which is the worst tier of all, with completely rotten, not fresh, and dented fruits and vegetables. But our farmers market can provide Tier 1, but with decent and fair prices, offering customers and even District 18 fresh fruits and vegetables. And District 18 might start to spread with even better supermarkets and stores. Conclusion. In conclusion, our members of our farmers market, my school, and I hope that the speech was convincing enough to catch your attention, and we might get some money to keep this program going. We wish to spread even more healthy foods around District 18 or our community to keep the community and the people healthy. Well, it was nice presenting my speech to you all, and thank you for your undivided attention. It was nice meeting you and having the opportunity to share the speech with you. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nature Watkins. I thank you all for giving me this chance, and I ask that you can give Seeds in the Middle more money so they can help our neighborhood, because even at stores around my neighborhood, they will only have bananas for 2 days and they already turn spoiled. and there's not a lot of fruits and vegetables, and even the ones that are there, they're so expensive, so it's really hard to buy them, and the prices are really high. I ask that you give Seeds in the Middle more money because Seeds in the Middle helps that. When Seeds in the Middle comes to schools and explains to kids why it's healthy to eat fruits and vegetables, they even bring fresh snacks and fruits and vegetables that are really delicious. And a lot of the fruits they do really taste fresh. And when Seeds in the Middle first came and they first told us about eating healthy, they told us about diseases that you can catch that you would get if you don't eat healthy, like heart disease and diabetes. They also told us that there's no cure to diabetes. So if you get it, you can't get rid of it. So that's why we asked if you could give Seeds in the Middle more money so Seeds in the Middle can build farmer markets for schools and other places so we can have fresh fruits and vegetables at corner stores and supermarkets. Because then we would have a less risk of getting diseases like diabetes and heart disease, and people could be more healthy. And we also ask that you can give Seeds in the Middle much more money because they can continue to come to our schools and help the kids. And they can even build my school, a farmer's market. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alexandra Rodriguez, and I go to Liberation Diploma Plus High School in Coney Island. I would like for you guys to help us fund Seeds in the Middle because in Coney Island there is no fresh fruit anywhere in any supermarket. They're all left days and days. There's nearly 60 bodegas that sell junk food, and people with color and the Latinos get diabetes and heart disease nearly 2 times the rate of other people. The point that I'm trying to get is we need to fund Seeds in the Middle so everyone, including Coney Island, has the same chance to eat healthy and not get these diseases. I also have PCOS, so I also have to travel far to get all these fresh nutrients for my body just to make sure I'm okay. I would like to say thank you, and thank you for giving me this chance.
Is Alexandra's your name? So I represent Coney Island, and we just started a farm stand with Seeds in the Middle outside the library once a week, so we hope we can expand it from there, but it's good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you. So now I'm going to have to shout out my school, PS235, for being here. I fund their farm too. But this is the investment when we make in young people. So the Chancellor's right there. She's listening to you right now. She's sitting right there. Chancellor, wave at the kids. This is why we fight. This is why we work so hard to make sure you have all that you need. So I have a couple of questions. What is your favorite part of the Seed in the Middle? Any one of you can answer. Go ahead.
The fact that we get to taste delicious fruits, because as I said before, the fruits that we buy from like usual supermarkets that are even far away from here are much more expensive, and we also get freebies like some after like selling to customers. We get to like drink a cup of orange juice, and you know how it's hot, and drinking a cup of orange juice on a hot day is the best thing.
Thank you for your advocacy. And where do you want to expand the farmers market?
Like all around Canarsie and all our neighborhoods, every communities, because not every communities has the opportunities to have markets all around where people could just drop by and buy fruits. That's why we want to make the fresh food market stands.
And what are some of the new fresh fruits that you've discovered through this program? Anything new, exciting?
Nothing new, but I could say like the mangoes that we sell, those are really tasty.
I need some too.
Yeah.
We're good. We're good. Thank you for your advocacy. Continue to be the great leaders that you are. The city needs your voice more than ever. And you are the now, not the future, but you are the now. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, so before we get started with the rest of our hearing, we've been joined by council members Farias, Hanif, Williams, Hudson, Carr, and Lee. I also want to take a quick moment to thank the entire City Council Finance Division staff for their efforts preparing for these hearings, especially Aaliyah Ali, Andrew Lane Lawless, and Grace Amato for today's hearing, and all the folks back at Finance Control, Mission Control that make these hearings happen. As a reminder, for this year's executive budget joint hearings, we're going to take full public testimony later today after the DOE has testified and we've asked questions. So if you wish to speak on the DOE FY26 executive budget, just make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms in the back. And now I'm going to turn it over to our committee counsel to swear in our witnesses, and we'll give DOE a sec to come up to the dais.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Chancellor Aviles Ramos.
I do.
First Deputy Weisberg.
I do.
Deputy Vadera.
I do.
Officer Scott.
I do.
And will additional members be, all right, so Dr. Logan. Deputy Foti. Officer Moran. Director Mack. Chief Dowling. Chief Hammer. Officer Kelly. Director Thompson. Admin Hearns. Officer Pate. Or if I said that. Chief Puelo Perdomo. Director Rampersant. General Counsel Vladik. Deputy Chancellor Hawkins. Deputy Chancellor Rux. Deputy Chancellor Melendez. President Gonzalez. Okay. President Canton. No. Director Barnett. Director Harris. Director Bauma.
Right.
You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Brannon, Chair Joseph, and members of the Council Committees on Finance and Education. Thank you for inviting me to testify on the Mayor's FY26 executive budget. I am Melissa Aviles Ramos, Chancellor of New York City Public Schools, and I am joined by First Deputy Chancellor Daniel Weisberg, Deputy Chancellor of Operations and Finance Emma Vadera, and Chief Financial Officer Sarita Scott. In New York City Public Schools, our fiscal year 2026 executive budget totals approximately $42.2 billion, which includes $34.4 billion in operating resources and another $7.8 billion for education-related pension and debt service funds. This is nearly $1 billion increase over the FY25 budget, and I want to thank the Mayor and this Council for their deep investment in our school communities. As I mark 7 months since assuming the role of Chancellor, I'd like to take this opportunity to reflect on the progress we've made, both in recent months and over the past few years. I am immensely proud of the work we've done in New York City Public Schools to build bold futures for every child. At the start of this administration, we looked closely at the data, and what we saw was unacceptable. Large swaths of our children were below grade level in reading and math, and many of our older students were struggling to find a clear purpose and path after high school. We made it our priority to tackle these longstanding challenges, resulting in 4 strategic transformative initiatives: New York City Reads, New York City Solves, Student Pathways, and New York City Public Schools Cares. New York City Reads and Solves are groundbreaking efforts to standardize curricula across New York City and link instruction to evidence-based practices. These programs, I'm proud to say, are supported by both public and philanthropic dollars, demonstrating a deep commitment across stakeholders and ensuring the sustainability and appetite for this work for years to come. We have continued to expand these initiatives to encompass more and more of our 1,600 schools. We already have over 800 elementary schools, 400 high schools, and 100 middle schools on board, and most recently, we grew New York City Reads to include grades 6 to 8 for the first time. This administration has also committed $3.4 million to establish the Central Brooklyn Literacy Academy for students with dyslexia and language-based disabilities and to expand the iRead program. And finally, we've paired our New York City Reads and Solves rollout with extensive professional development and coaching, along with streamlining our approach to Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. And we are seeing the results. Visits to over 17,500 classrooms show that the curricula are being consistently implemented, and surveys reveal that over 75% of teachers and leaders believe the support they're receiving is effective. We have trained nearly 3,000 parents and family members as New York City Reads ambassadors, and 97% of these families have reported a positive impact on their child's reading. As our students gain fundamental literacy and math skills, we also need to guide them to a future full of possibilities. Our Student Pathways work reimagines the high school experience to prepare our students for high-demand careers in technology, healthcare, business, education, and more. Our signature Future Ready NYC program has grown to serve over 15,000 students across 135 schools, partnering with major employers including Google, Northwell Health, Memorial Sloan Kettering, and many others. Our analysis shows that our future-ready schools, despite having higher than average economic need compared to other schools across the city, have statistically significantly higher rates of attendance and higher GPAs. We have also increased the number of students getting early college credits with CUNY by 10% in the last 2 years, and we are seeing impressive results among high schoolers on their advanced placement participation and performance. In 2024, a record 45% of all seniors took at least one AP exam while in high school, and over a quarter of all seniors passed at least one AP exam. The number of students passing these tests increased this year by more than 12%, including a 15% increase among Black and Hispanic students. But we are not stopping there. We are launching multiple innovative high school programs in the fall, including the Northwell School of Health Sciences, HBCU Early College Prep, Queens International High School, and the Bronx STEAM Center. These are just a few of the 28 new schools opened in this administration. And finally, this spring, we announced our newest signature initiative, NYCPS Cares, aligned to my commitments to student safety and wellness, educator support, and family empowerment. Currently, NYCPS Cares includes student-led anti-bullying and anti-vaping campaigns and a new Family Connectors program, empowering our families to share city resources and services with their communities as reliable and trusted messengers. This initiative feels even more urgent in light of the tragic loss of one of our 16-year-old students just last week, a victim of senseless gun violence. We have so much work to do to ensure our students are physically and emotionally safe, and we are counting on you as our partners in this work. We know that if students are not safe and well, they cannot learn, and we will have more to share in the coming weeks about how we are continuing to roll out and expand NYCPS Cares. In addition to these signature initiatives, the mayor's executive budget supports numerous other game-changing investments, including hundreds of millions of dollars in baseline funding to ensure program continuity. This investment starts with our youngest learners. I'm thrilled and grateful that the city will now invest $167 million in pre-K special education and 3K seats, along with supporting our Head Start programs in a moment of federal funding uncertainty. This represents a tremendous step forward in the long-term sustainability of early childhood education in New York City. This administration's investment in our children continues as they grow. To ensure compliance with the class size mandate, the city has committed to funding 3,700 new teaching positions, as well as over $20 million for teacher recruitment. Additionally, the administration recently announced an increased investment in after-school programming beginning next school year, as well as baseline funding in the arts. In addition, this budget recognizes the importance of health, well-being, and safety, baselining $194 million for school nurses, $15 million for Project Pivot, $14 million for community schools, and $6 million for restorative justice, plus another $6 million in restorative justice funding for this year specifically. These investments will help us continue to reduce chronic absenteeism, improve safety in and around schools, and ensure our students are mentally and physically well. As I mentioned earlier, this work is critically important, and I hope you all feel the same sense of urgency. I know you all feel the same sense of urgency. Although there is still much work to be done, I also want to note steps in the right direction. Specifically, our Safer Access Door Locking Initiative will be 99% complete by the end of the summer. This school year, we have placed over 300 social work interns in schools and trained 7,000 teachers in mindful breathing. And this school year, we have opened 29 school-based mental health clinics. This budget also backfills and baselines expired federal stimulus dollars for key programs such as Civics for All, computer science education, tutoring, and more. And the budget extends another fiscal year of funding for highly successful programs like Summer Rising. Combined, these investments will be instrumental in helping us fully realize our mission. I want to thank this council and Mayor Adams for your ongoing partnership, especially given the disappointing news on the foundation aid formula changes, which will result in $314 million less for our students and families than under the previous formula. Support for this from this body is even more important. As you know, city tax levy money is our largest source of revenue, projected to be at 59% this upcoming fiscal year, and the council plays a vital role in advocating across all levels of government on behalf of our schools. We rely on your continued collaboration for much-needed resources. To that end, thank you, Chair Joseph, for being a champion for our children. Thank you, Chair Brannon, for your advocacy for arts education funding. Thank you to Councilmember Dinowitz for always pushing for more equitable access to services, and to Councilmember Stevens for helping build strong partnerships with CBOs. And thank you to the entire Council and Education Committee for your collaboration and support. Looking back over the past 3.5 years of this administration, I want to close with a summary of where we stand and a sampling of what we've achieved. We are keeping students and staff in school. We stabilized enrollment post-pandemic, welcoming over 50,000 of our newest New Yorkers. Attendance is up 1.5 points, and chronic absenteeism is down 5.4 points since the 2021-22 school year. Teacher retention is at nearly 95%. We are ensuring students learn. K-2 reading screener scores are up 4 points since spring 2022. 3 to 8 math scores are up 15.5 points over the same time period. Summer Rising has shown statistically significant impact on academic outcomes. We are serving students with diverse needs. We added 1,400 specialized autism programs since 2022, and ASD Horizon and Nest have a 97% graduation rate. We added 103 new bilingual programs since 2022. Due process complaints are down 30% from last school year, and we are preparing students for bold futures, with post-secondary enrollment increased nearly 5 points in the last 2 years, and our high schoolers have earned $18 million in work-based learning. As the accomplishments and data points shared in this testimony demonstrate, when we invest in our children, students, and families, we see real and impactful results. Thank you, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. I want to jump right in. All of our hearings are sort of a shadow cast over everything because of the Trump administration continuing to threaten funding, and certainly we are incredibly concerned about the continued threat to cutting funding to education. The FY26 budget for New York City Public Schools includes $2 billion in federal funding, but obviously it's still uncertain how much of this funding will be provided or cut. Could you talk a bit about what the contingency plans are in case the assumed level of federal funding does not materialize?
Morning, and thank you for the question. So yes, just so we're clear, there's a little bit over $2 billion, and I know we've talked about this before, but so folks know that's both funding from the Department of Education for many of our most vulnerable students. It's also our school breakfast and lunch programs, and so it's really funding across our school system and across a few different federal agencies, actually. We have not been hit by any funding cuts to date, but we are obviously very closely tracking, along with our OMB partners, everything that's coming out and checking for any impact on us. And we are in an endless conversation with them about what contingency plans will be. Until we actually see what happens, it's hard to know specifically what the impact will be and how we'll work together to adjust. We'll prioritize our most vulnerable students and the funds that support them, of course, but we're in ongoing conversations with them about that.
Are there areas that $2 million covers? Could you tell us precisely what programs that covers? Or I had a question about the 21st Century Community Learning Center, because I know that funds about 30 community schools, so there's a lot of concern, obviously.
Yeah, so I can give some examples of what it's funding, and we're happy to submit the full list as well as dollar amounts and
Sure.
school amounts.
Give us like the top 5.
Yeah, so the largest funding stream we receive is Title I from the U.S. Department of Education, which goes to all of our schools, actually, to support students in temporary housing, and almost all to support our low-income school communities. School food, school breakfast and lunch is the second largest funding stream we receive. The individuals, which is from the USDA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, supporting our students with disabilities across our schools, is the third. 21st Century Community Learning Centers, supporting our CBOs and after-school programs, is in there as well. Title III, supporting our English language learner programs. Title II, supporting our teachers, are some of the major funding streams.
Okay. We'll talk a bit about the school foundation aid. Executive plan includes an additional $287 million in state foundation aid funding, yet the amount of state school funding reflected in the executive plan is below the amount of school aid funding the city received in the state's enacted budget. So as a result, we assume that additional foundation aid and overall school aid will be added to the financial plan. So based on the enacted state budget, how much additional foundation aid above what is currently budgeted will the city be receiving?
So in total, we will be receiving an additional $539 million. As you know, that's less than we had expected to receive under the previous formula. As you also know, the state budget wasn't enacted yet at the time of the adopted budget, but we do expect to receive roughly an additional $250 million by the time of our adopted budget.
And how much of that is restricted versus unrestricted?
$240 million is restricted for contracts for excellence funding, which will, of course, be a large part of, not all of, but a large part of how we fund our schools to hire 3,700 teachers as part of our class size planning for next year. So the city put in some funding for that in the executive budget, and then we'll be adding state funding and additional city funding and adopt.
Okay. We had ACS here yesterday and obviously spoke a lot about the vouchers. ACS has obviously raised concerns around a potential $1 billion gap in funding to support the program. What would the impact to the DOE's early childhood education system's capacity be if the potential funding gap for the ACS vouchers remains?
Thank you, Dan. Good morning. Just restating my name, Simone Hawkins, Deputy Chancellor, Early Childhood Education.
Thank you.
Of course. And so it's important to note that ACS is our oversight for CCBG funded seats, which includes vouchers and what is also known as extended day and year seats, EDY. And so although those seats all come from the same funding stream, they do, to your point, fund different types of seats and slots. So vouchers versus contracted care, which is under us. And so we work very closely with ACS in support of this population, knowing that we are very thankful for the support of sustaining care for families who are recertifying, but also knowing that we need to support any new applicants. And so we do have a significant number of EDY seats, about 20,000. They do go under-enrolled. They're means-tested seats. And as of today, about 11,000 of those 20,000 seats are enrolled. They support toddlers, 3s, and 4s. And so we are working with ACS to really help families route their way to contracted care in the case that they can't find a voucher-funded, any voucher-funded care.
So our numbers show that about 20,000 kids rely on ACS vouchers. Does that sound right?
I cannot confirm, but if ACS confirmed that number, I would defer to them.
So it's our understanding that ACS transfers some of the block grant funding to DOE for some of the ECE seats?
That's correct. Those are the EDY seats I was just referring to.
Okay. So can you just confirm for us, you don't have to do it this second, but maybe you can get it by the end of the hearing, that 20,000 number is accurate? Because it's what we have.
Okay, we'll try to reach out to ACS to confirm their numbers.
How much does ACS transfer to DOE every year?
So I think for that, I believe it's about 16 million, but let me confirm that number, and I'll also verify that with my team.
We see about 125 million in CCBG funding recognized in DOE's budget.
That probably is accurate. Let me confirm. I'm sorry, yeah, it is 125, excuse me.
Does that funding depend on the child care voucher gap being addressed?
No, it's separate. It's specifically for EDY contracted care seats.
And then if that funding is not available next year, what happens?
That funding is available next year, and so we are planning accordingly with ACS to sustain our EDY contracted seats.
Okay. I want to talk about early childhood education. So in the mayor's message that accompanied the FY26 executive budget, the administration provided enrollment data across general education, special ed, and early childhood education. This data differs from the info that was in the mayor's management report. So at the Committee on Education hearing back in January on special education services, DOE testified that there are 32,000 preschoolers with IEPs. Similarly, in the prelim FY25 MMR, it was reported that there were 31,500 preschool students with IEP settings last year. However, in the mayor's message, it was reported that there are 40,000 preschool students in the special education settings. Can you explain the discrepancy in these enrollment numbers?
Yeah. Good morning, Christina Foti, Deputy Chancellor overseeing special education and multilingual learners. I cannot explain the discrepancy. The number that I have here is 28,202, but what I will do is certainly go back and look at each of those and potentially provide a follow-up with where that might have gone.
Okay, so 28,202 preschoolers with IEPs?
Correct.
Okay. And how many preschoolers with IEPs do we anticipate enrolling for FY26?
So in terms of our anticipated enrollment, I do not have because preschool special education is rolling and we cannot make, it's not the typical pipelines where we could look at birth data. At 2.9, a child is evaluated, is eligible for an evaluation, and determination is made. And so it's not the same as pre-K for all, where we can look at, right, it's rolling data. But what I can say is if we're looking at special education seats in the upcoming year, we do expect to have a seat thanks to the $55 million baseline investment. And thank you, Chair Joseph, for that. So we do expect to have seats, and enrollment is going to be rolling.
Okay. Thank you. I want to stay on early childhood for a sec. On 3K enrollment, the letters came out today, I believe?
They will be released today, later this afternoon.
Okay. Were they delayed for some reason?
No.
I thought there was an original date of the 15th.
So pre-K offers were released last week, I believe on the 12th? The 13th. Thank you, Travanda. And 3K was always scheduled for today.
Okay. How many people applied? How many people will be getting seats? How many are waitlisted?
Good morning. Travanda Kelly, Chief Enrollment Officer.
Good morning.
In terms of applicants for pre-K, we had 51,613 applicants. We made offers to all of those applicants, totaling 55,582. For 3K, 43,206 applicants. And again, we made offers to every applicant, totaling 44,386. In terms of the wait list, the wait list question in terms of how many people were added to the wait list, what we can say is that 65% of applicants actually received their first choice, which means that those are the families who they were not added to the wait list. Because the way that the wait list works, if you don't get your first offer, then we add you to the wait list for all of your other preferred choices. If you get your first offer, then we assume that that was your most preferred choice, and so therefore you're not added to the wait list. So in terms of how many families are on the wait list right now for a more preferred program, it will be everything outside of the 65% who got their first offer, their first choice, excuse me.
And do you have a sense of how many got offers that were close to their home where they live?
Well, based on preference, 65% of them got something that they wanted, which was their first choice. 85% of families actually got an offer off their application. So when we're talking about the 15% who we actually place offers, manually made an offer to them that was not on their application, there are a small percentage of families who did not get something that may not be close to home.
Okay.
I could just add to that, Chair. Sorry, because I know we have many parents that are getting these offers. For the 4-year-olds, they got it last week. For 3-year-olds, are getting it this week. If the small percentage that Trevon is talking about that didn't get an offer to any of the sites they listed, as Trevon says, they're automatically waitlisted for all the sites that they did put on their application. So just because maybe you're one of the families that got an offer to a site that isn't close to home or just isn't the one you wanted for whatever reason, you have a reasonable chance over the course of the summer as things shake out to get an offer from one of those sites that you did list on the application. Just want to make sure people understand that. You can even register for the site at which you were given the offer. That does not mean that you can't then get an offer and register at a different place off the wait list. So the basic message is, if you're one of those small percentage of families that didn't get an offer to the place you're really looking for, it doesn't mean you might not get that offer because you're on the wait list over the course of the summer.
Okay, I'm going to kick it over to Chair Joseph, and then I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Brennan. Quick question. So altogether, how many seats do you have open? How many seats do you have in all?
I'm sorry, Chair.
How many available seats you have in early childhood?
In early childhood.
How many seats do you have?
This mic won't let me be great. So we have about 130,000 capacity.
103,000 capacity.
30,000.
130,000?
Correct.
But 51,000 seats, families applied for seats?
So just to be clear, and I don't want to misquote Trevonder's numbers, but in regards to pre-K, I think you mentioned about 50,000 applicants for pre-K. We have over 70,000 pre-K seats, just to have that juxtaposition.
Okay.
And I believe for 3K, there are about 43,000 seats or applications. There's 47,000 seats. And so right now, our capacity throughout the
system.
Is significantly less. We have about a 70% fill rate right now.
So we have so many families that we have to do much, much more outreach then.
So I appreciate that, Chair. I think it's a multifaceted approach, and I think we have to really face the reality that this sector is very much stressed and strained for a host of reasons. And so I do think that outreach is part of the solution. I do not think it's the sole solution.
Absolutely.
And so it's a matter of really moving seats closer to where the demand lives and is necessary, and right now that's not necessarily the case.
But you're not filling enough seats, so where's the gap? There's a huge gap here in filling seats. Let's talk about it, right? So you have this big universe, and about 70,000 seats were applied for, and you gave them all, and you still have a huge gap. So how do you plan on filling in this gap if we're going to give a seat? Are we missing something here in outreach? I know the engagement is not the silver bullet. I get that, right? But what else are we doing to fill in this huge gap that we have here? That's a huge gap, right?
I agree.
So what are we going to do? I'm listening for the plan.
No, so I appreciate that. And so some of that plan requires, and I want to actually take a step back, we are restricted to operate in the bounds of an existing contract.
Right.
And so although we are asking for a lot more flexibility and nimbleness than exists, we are doing what we can within the bounds of those agreements. And so where we can convert a seat, maybe from a pre-K seat to a 3K seat, we are having conversations with providers to do that. Where we can modify an EDY seat, again, those means tested seats that are based on, income, household size, to an SDY seat, which is subsidized with CTL and based on age, and you have to live in the 5 boroughs. We are doing that as well. And so where we can really infuse flexibility into existing contracts, we are exploring those options.
So how do the number of applications this year for 3K and the numbers of offers made today compare to last year?
For 3K, it's slightly higher, and for pre-K, it's slightly lower, but it's pretty flat.
It's pretty flex.
Flat.
So do you plan to offer a seat to every family that submitted a pre-K and 3K application?
Yes, that's correct.
If not, will you be requesting funding to be able to make an offer to every applicant, and how much will that cost?
Well, we did make an offer to every applicant.
Yeah, last year we had to pay for that, remember? So are we doing that same model this year again, or no?
So thanks to you and the administration as well, we were able to retain that $20 million. And so the seats created with the $20 million last year went into the pool this year, which we used to extend offers to recent applicants. So no, we are not adding any additional seats.
Okay, thank you. If DOE was able to make an offer to every family, how many extended day and extended year offers DOE was able to provide to eligible applicants?
And so we cannot determine or any perspective in eligibility for EDY. So they have to undergo the application, and only after that process can we determine eligibility. However, we can say that the 2,500 3K parent families currently enrolled will have a seat to matriculate into. There are over 5,000 pre-K EDY seats, and as I mentioned, we have some significant under-enrollment, and most of that is pervasive in the EDY portion of our program, and so there is a lot of wiggle room to accommodate families who are determined eligible for EDY.
And this year you're starting earlier than last year, because last year we started really late in offering families, and just similar to Summer Rising, we have to start earlier. Families
That's right.
make plans, right? So we have to learn to plan around families in taking these seats. They plan their vacation, they plan their time, so we have to also be mindful of that and starting earlier. In terms of Head Start, I wanted to get around Head Start. In addition to the early childhood education funded added in the executive plan, the administration also currently reapplying for Head Start funding and announced that it will be aging down city Head Start system, as well as working to buffer any potential changes in the Head Start funding. How many Head Start seats for age 3 to 4 are funded in the current fiscal year?
So 3 to 5-year-old seats, we have 5,750 in our current grant, which expires June 30th.
How many of the Head Start seats for age 3 to 4 did DOE apply for in the new application?
A little over 3,000.
3,000. And what's the, how many early Head Start seats for age 0 to 2 are provided in the current fiscal year? Because I know you wanted to age down.
Exactly. We're currently funded for around 136 early Head Start seats, and we applied for 1,000.
Early Head Starts for age 0 to 2, did you apply for a new application for that?
We did, and to your point, Chair, we did apply for additional early Head Start seats.
And does the funding amount that DOE applied for cover the current subcontractors, or you have to make up for providers?
And so, yeah, it's a bit of a Venn diagram. And so what we were actually required to reapply, and we were also entered in something called the Full Enrollment Initiative, which due to persistent under-enrollment year over year, we had to reconfigure our seat capacity. And so we understand that there is increased need in care for infants and toddlers, and that's why we took the direction in which aging down, increasing our early Head Start seats. And so there will be providers who currently offer Head Start as a delegate, because there are direct funded Head Start providers not in New York City Public Schools portfolio who may qualify in the new configuration, but there was an investment from the administration to sustain Head Start and early Head Start, so there won't be any impact to currently funded providers for the upcoming year.
So what's the rate for the seats, for these seats? What are the rates?
The per child cost?
The 3 to 4.
I will have to get back to you on that, Chair. It varies. There is a range, and it's based on actual cost by the provider, so we can provide that.
And the rate for 0 to 2 as well.
We'll get that to you as well.
Thank you so much. So will DOE need to add new providers? And if so, how does that timeline look?
So if we are funded, we're going to keep fingers crossed and candles lit. We will potentially need new providers in communities not currently serviced under the New York City Public School portfolio, specifically for Head Start seats. We released the Head Start RFI, and so in that way we can enlist new interested providers or existing providers who would like to spread their care and their services to new regions in the city.
And what districts will be impacted by this? Do you have a list of
We
districts?
can give you the zip codes. We can share those afterward.
And so what's the timeline for this? When does this start with the RFI? When does it end?
So the RFI was released last week, and it will be open for 3 weeks.
And what kind of accommodation you making for providers that are aging down? What are you doing in terms of support?
And so we provide a host of support. If you are aging down or sustaining care, you get the same tranche of support from DECE, specifically, my team of inclusion specialists, leadership coaches, instructional coordinators, and social workers. We also have operations analysts who provide support specifically for the operations and the budget. So no matter what age of care you provide, you have the array of expertise in our division to go out and provide in-person care, or you can access them virtually.
So you have, in the Head Start, you have $70.7 million in federal Head Start funding that is at risk of being cut. What is the contingency plan has DOE and the administration made to ensure that access to Head Starts despite uncertainty at the federal level?
So we have about $78 million in our current Head Start grant, and that's inclusive of early Head Start services. And so again, the administration invested funding to sustain our Head Start program for the upcoming year, so there will be no impact to current providers.
And if you do receive the full Head Start funding, right, on the new application, what will be the change in capacity in terms of 0 to 2? What's your capacity? 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, what's the capacity on that?
And so it would be a net add. And so right now we would sustain the 136 and we'll add those 1,000 slots that we apply for, again, assuming we are funded in full. And in the case we get the Head Start component, to your point, Chair, for 3 through 5-year-olds, to 5-year-olds, excuse me. And then we would add those 3,000 seats to our current 5,000 seats with some modifications. Again, we're working with all of our providers, may they be delegates and providing Head Start or other care, to see how we can maximize enrollment and ultimately revenue at their site. In the case they can make some shifts within their contract, we are having those conversations.
And if you don't get the funding, what does that look like also in capacity?
So we would sustain the capacity pretty much as it currently is.
Okay. And when will you get renewed contracts for Head Start?
We should find out by June.
Okay. Additionally, DOE has not claimed reimbursement for Head Start funding at the same rate as last year. Why haven't you been able to claim reimbursement for the Head Start funding as quickly? Please outline any issues you're facing.
I am not aware of that our claiming rate and frequency has changed, and so we will get back to you on that, Chair.
Yes, please do.
Okay, questions now from Councilmember Schulman, followed by Brooks Powers.
Councilmember Shulman? She left. Councilmember Brooks?
Powers?
I'm right here. Thank you, chairs. Hi, Chancellor. It's so wonderful to see you. And thank you for your testimony. Thank you to the young people earlier for their amazing testimony as well. I'm going to just run through all my questions, and I'll repeat whatever you want, okay? So in community school districts 27 and 29, how many students are still waiting for a seat in their legally mandated preschool special education class? What is DOE doing to ensure preschool students are able to receive their legally mandated preschool special education services such as speech therapy and counseling? In Council District 31, according to research from our advocate partners, 84% of schools are not fully accessible to students, parents, educators, and community members with physical disabilities. What is DOE doing to address these accessibility concerns? Given this year's increased funding for early childhood education, does the department expect to provide 3K and pre-K seats to all families in Council District 31 and across Southeast Queens who have applied? Principals in my district have repeatedly highlighted staffing issues from our local schools. In this year's budget, how is the department seeking to address these staffing shortages, particularly in districts 27 and 29? And according to the IBO, School District 27 saw a decrease in capacity for 3K and pre-K from 2023 to 2024, despite an increase in enrollment. Similarly, School District 29 saw a decrease in capacity for 3K over the same time period. Can the department explain why 3K and pre-K capacity has dropped for schools in my district and how you plan to address this urgent issue in the upcoming budget? And my final question is, What I'm seeing in some of our private daycares that have 3K and pre-K, they have more 3K classes than pre-K, and when parents and families are looking for continuity to roll those kids into pre-K, they are being forced into the traditional public schools where the parents are not yet ready for that. And I know my office has reached out following some requests we've received to get approved for additional pre-K classes. So there's no alignment from 3K to pre-K where there are schools that have the space and capacity for it.
Thank you, Council Member. It's great to see you, and certainly appreciate the list of questions. And we are here to start responding. I think we're going to start with Deputy Chancellors Hawkins and Fody, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the teacher recruitment efforts in one of your other questions.
So I'm going to lead with transparency and vulnerability. I did not capture all your questions, and so bear with me.
I will repeat whatever you need me to.
Go, Dan. I also want to modify one of my responses, and so I got a little excited. For our application for Head Start, we actually applied for a little over 2,000 seats, so I apologize for that. And so any specifics around your district, Councilmember, I will definitely get back to you. I'll have my team look into that. But one of the things you highlighted around the matriculation issue from 3K to pre-K is at the core of one of the things we're trying to solve for. And so, and also one of the reasons why families have to apply year over year, even if they're already enrolled in a 3K seat. And so what we want to do is, where space is possible and where providers, CBOs, or otherwise are interested in having that continuity of care model at their site, we want to build that in as much as possible. And we're also figuring out ways to make seats fungible, right? Care demand changes year over year. We can't keep adding 3K, changing to pre-K, and vice versa. So where we can have a more kind of preschool band model, that is something we are exploring as well, because again, it will give the provider and the school leader the opportunity to shift as needed and as expected by their families. Specifics on, again, your district. I know my colleague Dan took some great questions, so we'll definitely look into it.
Decrease in 3K capacity in D21?
We'll definitely look into that and get back to you around 3K, a decrease in 3K capacity.
That would be great. And then in terms of the staffing, and I will say, even though I'm speaking on my district, I'm sure some of my colleagues experience the same, especially when you're further out in the city. There is a lack of, interest in some cases to be able to secure certain staff for our students, unfortunately. And my educators in my community are dynamic, like they've done everything. We've made flyers together, we've put them out, they've done hiring sessions, we've done it all, but it is very difficult. And so I'm not sure how the budget can be leveraged to assist with that, but that is something I'd like to hear from the department on how you are addressing that.
And we're talking about early childhood education teachers, or?
This is not limited to early child, yeah.
Thank you. And so we mentioned earlier that the 3,700 teachers, in order to comply with class size, need to be recruited. And as we talk about teacher recruitment, we also need to talk about teacher retention, because what we don't want is to lose excellent teachers and have a revolving door, and every year we need to recruit thousands and thousands of teachers. And so we rely on programs that have really successful rates historically, like New York City Teaching Fellows. I turned out pretty okay. I was a teaching fellow. I think I've been here for a while.
I applied for it too.
Councilmember Dinowitz. And we also have New York City Men Teach, understanding how important it is to not only recruit teachers, but recruit male teachers, recruit more teachers of color, and quite frankly, recruit teachers who reflect the communities that they serve in, and teachers who are deeply invested in these communities. Quite simply, Council Member, one of the things that we are doing is strategizing with our superintendents on a case-by-case basis. Marketing and recruiting go hand in hand, and so many of the the gems that sit in communities are not known. So we are working strategically with superintendents to get the word out on certain schools. We've also expanded programs. Future Ready is a game changer in terms of recruiting for students. And so that's why we didn't reserve amazing programs like that just for your quote unquote elite areas. We wanted to make sure that some of our underserved communities are really benefiting from these programs, and we know that that is also going to help with recruitment. So in terms of the specific districts that you listed, we are happy to set up a briefing with you, which would include the superintendent, and we can talk to you specifically about what's being done in those districts. But we look very specifically at the communities and work with the superintendent to identify the challenges, and then not only relying on some of these programs like Teaching Fellows and New York City Men Teach and university partnerships, but really try to figure out what is it that we're solving for so people can understand the great programs and offerings. We also, the last thing I will mention is making sure that we are incentivizing for some of the teachers, for some of the districts to interview early on. We want to have early commitments in some of our harder to staff districts, so that way those districts can secure great teachers early on.
And then in terms of the accessibility, and I can repeat it if you need me to.
Yeah, yes. I don't have specific numbers, council member, for your district, but this has been an ongoing effort, and funding is important to this effort. The capital plan we have before us now has $800 million invested in making buildings more accessible. The last 5-year plan had, I believe, $750 million. That has resulted in those numbers inching up. So we have more buildings now that are fully accessible, more buildings that are partially accessible. But we need to do more. The average age of our building, I think, is something like 60 to 70 years old. They were not built to be accessible. The new buildings certainly are, but the older ones are not. And so it takes quite a bit to retrofit all those buildings. In doing the accessibility program, we absolutely target communities like on the peninsula, Far Rockaway, et cetera, Central Brooklyn, to make sure the accessibility is equitable. But we need to do more, and that, frankly, is going to take more capital dollars to do that.
And to that point, even with the reduction of the class sizes, and I know I've sent a letter off to you, Chancellor, regarding one of our middle schools that's located currently on the Far Rockaway High School campus, and the lack of real estate on that campus for them to be able to successfully make their classrooms smaller. Is that taken into account in this budget at all? And in my final question, I'm turning my mic off, chairs. Thank you for your patience. Is GNT expansion, is there any plan in this budget to expand and create more seats for the GNT program?
So someone else will do GNT. I will say on the capital side, two quick things I want to share. I was trying to get the data for your district and didn't. I would say, as the first deputy said, we're making progress right now. When you look at districts the way we look at community school districts, all of our districts are at least 30% fully accessible, and our hope is in the next plan they'll all get to 40% fully accessible thanks to that $800 million. And based on feedback from advocates and families and communities, we're prioritizing D75 as a piece of that too, and help to get our D75 programs to 50% fully accessible. But as the first deputy said, more funding is needed to get beyond that. In terms of class size capital funding, it is within SCA's budget. There is currently a bit over $6 billion for new capacity that is going to class size, new capacity for class size, because that's where we need it around the city. That will fund capacity for about 33,000 additional seats. About a third of those are already cited, so it's public, and SCA is already working on that. And another 7,000, the communities have been selected, and SCA is working on identifying sites. We can definitely get you what's going on there for your community in particular, and make sure you have the specifics, both what's cited and what is not at this point. I will say, to your point about your school, one of the things SCA is doing as they plan now is no longer looking just at communities where there's seat need, but at the specific schools, because that's what the class size law requires. So that's shifted their planning a little, and that's what they're starting to do going forward.
And I just wanted to finish with the special education questions. So we will disaggregate the enrollment data based on your district, and are happy to do that across the board, council member. As I said earlier, we do expect every preschooler with in need of a special education seat to have one in the upcoming year, just as they had one this school year. Just to continuously point out, preschool special education, when at its inception, Pre-K for All did not consider, a fully structured funding system for pre-K for all in terms of special education. So this council and this administration has been making up for that, right? So you all, in conjunction with this administration, have added over 1,700 preschool special education seats since you've been here. It's pretty remarkable, and I want to thank you for that. And again, thank you for baselining the $55 million. In terms of services, any services missed by preschoolers, we're working diligently to make up for those services via weekend academies, our sensory gyms, a new related service contract, and as well as offering preschoolers related service sites for services. But we will continue to press on this and are happy to give you the data for your district.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, chairs, and good to see you, Chancellor, and your whole team. You guys came ready for war. I'm very happy to see the Seeds in the Middle students that were with us today, 2 of them being from my district. 2 quick questions on class size and one on Title I. How much funding is being allocated specifically to improve class size compliance in the lowest need of schools where compliance remains critically low at just 25%? And how does this compare to investments made in the highest need schools where compliance has reached 62% or more? And what target steps is the DOE taking to accelerate class size compliance in under-resourced communities, including hiring initiatives, classroom construction or expansion, and administrative support for scheduling? And how is this being tracked and reported publicly? And my last question is on Title I. Many schools in my district, PS 361, 326, 251, 244, 193, Andreas Huddy, and so many others are Title I eligible, which is crucial for supporting schools in low-income communities. I wanted to know, have there been any updates or warnings from the DOE regarding cuts to Title I funding or other federal education grants that would affect our highest need schools in district like mine? And I know that in your testimony you mentioned that the administration put some funds in to baseline some of that, but I wanted to know, was there additional updates or warnings that you all can share with us today about Title I schools?
Thank you so much for your questions, Council Member, and I'm so glad that you got to see students from your district, or as I like to refer to them, as future council members.
Oh, yes.
So we are, of course, our team is here and we'll answer your questions very specifically, but I want to start by saying that one of the biggest things that I'm most proud of when it comes to class size is that we recognize that a top-down approach, a one-size-fits-all approach does not work when complying with such an important mandate. And so that's precisely why we gave schools an opportunity to submit proposals telling us what it is that they need, from teachers to extra administrators to converting office space into class size space, all these things that they would need to do in order to comply at the school level before the district steps in.
Right.
And you asked some very important targeted questions, and we're going to pass it over to the team so they can respond.
Thank you.
Good morning. So we are happy to supply sort of all the specifics on your district or others if helpful. I think what you're referring to is the fact that currently our class size compliance in our higher need communities by ENI is far higher than our class size compliance in our lower need communities in terms of economic need. And so in District 25 and 26, it's more like 25%. And when you look in central Brooklyn, it's closer to 80% already.
Correct.
And as the Chancellor said, we did try and create a class size proposal this year that lets schools ask for what they need to meet their compliance without us requiring it. We did see more applications for more teachers from schools in our comparatively better off communities than we did from schools in our higher E&I communities that sort of tracked what you'd think based on compliance rates. That also means in terms of the funding we are providing for new teachers, and those 3,700 new teachers we're providing funding for, they trend the same way. Those are tending to go more to Outer Queens, South Brooklyn, Staten Island, where schools are farther from compliance than to some of those higher need communities. So that is also, by the way, in part because all of our other funding streams really are highly equitable and do target additional funding to our higher need communities, like fair student funding provides a lot of additional funding to our higher need communities, but this is flipping a little bit the other way in terms of teacher hiring. We are prioritizing our high need schools where we can. The law requires that. We're also working to be responsive to what the law requires in terms of improving compliance, and happy to share the specifics. Title I was the other one. Yes, so Title I, as I shared earlier, is the largest funding stream we receive from the federal government, from the U.S. Department of Education. It actually goes to all of our schools to support students in temporary housing, and then over 80% to support school communities, because in terms of the students we serve. At this point, we haven't seen any reductions to that. But we are keeping a close eye on what's going on at the federal level, because it obviously would have a broad impact, and we would need to work together in terms of what the plan is there.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chancellor.
Yes. In your Title I funding for students in temporary housing, what's the funding for the McKinney-Vento per student allocation? You're going to get back to me?
We can come back to you on that.
To reach the class size compliance, DOE announced that funding added in the executive plan would be used towards hiring 3,700 new teachers. Is it the council understanding that $150 million added to the fiscal 2026 and the $200 million in the out years is an initial funding in hiring teachers for class size?
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, that's initial city funding. We have additional state funding, as we know, $241 million that will be in C4E. We do also expect there to be some additional funding needed on top of that for funding the 3,700 teachers for next year that we continue to work with OMB on for the adopted budget, so a bit over $400 million total.
How many teachers have applied so far?
I don't have the number of how many teachers have applied so far. We can definitely look and get back to you. As you know, we did intentionally announce this early to give more teachers time to apply, since we're getting close to doubling the number of teachers we usually hire. So we announced it early, and we actually mass posted externally all of those teaching positions, not something we usually do to speed up the external hiring process as well last week, but we can come back to you with numbers, and we know they're ticking up already.
Is there prioritizing certain license areas? Since we do have shortages across the city in certain licensing areas.
We continue to prioritize special education, our bilingual ENL teachers, and that's not only specific to meeting the class size mandate, but that's just historically that we know we have to do a lot of extra targeted recruitment around those licensing areas. And also, I'm sure you remember, Chair, you're very helpful when we asked the state to grant that automatic tenure to those teachers who already successfully completed tenure in one license and held a secondary license. So doing creative things like that, so that way the excellent teachers we have in the system, we can incentivize them to use other licenses. And just on one more point, a lot of so we will definitely give you the number of teachers who have applied thus far, but also knowing that as we end the closing of the school year, we're going to see those numbers increase through open market in the coming weeks.
Open market. And don't forget to recruit from the BPS pool too, Bilingual Pupil Services. That's where you'll get a lot of your special education. Bilingual teachers, your ESL comes from that pool, so don't forget bilingual, don't forget BPS. Thank you. How many schools were not granted this funding for class size? Did they know how to apply? And then you talked about the equity issue. How are we reaching out to schools that have not applied or underserved communities that normally would not apply?
Yeah, we did a lot of outreach with our partners in the Division of School Leadership and Trainings, working through our budget directors and our HR folks. We developed this whole program in partnership with UFT and CSA, start to finish, so they did a lot of outreach as well. And we did both joint trainings and individual trainings on the program, how to apply, the timeline, and gave folks a couple of months to do it. We saw close to 800 schools apply. We funded roughly 750 of them. So we funded almost all the schools that applied, and that's how we got to that 3,700 teacher numbers. In addition to the 3,700 teachers, schools could apply for funds for other things as well, which they did. Teachers are obviously the big thing here. But we funded about 100 additional assistant principals to help support those teachers. Schools could come in and ask for room conversions to turn space, as the Chancellor said, into a classroom. We're funding some of those projects as well. So that's overall what the pool looked like. And generally, we prioritized high need, but I would say we wanted to make sure the funding was clearly going to be used to improve class size compliance. We certainly got some requests that were not actually related to that. We wanted to make sure we understood how it would improve class size compliance. We did look at ENI, but as I mentioned, the applications trended the other way, and we did fund almost all of them at that point. And so that's sort of the joint criteria we looked at. We, UFT and CSA, actually all applied, all reviewed all of the applications together. And so the decisions reflected those joint feedback.
Able to share the list of schools and how much funding the schools received? And is their annual class size plan only include number of teachers that school needs to hire, or does it include other necessary expenses to meet the class size?
Yes, we can definitely provide you with the number of teachers and funding that schools did receive, because as I said, it's not just teachers. And funding was available not just to hire teachers, but for things like assistant principals, for things like room conversions, for supporting current teachers to teach additional periods. All of those were other ways. We tried to reflect what we've heard over a couple of years in terms of the different ways schools want to meet class size within their current context without cutting programming for anything else. And so all of those were funding available.
And what's the timeline for the allocation for teachers to the schools?
Funding itself will go out with initial school budgets, which will be late this month, as it always is. But the reason we pre-announced it was so during open market, teachers could start to see what's available, principals could start to hire, so that we could post all those positions externally, even though schools don't have their budgets yet. So while budgets will come out in the regular cycle, schools are able to make moves before then because we announced it earlier.
And those hirings are also assistant principals and support staff that they will need.
Absolutely. So I just want to double down on a couple of things. When we say a plan, the school actually needed to present a holistic plan for how they were going to meet the class size. So if you're hiring an additional 16 teachers, you are going to need an assistant principal who is going to support those teachers. We want to make sure that professional development is at the center of teacher support. We also know that in some cases, conversion, right? There's some nice offices that can house children, like for classrooms. And so that was also part of the plan. Extended day, if we needed to put on, ninth period or other programs, we wanted to make sure that the impact was not felt at the school budget level because they needed to meet this mandate. And so when we say the plan, we meant a holistic plan that really, really captured all of the steps that would ensure the school can meet the mandate. What it was not going to do was to allow a school that said, wouldn't it be cool if I had an extra assistant principal? I already have 4. And we were not going to turn around and say, here's the extra money to do that. It's not a wish list if it's not for you to comply with class size mandate. We felt very comfortable in the decisions that we made because they were in collaboration, close collaboration with the UFT and the CSA.
One of the concerns Chair Brennan and I share is we also don't want, while we're doing class size, to lose our drama room, our theater, and our art classes. We are hearing from teachers that we don't want arts on wheel. We really want the kids to go in and really experience arts in a classroom.
Absolutely. And again, I think that's why the first step in the process was to really hear directly from schools. And art on a cart is an issue that has historically plagued the system for a very, very long time. We certainly don't want compliance with class size law to add more of that. But the reality is that, as First Deputy Chancellor mentioned, there are issues with some of our buildings. And so we are working very, very closely with superintendents and SEA and all the partners to make those adjustments separate and apart from the class size compliance.
Okay, just some housekeeping here. We've been joined by council members Ayala, Krishnan, Hanks, Narcisse, Gutierrez, Powers, and Stevens. And now we have questions from council member Farias, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, chairs. And folks from the admin, let me know if you've already answered this question around Head Start. We know funding for early childhood education programs like Head Start is crucial for our city. When taking into account the federal budget cuts, Head Start will face financial strains if support is abandoned by the federal government. Is the city DOE prepared to continue providing early childhood education services to our city's populations should the Trump administration move forward with cutting federal funding? And if so, can you expand a little bit on the plan that the city has for DOE providing early childhood education services with potentially no funding support?
Hi, Councilmember. Thank you for that question. And so, yes, we are planning, and actually we submitted our application to the Office of Head Start to modify and reconfigure how we support Head Start eligible families across the city. In addition to that, the admin they have already committed funding to sustain our current Head Start sector for another fiscal and program year. And so my team and I, we've been engaged with those delegate providers. Again, there are direct funded Head Start. That is, those providers, although great, are not under New York City Public Schools. And so that investment will sustain our current delegate sector. And so we've been engaged in conversations with them to ensure that they are aware and feel supported.
Thank you for that response. And obviously, I would like to say on behalf of the council, if there's any ways that we can continue being supportive and ensuring that that stays or is expanded, please let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you. IEP services are critical to help ensure students with disabilities receive the necessary skills and educational support they require in their instruction. At the beginning of the school years, my office and I often receive issues and reports of IEPs not being directly addressed in terms of paraprofessionals not being assigned to those students who need it. What is the average time it takes for a paraprofessional to be hired once the demand has been recognized? And how long does it take for a student to be assigned a paraprofessional on average?
So Dan will address, First Deputy Chancellor Weisberg will address the first question, but in response to the second question, we ask schools to do that planning as far in advance as possible. Kids obviously come in and, on a rolling basis, and we will assign as needed. So we don't track the number of days per se for assignment, but we do track the date of assignment. And once that assignment is made, we ask that our schools reach out to families to let them know which paraprofessional has been assigned to their child, and then those records are updated in the IEP portal system.
And typically, what happens, council member, we maintain a very large pool and growing pool of substitute paraprofessionals, many of which are nominated by the schools themselves. They identify a potential paraprofessional. That's really important because those people have already gone through the fingerprinting and so forth. Mm-hmm. And so they can move much more quickly from the sub-para pool to be assigned. If it's a brand new paraprofessional who hasn't gone through the process yet, I don't have a number for you. We'll get that about how long it takes to get through the process. But it does take some time because obviously we're never going to assign anybody to a child who hasn't been fully vetted. But we do maintain that sub-para pool of many thousands of sub-paras. So often that's our source to assign somebody.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up would be necessary. Chair's permission to run through two last questions that I can vocalize.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Currently, the city DOE distributes reduced ferry ride codes to families of high school students to allow students to purchase discounted New York City ferry tickets per my local law. However, many private charter schools in the district have been waiting on the digital codes to be distributed to their students. Why has the city DOE not been able to distribute these reduced fare digital codes to our public school students and their families efficiently? Can you go through the process and maybe give us what the percentage is for those disseminated out versus actually followed through and implemented?
I'm so used to questions on busing and rideshare and OmniCards. I don't have the specifics right now, but take that as you just raised it, and we'll look into it and get back to you by the end of
I'd
the
love
day.
to talk offline about it. We are also looking at a bill to expand this over to middle school students, so I want to check in on the system and see how it's working for our high schoolers.
That's great, and would appreciate that. I mean, I will say, as you know, we work with EDC on this, and we get positive feedback, and we certainly get requests to expand the program regularly, so would welcome that conversation, and we'll check in on the operational issues.
Okay, great. And then just my last one is regarding public schools with workforce development programs. Over the years, I've been a big champion on our vocational trades and CTE, career and technical education's opportunities and options in our schools. Just kind of want to talk through what are the success rates of these programs, particularly those in the Bronx, and helping getting students directly connected to jobs, and just measuring what success rates for those schools mean to, I guess, in direct correlation or to the numbers of graduation rates. I know sometimes we are looking at a school's success based off of graduation rates, but for our CTE schools, what does that mean in terms of us viewing that as also a success? And then if you can briefly talk over whether or not, how many schools, just a friendly reminder, we have CTE, and if any of their non-CTE schools that also have vocational trades or a career and technical function, and what our offerings are there.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Farias. You are, it's music to our ears that you're talking about CTE and workforce development, because that is certainly one of the Chancellor's priorities. And so I'll try to keep my answer short, but we'd love to do a briefing for you specifically on that. And we can focus on the Bronx in particular, where we have really actually focused our efforts on post-secondary success for our students. But I would quickly say, the success rates for CTE programs, which we love, they're a huge driver of student success, but the success rates in feeding kids, not just to jobs, but to high-paying jobs that lead to rewarding careers, varies. It really varies depending upon the program. That's something we look at. CTE does have a positive effect on both student engagement and graduation rates. That's one of the reasons we are pleased to see that CTE is expanding as part of our Future Ready efforts. But as the Chancellor mentioned in her testimony, beyond CTE, which is a huge piece of the puzzle, we're driving towards universality, meaning that every single child who goes to New York City public schools not just graduates and gets a diploma at the end of high school, but has a clear career plan for whenever it is they choose to enter the workforce. So the Chancellor mentioned our students have earned in career-connected learning $18 million in the last year because we are, and that's not random. That's because we are connecting them with specific industry pathways aligned jobs while they're in high school. More and more of them are getting early college credit, which is a big indicator of success. 10% increase there. More and more of them are getting industry certifications as part of our Future Ready program. Sometimes that's in connection with CTE programs. Sometimes it isn't, but they're getting these industry certifications that turn into, once they graduate high school, high-paying jobs that then turn into rewarding careers. So we now have 15,000 students in Future Ready, which in any other city would be like a big headline. In New York City, we're like, 15,000. But for each one of those 15,000 young people, if you talk to them, and I think Chair Joseph, you came out and saw one of our Future Ready programs. Each one of those 15,000 is getting life-changing experiences. So we want to get that to 100,000 students in our pathways by 2030, and ultimately all of our students graduating with a clear plan for their career. So would love to expand the conversation when you have time.
Yeah, I would love to do that and talk more through what the schools are currently offering, and I love to hear that there's a direct connection to the workforce portion, but also just their life readiness plan of what they'd like to do. Yeah, I'd love to continue the conversation offline. Thank you, chairs, for the additional time.
Thank you. Just want to add a quick piece to that. I want us to also include our D75 students in those experiences as well. As they leave our system, we want them to have tools to succeed. Thank you.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Ressler, followed by Hanif.
Great. Thank you very much, Chairs Brannon and Joseph. Appreciate your leadership. And, I want to just firstly thank the Chancellor and your senior team for making yourselves available and problem solving with me and my team. The First Deputy Chancellor and your Chief Operating Officer have been engaging with us on school class size concerns. Kevin and the DSF team are expert problem solvers. I mean, they just 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, do an amazing job. And I've been really pleased by the appointment of Deputy Chancellor Hawkins in particular. And I just have felt a sea change in the approach on early childhood education and a desire to partner with communities and try to make things work. That being said, and I really want to thank you all at our preliminary budget hearing. Sarita and the team testified to your support for funding early childhood education, which was not in the mayor's preliminary budget, and it was a bold thing for you all to do that and to partner with the city council and saying we need this money and we need it baselined, and I credit you for partnering with us to demand that early childhood funding and for securing it, and we're pleased to see it in the mayor's executive budget. But it's clear to me that it's still not enough. Yesterday we got a phone call from a student from a family in downtown Brooklyn who got assigned a pre-K seat in Bed-Stuy, right? It's a 57-minute walk from their home. And with 51,000 applications, we're down 20,000 kids from how many we had in pre-K eight years ago. It's a major decline that we've experienced. And I don't know, if 3 out of 10 4-year-olds in New York City just disappeared. I think that we've seen some out-migration and there have been some demographic shifts, but I am really concerned about the decline and the shrink, the retreat of our pre-K system. So, I appreciate Deputy Chancellor Hawkins, you responded to Chair Joseph in kind of acknowledging that there are many challenges that we're facing with our early childhood education system right now, but I do really think we need to do more on the outreach side. And the second piece I just want to raise, and then I'll shut up on this, is the First Deputy Chancellor testified at our prelim budget hearing that your goal for the kind of operational capacity of 3K and pre-K is 95%, which just seems a little bonkers to me. I don't know how we manage a system at 95% capacity. That means that if 14 out of 15 kids are in a 3K classroom, we're not at the goal for capacity. It's too tight and I think impossible to achieve, and it means that families lose out neighborhood by neighborhood across the city. So just wanted to, give you all a chance to modify that answer if you'd like to, or dig in, whichever you choose, and to help us understand how do we do better at expanding engagement in our early childhood education system.
Councilmember, thank you so much for your partnership and for the compliment. That means a lot coming from you. We are also very excited about Deputy Chancellor Hawkins being here.
She's doing a great job.
And before I pass it over to her to talk all things early childhood, I want to just say that this is true for not only early childhood, but everything else. We are definitely on the right track in moving this system, but we know that a lot of work needs to be done, and we are far from being done, right? And that's why the partnership with all of you is so important, because you hold us accountable.
Yep.
You say, great job, add a team, but you got to do more. And without that level of accountability and specificity, it's very hard for us to move our plans forward. So I do want to thank you, and with that, you can have fun with Deputy Chancellor Hawkins.
I don't know, it sounds like Dan and Simone both want to jump in on this one, but however you want to handle.
I just wanted to sit in that, your gratitude, Councilmember. Thank you so much. And It is definitely mutual. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for many of your partnership along the way. And so just to clarify, that 95% number is specific to Head Start, right? And actually, and let me take a step back. Head Start requires 97%.
Right.
We do look at 95% as a metric across the entire, funded and supported system under New York City Public Schools. But in regards to really moving toward that number, we're not looking at 95% to make determinations on increasing capacity. We are encouraging that so our provider base, specifically our CBOs and contracted providers, who are also family child care, can maximize their revenue. And so we want to ensure that they have the most amount of money so they can have high quality care for their families.
Then can you speak, what is the capacity goal for 3K and pre-K then, system-wide? I'm referring to what was the
capacity goal is always 100%.
But operationally, it's hard to function at 100%. What's the operational, you need some wiggle room in a system. What are we looking at as a goal?
And so I would say the answer to that is it's iterative, right? We're constantly looking at it. It's definitely continuous quality improvement. We're looking at numbers on a monthly basis because they're funded monthly. And so there's enough leeway and runway to make adjustments if we need to, but also start to have conversations with you all to really problem solve. I think many of you are aware real estate is a problem here, and so we can't just continue to open up new seats. But where we can convert, where we can add in vacant spaces that we currently have in our portfolio, we want to look at those. And so this partnership is helpful. I understand what you're saying about having some wiggle room and not get to a point where families don't have an option. But because we do have year-round enrollment, because we are looking at this on a continuous basis, it's not a problem that I think we're going to run into. I will say that.
I hear you, and I'm over time. I just think from an optimal standpoint, we would have a enrollment capacity for the system and a goal for the percentage enrollment within that system. And so I do think having those metrics that we're working toward and pushing on outreach and pushing on engagement with our providers is helpful because, I hear you, it's iterative and that we're working month by month and that you're working to make improvements and fixing a system where there have been a lot of different challenges. And I think you've been making progress in those areas. And I appreciate your partnership with myself and other colleagues to that effect. But I still think North Star, for holding ourselves accountable and for growing the system as much as we should, having those metric goals is really important. I'm over on time, so I will see if there's time for more later, but I appreciate the answers today, and I just appreciate your willingness to work with us to try to maximize 3K capacity, in particular across District 33, and I appreciate the First Deputy Chancellor and Deputy Chancellor Vadera's work with us, especially on PS8 and class size compliance, which we continue to be very concerned about. Thank you.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Hanif, followed by Krishna.
Thank you, chairs, and good afternoon, Chancellor and the DOE team. I want to start with the 2Care campaign. At the preliminary budget hearing in March, you recognized the importance of aging down the city's universal childcare system to 2-year-olds, and you said you would love to see it happen. You mentioned conversations were happening internally. Have you looked into this more since then, and has any progress been made? And what is OMB saying? Any details around cost?
And so I would say I like all and love all my littles equally, no matter their age. And so although we value and understand there's a need for care for 2-year-olds and infant care, I would say we really need to prioritize our focus on stabilizing the existing system before adding additional care to it. And so, as I mentioned before, again, recognizing that is a need we have again, within the existing providers. We don't want to stress an already strained system. And so we are working with existing providers to age down where they can, and that includes 2-year-old seats.
Got it. And certainly agree that the existing system should be streamlined and stabilized, but it would be brilliant to add 2-year-olds to our universal child care program. Have you considered the council's proposal from our budget response to provide 3,500 non-means tested seats for 0 to 2-year-olds?
And so this is something that we're definitely looking into. I do remember reviewing it with my team. It is something we need to continue to review more closely. So if you don't mind, Councilmember, we'd love an opportunity to round back to you on that one.
Wonderful, thank you. According to the DOE, 500 schools do not have the space at their current enrollment to meet the class size law required, including 15 schools in my district. And an analysis by Class Size Matters finds that these 500 schools enroll nearly half of all non-D75 students, as well as at least over 250,000 students in poverty, 130 Hispanic students, 57,000 English language learners, 42,000 Black students. What are the plans to provide these 500 schools with sufficient space so they're able to lower class size?
So, hi, thank you for the question. So I do want to clarify one thing about that list because I actually think it's really important. That is schools that can't get all the way to compliance. It doesn't mean they can't make progress. And so I would say when we say we've provided funding for 750 schools going into next year to hire additional teachers, assistant principals, do room conversions, some of those schools are on that 500 schools list. So there's progress they can make to lower class size within their current capacity. There's some schools where there is not progress they can make, but it's not the full 500. So just so we're clear on that, we are supporting those schools to get as far as they can within their current space through our plan for next year. In terms of the space they need, touched on this a little bit earlier, but SCA currently has a bit over $6 billion in their budget that's just for new capacity projects around the city for the next 5 years. So their current capital plan, about a third of those seats, which is about 11,000 seats, have already been cited and they're off and running in terms of they found the space and they're actually building.
These are where there isn't any space. Are you referring to the schools that don't have space?
Yes. So what SCA is, so SCA has about $6 billion that's just for new capacity. They have other things in their budget, but that's just being used for class size compliance. And that funding is being prioritized for schools and communities that don't have space to reach class size compliance in their current buildings. So that could mean a school that needs an annex or something, or often in many cases it could be a new school building altogether, and that's where that funding is going. So about a third of those have been cited. Another 7,000.
Cited as in
they've found the place they're going to do the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So about a third of those SCA knows what they're doing, where they're doing it, and they're already working on it. Another 7,000 or so seats. We've worked with SCA to identify the communities with the greatest class size need that we know, and they're searching for sites there and looking at what are the specific buildings that are not going to be able to reach compliance. What do those buildings need? Do they need an annex? Do we need to be looking at a new site? What is needed in that sub-district specifically to reach compliance? And so that's what they are prioritizing next. The only other thing I'd say is there are a few schools even on that list that just need a classroom or two. They don't need a whole new thing. Mm-hmm. And that is something they could ask for funding for, as the Chancellor said, through our planning process for next year to do a room conversion. And we were working on some of those as well.
And what do you anticipate the timeline of the 500 schools or the ones that are the hardest to make any progress with?
It will depend on the specifics of where they already are in the process and where they're getting to. But they still have a few $1 billion left that hasn't been assigned that they're looking to assign to specific sites.
Understood. And we know that SCA owes us a lot of projects. And I hope that the class size program is something that they prioritize. It's great to know about the $6 billion. Want to make sure that this law is being followed through equitably. I want to end by asking about food education, gardening programs, partnerships with local farms. I loved that Seeds in the Middle was here and hearing from young people talk about healthy foods. I was at a school in my own district trying pesto pasta that was not made with the actual ingredients, but alternative ingredients for a healthier meal. I'd like to know, like, what are new initiatives and how else are we ensuring that healthy foods are what our children are eating?
I thought pesto pasta was a pretty healthy meal, so now I'm feeling bad about my own decisions. So as you know, healthy food and then food education is a part of that, right? How do we make sure we're not just serving healthier food and different food options, but that students are aware of why and what's important and their own nutritional needs has been a priority for this administration. I would say one of the biggest things we've done over the past few years is created nutrition collaboratives at schools. So we have 200 schools that receive funding in part thanks to the $20 million we received thanks to council in the past that use that funding to do food education at the school level to learn more about what's going on and why, and also do work in their communities with partners. So that's sort of the big thing we've done that we are continuing to expand going forward. Looking ahead.
And then how does this, is this incorporated with compost programs in schools? And chairs, that's all. Thank you.
Yes, so we're actually really proud at New York City Public Schools that we managed to roll out last year composting across all of our schools. And it's our students who will hold you accountable and if you put something in the wrong place, having been personally reprimanded a few times. So we do have composting across our schools. We beat the city to get to citywide, which we were glad about. And we, as you've probably seen, have green teams as a set of our schools who are standing there helping their fellow students understand what goes where and why, and continuing to improve that going forward.
Thank you. Would you be able to share a list of those 500 schools and what district they are that doesn't meet the need right now? Just a quick follow-up. How many teachers does the DOE believe the initial investment will cover for your new teacher recruitment? This initial investment, how much will that cover?
So as I mentioned earlier, we don't think the full cost of the teachers we need to hire for next year is yet reflected in the budget. We expect that to be a bit over $400 million, and we're looking for the state funding and additional funding to do it.
Okay, thank you. Chair Brennan.
Questions from Councilmember Krishnan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for your testimony. At this point, a lot of the questions I had have already been asked, so I'm going to try to cut it, and just a couple of points I wanted to make and just one question. So I think this one may be a repeat, so I apologize for that. But just wanted to get a sense, I think the biggest issues that we're talking about and you're hearing from all the questions are one, class sizes, given the mandate, and two, early childhood education and the importance of it to this council, to this city. So first, going to class sizes. So there does, and you may have answered this one already, but given the difference between what's in the executive budget for next year and the out years, as opposed to what's needed, what is the overall vision to spend with what you've projected for lowering class size, and when will you release the amount of funding per school?
Sure, thank you very much. So I did touch on this a bit earlier, but the executive budget came out before the state enacted budget came out. So we were working with OMB to ensure we could reflect state funding as a part of our class size planning. So the executive budget included a down payment from the city of $150 million. From the state, we have an additional $241 million in contracts for excellence funding that we plan to use for class size, and then we do expect there to be a bit of an additional need after that, and are working with OMB on that. So a bit over $400 million for just funding those 750 schools for next year. There's separately money for teacher recruitment that is reflected in the executive budget to put towards teacher pipelines and bringing on additional teachers.
And when's that funding, when will you release the amount of funding per school?
Yeah, sorry. So the funding per school will come out when initial school budgets come out, so around the end of this month on the regular cycle. The reason, but we intentionally pre-announced that. Every school heard back when we announced in early April that we were supporting schools to hire 3,700 additional teachers. Every school was told individually, this is how many additional teachers, or in some cases, assistant principals you are getting. So you should start planning on that. You can look towards hiring for that. You can post for those positions. All of that started then. The funding will come towards the end of the year.
Got it. Okay. And for the schools that their applications get rejected for additional funding, you'll work with them going forward to restructure those applications. I know in the past, Emma, both you and I have worked together on schools where we've had funding issues and applications that were rejected, and I appreciate all your work on that too. We got it to a good place. So just curious if that kind of work will be happening with those schools too.
Yes, so I think as we look towards next year, we'll be looking at those schools as well as schools that didn't choose to apply, to figure out how we can support them to improve compliance. The Chancellor touched on this earlier, but in some cases, some of those applications were focused on needs that were not about class size compliance, and so want to work with them to ensure that's what we're funding through this dedicated funding stream for them and others.
Got it. Okay. And then just finally, I mean, we heard a bunch of questions about this, so I'm not going to repeat it, but I think the challenge I'm seeing in all of this is we're trying to, sort of play whack-a-mole and figure out how this administration is going to fund 3K, is going to, make sure that people have early childhood education seats, 3K seats in the neighborhoods they live in. But we need to really be stepping back, right, and having a much more comprehensive vision for not just 3K, but 0 to 2 as well, and then extending the extended day pilot that we in the council put in the budget too, right? Because I think the reaction, and every hearing and every year we're negotiating this, but it's just undermining the fact that we've got to do it in a much more affirmative way, plan out how we actually achieve this value that I know you all agree with too, of the importance of early childhood education, of extending it, as I said before, both from 0 to 2 and also the extended day pilot. So how do you all see moving from a world of reactions to managing to a world where we can more affirmatively make these investments and build out a larger program? And let me be clear, I know that you all are deeply committed to that. I have serious concern about City Hall and Mayor Adams' commitment to that, because we've done this every single budget now, and we're not getting the traction and support that we need. But I think, how do we move to a world where we are putting that larger vision proactively into place?
So I really appreciate that, and I appreciate your partnership and for acknowledging that we can't continue to do this piecemeal, and we really need to approach it comprehensively. But I do think the administration have demonstrated their support, and I think committing to Head Start for another year is an example of that. We are having active conversations with providers and families on how to really reimagine the sector. And it has to be a multifaceted approach, right? We need to, if it is going to be for all, we have to consider our children, our special populations, right? Our emergent multilingual learners, our special education children. And so in some instances, we do need to go wider, but we absolutely need to go deeper. That will, require a financial investment. But with that, it's not just about opening new seats in classrooms and facilities and brick and mortars across the city. We have to invest in the staffing pipeline. And so we have to, when talking about this comprehensively, it's not just about, to your point, the ages of the seats, it's the type of seats and the people who are supporting these children through their learning trajectory. And so we absolutely welcome, your support. I will not pretend like we have the answer to that very dynamic question, but we are committed to figuring it out with you.
I thank you for that as well. And I would say, I think we stand ready to help and partner in that work. I just really urge, and I know all of us here have mentioned it too, but really urge DOE to work with us to really, in the years ahead, approach this in a very different way, because there's no doubt that early childhood education is so foundational, as you all know, for our children, for the workforce, for our economy, and we just have not seen the kind of comprehensive program and investments that we need, and to address all of these issues, from the ages to as well as the pipeline. I mean, there are also bureaucratic and immense hurdles from licensing and otherwise that make this difficult, but we need a much different and bolder vision for it overall.
Councilmember, I want to thank you so much. And, Simone obviously hit all the points, but just in closing, we cannot reimagine without the partnership of the council. Specifically want to thank you, Councilmember Hanif, Councilmember Gutierrez. Of course, the chair is always on the phone with us. And so when we come to you in transparency, it's because we know that you are deeply invested as well, and you are helping us to identify how we can reimagine this. And so again, as I mentioned to Councilmember Ressler, we are far from where we want to be, but I think that shared investment and the acknowledgement that there are some issues that we need to solve for, and looking to all of you who know your district so well, is going to be instrumental in how we move forward in the coming years.
Well, we appreciate your leadership very much, Chancellor, and look forward to that continued work together and those shared values. Thank you.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chairs Joseph and Brennan. Good to see everyone. Good afternoon. I also just want to share my gratitude for especially the early childhood education team. I know you inherited a lot, and I just appreciate the responsiveness along with Chair Joseph, and just the constant communication there. I had a couple of questions, and I will meet the time. So my first question is regarding my city. So at one of my hearings for the tech committee, I had asked about kind of what was the feedback that OTI, I know they're responsible for the maintenance of the site, had received from families utilizing the application system, and they were unclear. I think they essentially were like, check with DOE. So I wanted to know if that is the case, and if so, if there's any feedback that you can share. I know we're only, I think, in year 2, maybe. And if that's not the case, Deputy Chancellor, that's cool. Just let me know. I want to have a direct sense from the admin where feedback is living and how the program is changing. My second question is, and I agree with Deputy Chancellor on stabilizing the system, especially for early childhood education. And I know that we have seen reduced capacity in the last couple of years, but there are those districts where we're seeing really long waiting lists and higher utilization rates. So curious how we're addressing the capacity problem in those districts. I know you mentioned earlier, Deputy Chancellor, operating under like an outdated contract. I don't know if that's the sole reason, but would really love to know, because for me, District 24, which I share in Queens, is obviously one of those districts. And then lastly, I wanted to ask a capital budget question. I know that in my district particularly, a large percentage of the schools are not fully accessible. I believe it's 71% based on a report by Advocates for Children, and they're not present in the 2020-2024 capital plan. So I'd like to know what the department is doing, I guess citywide, to address that moving forward in the next series of, at least in the next 5-year capital plan. And I think that's my time. Thank you.
On the first question, Councilmember, thank you. Good to see you. You're talking about my city, or are you talking about my schools?
No, my city.
My
so
city.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the one-stop shop, and it launched with child care education.
Just wanted to clarify.
No, that's a good
that.
distinction.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't think. I mean, okay.
Yeah, so I wasn't aware of your concerns, Councilmember, so if you're comfortable, I don't mind rounding back.
No, you wouldn't be aware. I made it to OTI, and they were like, that's with DOE, so that's why. If you don't
I
have
appreciate
it, that's cool.
No, but we don't mind figuring out alongside you, and so if you, I will round back and want to respect your time. In regards to capacity, you have done a wonderful job educating me about kind of the dynamic nature of your specific district. And so, again, multifaceted approach for a very multifaceted issue. And so, yes, we are limited in some instances and just kind of ramping up, but it's also financial. It's also space-wise, right? Some spaces and some programs can't expand. They don't have the physical capacity, although that they have the desire to do so. And so where we can modify within their seat capacity, we work really closely with them and Department of Health and Mental Hygiene because they are the issuers of their permits. We'll work closely to see what's possible. And so again, we've been having a few conversations with a few of the other council members, and I know we haven't had the opportunity to do so, but I would love to sit with you and really give you a data dump of all of your sites, the capacity and enrollment levels, and we can see what's possible.
And I just had a question about the 5-year cap plan and accessibility.
Yes. So we touched on this a little bit earlier. So as you know, there's $800 million in the next 5-year capital plan for accessibility. That is more than the last plan, but not nearly enough to get all of our schools to full accessibility. The first deputy mentioned this. There's some schools that are very old and have a long way to go, but there's a lot of schools where we think we can make progress. So the goal with the $800 million we have is that every community school district will get to 40% fully accessible. Currently, we are a bit over 30% fully accessible across the city and another like 35% partially accessible. So 70% one or the other across the city, 30% in every district. The goal is to get to 40%. One of the things we are prioritizing is our D75 programs. And so the hope is in the next capital plan, we'll get to 50% for D75 programs in every district, but there's absolutely more work to keep doing after that, and that would take additional funding to get beyond that. And if you have specific sites in your district, happy to look into them.
I know the advocates were calling for $1 billion to make our school accessible. With that $1 billion, what would the timeline look like from now? I think if I read the report right, 2030, where our schools would be accessible for all. Am I correct?
I think we went back and forth a little bit on this at the Capitol hearing. That particular additional funding would help us get more schools to fully accessible. That's absolutely true. There are also some schools that in their current building won't get there. That particular timeline for $1 billion to get to fully accessible doesn't sound right to me, but happy to come back
Send me
to
with
some of the
some
estimates.
updated numbers as to what that looks like and what does the landscape look like in making schools accessible. Because again, students have to travel far to get to school when they can stay in community, right? That's one of the biggest things that I know I complain about and the advocates complain about.
And it is one of the, and it is one of the reasons that whenever we do these improvements, we do look at every single community school district and all D75 programs within them to make sure we're making at least baseline progress all the way across the city to avoid that as much as possible.
Thank you. We'll continue to push as the council and advocates as well. Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, Chancellor Ramos. You've been there for us in 114. We were so happy to see you with all your leadership, and I thank God that you believe in the same thing that I believe. Make sure that our children are educated well and they're able to compete with the rest of the world. And I want to say thank you for that. The state of school infrastructure, particularly in older buildings, is a concern across many districts. How does the budget propose to address the long-standing capital needs in school facilities, particularly in the areas with aging infrastructure? I know we talk about the accessibility and stuff, but not the whole infrastructure. How are we doing that?
Councilmember, I just want to thank you so much. And, you know, as one of your favorite people is coming to speak to you, Kevin.
Good afternoon. I very much appreciate the question. These chairs are awesome.
Thank you.
I feel bad for you guys. I'm going to stay up here a while. It's got cushion. I don't know what we got going on back there. It's pretty hard. Yeah. On a serious note,
excuse me.
On a serious note, we do evaluate our buildings on a yearly basis. The Building Conditions Assessment Survey, otherwise known as the BCAS, informs our capital plan, informs our investments, and that is ultimately coupled with your investments. And so to the entire council, I want to thank you for your resume contributions that do bring real quick turnaround in terms of spaces where people want to develop and enhance a physical space. And so I'd say it's a partnership in the capital plan. The categories are posted online, and our partners at the School Construction Authority work tirelessly to make sure these improvements happen in a timely fashion. So if there are any buildings that you're concerned about around the ultimate, the upkeep of the building or a capital enhancement, it could be accessibility, it could be a new auditorium, it could be classroom conversions. Those spaces we'd like to walk and talk with you, because we can develop a plan in partnership with the electeds and the School Construction Authority on the enhancements you want to see. But we do the regular, the regimented assessment, follow up on deficiency, and repair and restoration of the physical plant.
Because as we speak, some schools, like, they don't have ACs, some school, the things are breaking down. I'm doing my best. You can follow my money. Yeah. I love school, and I put my money where I can put it to make sure we have every aspect of the school being addressed. But I need your help to help me navigate the system. Because when you go in the cafeteria, the kids are sweating, in the classroom is sweating, it's not good. School-based health centers. School-based health centers, so my time is up. Are school-based health centers primarily managed by DOH-MH? Is there any funding for school-based health centers in DOE budgets? How many school-based health centers are there? How many schools have access to one? How many students do they serve?
Yes, thank you for the question. So we work really closely with DOH-MH on all the direct services to students in our school. We have actually a joint office. Our Office of School Health actually reports to both agencies, and I wouldn't think that would work, but it actually works incredibly well in terms of taking their expertise and putting it and folding it into our schools. So we work together on school-based health centers, school-based mental health centers. We currently have 314 schools with our school-based health centers. We are continuing to expand our school-based mental health centers as well. Happy to talk about that too, but we work jointly with them. It's not through funding in our budget though. A lot of both of these, the funding's coming from elsewhere, from the state, from Medicaid in some cases as well, and that's what our providers are going directly in terms of payments for the services.
So how the Medicaid, knowing what's going on in federal level in the states, are you programming something, or are you planning around it? Because the health have to still be provided.
Yes, appreciate the question very much, because we talked earlier about some of the funding that comes directly into our budget from the federal government, but the reality is the funding that goes to our students and families but doesn't necessarily show up in our budget is just as critical, and the Medicaid funding that's supporting the centers in our schools is a big piece of that. In terms of our providers being able to afford to offer those services in our schools and us being able to expand them, which we actually are expanding those. We are keeping a close eye on the budget bills at the federal level in terms of what that might mean, and we're in close contact with DOH-MH and OMB. We're really glad we've been able to expand these centers and wouldn't want to lose progress on that.
Lastly, how many students are being served? And I'm done. I know I have a lot of questions. Sorry.
You know, I did hear you ask that, and for some reason I don't have that one in front of me, but I'll get it and share back shortly.
All right, thank you, chairs.
Thank you. Now we have questions from Councilmember Stevens.
Well, hello. How's everyone doing today? All right, well, first question is, where do I get these comic books from? I have a little library, and I would like to have these in my little library so kids can have it in my district. So where do I get it from? That's a real question. Okay, you? Okay. Got it. I would like some copies, so appreciate that. It's super cute. My first question is, I had my hearing yesterday with DYCD, and the first question, and we know that we're having this huge expansion, so I just wanted to just talk about what's the collaboration looks like with the after-school expansion in DOE. Obviously, this is going to be a huge overhaul. We're all excited about it. I'm not excited about the timing, but you know, we're gonna get our RFP out of it, so I guess I gotta deal with it. So I just wanted to just know, and really quickly, because and we could also talk offline after as well, but just wanted to know what the collaboration was like. Then I have a summarizing question, and then I have a question about the workforce, so.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to share that we actually have an outstanding collaboration with the YCD well prior into this expansion. So I personally and a team within community schools meet with the YCD on a monthly basis. We also put forward after-school guidance based on a city council bill that was introduced. We also collaborate around like the current district partnerships. So for the current expansion, however, there are right now weekly meetings that are happening, Stevens, both with DOE, the YCD, City Hall, and other members to ensure that we're doing this well and thought out.
Absolutely, because this expansion is going to be pretty much taking place in schools, and so just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page and we're all working together. But obviously, be in touch about more details about what some of those meetings are. Next question is based on summarizing, based on the impact analysis that was done back in March that DOE did. There was an academic gain of there were no academic gain for middle school students, even for middle school participants who attended summer rising program for 20 days or more. There were no strategic significant impact on math scores. Furthermore, when compared to other students in the city middle school summer rising, participants who attended summer rising program for 20 days or more fared worse in reader scores than their counterparties. And based on this analysis, are you and DYCD looking to change programming models for middle school students? Why or why not? And I just even want to preface this a little bit more around now that I have oversight over ACS and looking at the numbers in the Juvenile Justice Detention Center, we're over 300 currently of young people, and mostly between the ages of 14 and 16, and there's a rising number of felony charges. And then we're seeing that the attendance in summer rising, also with SYP, they're doing project-based learning, which a lot of them have been complaining about, and they get $700 for the summer. So they're not going to SYP, they're not going to summer rising. I'm just trying to get a better understanding as we're moving into the summer, what are we doing for middle school? I know this council spends a lot of time talking about 3K and pre-K, but no one is talking about this population of students who are going into the juvenile justice system and really thinking about how are we targeting and going after them in a real way. And again, summarizing SYP and all these things, we are failing this population of kids. So I'm just wanting to hear, how are we changing this program to fit what they want and not what we think they need?
Thank you for the question, and appreciate the focus on older students for sure. So I just want to say a few things. The summer rising impact analysis, and just to be clear, that was like a really pretty rigorous analysis, higher bar than we usually do for our programs.
But we should be doing it for all the programs, so thank you.
We should, but it's one of the things that's actually hard to do in many cases because we don't have like students who didn't get the exact same intervention. And so we're actually able to do that. And the statistically significant impact we saw for many of our students, for our most vulnerable students, for our younger students, for our students in math, is really very meaningful, including compared to programs like across the country when those are evaluated. Always more work to do, and always appreciate your feedback and pushes here, but we are quite proud of the work. As we look towards this summer and how we can continue to improve that work, I'd say there's a couple of different things we're doing. One is we're working closely with our instructional colleagues to make sure we're supporting both our teachers and our CBO providers to continue to support the academic programming in the morning. It's all a joint effort. B is we're working again across our school communities and our our CBO providers to think about where we can interweave additional enrichment opportunities. We'll have a little bit of a climate action situation throughout the school day as well as in the afternoon, increase our field trips as well, and then continuing to ensure the academic work is aligned with the school year academic work we are doing. I think those are the major quick hits in terms of that. I know the Chancellor wanted to touch briefly on some of the other middle school facing academic work we're doing as well.
Councilmember, just really quickly, first, and thank you for talking about older students, especially because my background is with adolescents, and I don't think we talk enough about them internally. So the first thing is that the impact that we saw in the earlier grades is because in that half-day academic component, we did have a science of, we did honored, right? The science of reading training. It wasn't the same curricula that we are using in our schools during the regular months, but there is there was work around the science of reading, and so that didn't exist in the middle school piece because we hadn't expanded New York City Reads into middle school, which is something that we recently did and we're really excited.
I just want y'all to know, this is not even a hit at you guys of being like, I want you guys to do more academics. I actually want to kind of move a little bit away from it because this is why the middle school kids are not coming, right? And because like I don't think that anything's wrong with them not like doing rigorous, calculus and all this stuff. I think that that's part of it. And so how are we getting them in there? I think the data is the data, and I think that we need to use it to refresh it. But I don't want us to get stuck there because now that I have this, juvenile detentions are filling up. They're filling up, and the academics isn't why they're filling up. So I think this is why we need to be thinking about what is it that they need and how do we get all and have different options for all the kids. And so that's why I'm asking, are we thinking about doing something different? Because I think even in this work, we work in silos, right? So, it's those kids over here who are in juvenile detention. We have the kids over here who are going to the after-school programs. We have these kids. And so I'm just trying to close some of the gaps of thinking about what are we doing to make sure that all these kids have options. And summarizing isn't necessarily a good option for a lot of our middle school kids because they're not coming because of the academic fees.
So, Councilmember, a couple things. One is, and I hear what you're saying, we need to make it more engaging and incentivize it for the kids to come. But respectfully, I do think that the academic piece is also important because what kids don't like is coming to school and having their time wasted. And so if there is a decentralized instructional approach to meeting the needs of kids, then they probably will not want to come. That's not to say that children are jumping, with excitement to do any type of academic work over the summer, but I do believe, and I've seen it happen, that when there is engaging curriculum or engaging instructional expectations that are meeting the needs of kids, they do attend.
Agree, and we're on the same page. We're 100% because for me, at the end of the day, as adults, our job is to pull education and academics out of all the experience that young people have. So anything that they're doing, we can pull the academics out, but for me, we also got to get them there. So that's my thing on how we what's the carrot, because when they get in the building, we're going to teach them. Like, that's what we do. And so that's probably what I want to focus more. What's the carrot to get them there? Because what we're offering isn't getting them there.
So as we also, as Flavia also mentioned earlier, we have an excellent partnership with DYCD. Commissioner Howard and I had a conversation about making sure that SYEP opportunities are connected to our Future Ready, our larger pathways work. So that way, if you are doing some sort of a job in healthcare and now you are in an SYEP job, there is a potential for you to be in a job that is in the same industry. So Commissioner Howard and I had those conversations very early on about.
Well, I've been having that conversation with him since I got here, so. I feel like a lot of that is wasted too. And I'm happy you even brought that up because that's my last question, and chairs, I'll be done. Just around my other big push is reimagining the workforce because, again, young people, everywhere I go, they're like, Miss, I need a job, I want a job, how do I get a job? And I think that we have a lot of bones here around how we can get every child in the city a job if we just figure this out, right? I know we have LTW, which I'm a huge champion of, worked in that program, seen how it works, understand it, actually was the LPW coordinator at a YABC, loved the program. And then Future Ready, which my nephew literally went through, currently works at MasterCard because of this program, and actually works with you guys all the time around this. And and thinking about if we have those in schools and then we're looking at expanding work, learn, grow, we can get young people jobs now. And not talking about, obviously we want career pathways, but we talking about getting them real money now. So I would love for you guys to talk a little bit about what does that work look like of getting young people paid internships? What do you need from us and how do we continue to get you money to support it? Because again, we focus a lot on pre-K in here, but we are not talking about how we're losing these kids. And I would love to hear about what are some of the other internship opportunities, whether it's through community schools and things like that, so we can get real money into these young people's hands now.
Yep, and so First Deputy Chancellor touched on this earlier, and so I'm going to pass the mic to him to go into the details again, but I just want to open with $18 million. this administration put $18 million in the pockets of students who are currently in New York City public schools through our workforce development, and that is something that we are extremely proud of. I think Dan mentioned earlier that while the numbers would be impressive, 15,000 kids in other districts, New York City, we know that we need to do a lot more, which is why we're always looking to expand. But we agree with you, and we want to make sure that students are getting paid and that they do not have to negotiate between basic needs and finding a job and pursuing their career interest. And that is precisely why the work that we do in Future Ready is so important. But first, Deputy Chancellor.
Thank you, Chancellor. And Councilmember Stevens, I'm so happy to hear that your nephew went through Future Ready and is working at MasterCard. That's what we want for
He's
all
a sophomore at Baruch, and he's working at
Oh my
MasterCard.
gosh,
And he worked there. He was at MasterCard since his sophomore year.
Sophomore year?
Yep.
That is amazing. And that's why when I mentioned earlier, for each of these 15,000 young people who've gone through this program, it's life-changing for them because they get these experiences. And as you know from your nephew, it's not going in and doing busy work at these companies. It's not doing filing. They are getting skills that transfer to full-time jobs when they decide to do it, that then lead to rewarding careers, making six figures living here in New York City. So that's the vision. And I appreciate so much your offer to help. We're trying to scale this program 15,000 to 100,000 quickly. We're not talking about when I'm in a rocking chair on a porch somewhere. We're talking about by 2030, that's coming up. So we're going to need your help.
So what's your ask this year?
Our ask.
Yeah, you said 100,000. That's what you said.
No, this year we're going to expand the number of Future Ready schools from 135. We're hoping to get to at least 185. That will touch thousands more children, but we can meet with you and show you the sequence we have to get it to 2030 to 100,000 students, getting the same sorts of experiences that your nephew got. What does that take? Recruiting more employers. You can help us with that. It takes funding to make sure we're training the teachers and hiring the right teachers to help them. It takes funding for early college because, as you say, Council Member, it isn't just the work experience or just the academics, it's both. So early college is a piece of it as well. So it will take funding, which right now we don't have in baseline in our budget. Would love your support for that.
How much funding are you requesting currently?
Well, I think right now, for Future Ready, we're looking at for next fiscal year, $29 million for the additional 50 schools, and then beyond that, I'm sure we have those.
How much are you
figures.
requesting for LTW?
LTW, I don't have that figure in front of me.
I just like to say it on the record because I like people to know how much money we need to get for the things that we need to really be investing in. Because I think sometimes we don't look at these programs of like crime reduction and public safety when they really are, and this is important to me.
The number for LTW is 31 million.
So we looking for like what, $60 million here? I mean, that's not a lot. $60 million, we got this, council, right? $60 million, that's all we asking for. It's our money. So thank you. I mean, again, these things are really important to me because, again, looking at how our numbers are rising in juvenile detention numbers, and this is an investment, and I say this regularly. If we invest in our kids on the front end, we won't have to invest in them on the back end. And $60 million is a lot less than we have to pay when they're in rackers or when they are, not able to get jobs because of other things and mistakes. And so for me, this is an investment. And so $60 million is not a lot of money to make sure that we're supporting our young people because it's necessary and needed. I mean, I know a lot of folks heard we had a shooting where our 16-year-old girl was killed last week. Like, these are the things that we have to make sure that we're investing in so these things aren't happening. So I will continue to fight for this, and $60 million is the number you're asking. I'm put it on my list, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. I wanted to circle back to some of the state funding questions. Just plainly, what's the difference between the amount of state funding from last year compared to this year?
So for foundation aid, we'll receive $539 million more. But again, that's over $300 less than we would have received had the state just stuck with its current formula, right? So one way of saying it is that that's money That additional $800+ million is money we earned through increased enrollment, through serving our English language learners, through the cost of inflation, which is baked into the formula. That's what we should have received under the previous formula, and what we received was $539 million.
Okay. And another question about the ACS vouchers. So if the funding for the ACS vouchers for 20,000 extended day year seats are not there, then will those seats not exist next year?
And so I was able to confirm that number, so thank you, Chair. And so ACS shared that the 20,000 is specifically for the HRA cash assistance vouchers. And then there's another 68,000 for ACS low-income vouchers. Specific questions about the voucher program, we would have to refer them back to ACS, and so we'll take a log of your questions and round back to ACS and then to you.
Okay, yeah, that's very important. There's
Chair Brennan.
20,000 seats that hang in the balance. We need to know.
Sorry, Chair Brennan, I actually think, and I don't want to misspeak, but my understanding of vouchers, I actually think the HRA cash assistance vouchers might not be at risk. I think those are, yeah.
Yeah, there's three, yeah. They told us yesterday. Okay. Okay, I want to jump over to arts education funding, something that's very important to me personally and to this council and to Chair Joseph. The council called on the administration to restore and baseline $41 million for arts programming in schools, and we were pleased to see that the funding was baselined. However, 290 schools still do not have a certified arts teacher, and that continues to be a council priority. So our understanding is that $11.5 million of the $41 million was directly distributed to schools through SAM number 36 for FY25. Could you tell us how was the remainder of the $41 million in arts funding dispersed?
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Live mic. My name is Paul Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of the Arts Office, and I just want to first say thank you for your support. This is a great day for the arts, that the arts funding is going to be baselined, so thank you. So there's a number of ways that we could talk about this data for you. What we provided was disaggregated data. There were 44 touch points that the Arts Office was responsible for developing that touched all plus 1,500 schools. And so I can talk about sort of the high level, or I can actually go through each district and talk about how many DBNs per city council district were affected.
Yeah, I mean, I think just...
Got you, high level.
Yeah, just the process behind how that other $41 million was spent.
So the Arts Office is dedicated to making sure that we are supporting all schools in New York City, especially those that aren't audition and or screened. And so one of the high-level things is we provided Adobe licenses to every single DBN. So every student will have access to high-quality digital arts materials. For arts partnership grants, there were plus 300 schools that were supported with this. For principal fellows, there were 170 different DBNs that were supported with this funding. We did principal fellow upgrades, so there were upwards of 144 schools where principal fellows were able to receive facility upgrades, so new paint, new furniture, new arts materials to help support the programming that they were putting together. We have Salute to Music. These are borough-wide music programs. There's 160 DBNs that were covered in that. There are the borough arts festivals. And so just to go through those, you know, there are hundreds of schools in each district or in each borough that are represented in those programs. For our teacher professional development, we have visual arts. 1,200 teachers saw support from that funding. 170 theater teachers, 351 dance teachers, 583 music teachers, 397 teachers were supported in Arts for Diverse Learners and MML support. So again, this is just a high-level look at how some of that funding was spent.
And how can DOE better hold principals accountable for being in compliance for arts education?
That's a good question. Our office early on developed a strategy for supporting principals specifically, since principals really are the folks responsible for controlling budgets, hiring teachers. And so we developed the Principal Fellows Program where we partner direct with teachers to ensure, with principals to ensure that they're putting the arts in the core of their school's instructional mission. We also continue to work with all of the superintendents who ensure that all of the principals are meeting the state mandates that are set for the arts. So that's in elementary school meeting those mandates, in middle school meeting those mandates, and in high school and meeting those mandates.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could just note for the record, that may be the first time in council history we've had professional musicians on both the asking and the receiving of the question.
We're on the same channel.
It's pretty cool, I just want to say, as a non-musician.
Last from me, and then I'm going to kick it back to Chair Joseph. So I want to talk about the Nest and Horizon programs. So DOE recently expanded the number of specialized programs for children with autism in 3 school districts. At prior hearings, DOE has testified to the very positive outcomes for students enrolled in these programs. Nest and Horizon are 2 programs that I'm a huge fan of, and I think we need to do more of. They have a 97% 4-year graduation rate, higher than the general education graduation rate. So what is the current capacity of Nest, Horizon, and the Ames programs?
Thank you, Chair. So our current capacity, in the upcoming year, we're going to be opening 16 new classes, and in total, we're going to be serving 116 more students in our specialized autism programs. Overall, we're projecting to serve almost 5,100 students in specialized autism programs. We appreciate the support of these programs and, yes, are excited to keep that number moving towards 100%.
Did New York City Public Schools submit a new needs request for the expansion to OMB?
Well, thankfully, we did some cost analysis and are able to work out the funding this year internally. We want to continue to grow these programs, as you know, and we want to get to these parents that are on waiting lists. These are highly sought after programs.
Funding was added for IESP support for students in non-public schools in the executive plan, but I didn't see any funding added in these programs for public school students.
Yes, so the funding was added. I think, I'm going to let my colleague answer your question, Chair, but just if I may say, IESP is an important example of how a short-term investment is going to have long-term year-over-year outcomes that reap benefit for public school students. And so the investment currently is going to be in direct service of students in private and parochial settings. And we're seeing a 30% decrease in our due process complaints, which is going to serve us over time, but I'll pass it to my colleague.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, General Counsel Liz Vladeck. Credit really goes to Deputy Chancellor Foti. We've spoken many times before about the really explosive increase in due process cases that have been filed over the last 8 years, and how we've realized that those are not primarily Carter cases, but rather families who do not seek a public education and want their children to go to a particular private school and have DOE pay for the services. The decrease in the due process cases that we saw this year, 30% down so far, and context, that's after they've gone up 23 to 25% year over year. So a dramatic drop, is directly related to the ability of our committees on special education doing very aggressive and engaged outreach to families whose students have IESPs to do more to arrange services directly so that families are not put in a position of having to find their own provider or file a due process claim. the investments that you're mentioning have done several things. One of them was to increase the hourly rate for SETS services, which we see at a very, very high rate in IESP cases. But I would like to mention that in parallel to that, on the public school side, Deputy Chancellor Fode's office has an RFP out to increase hourly rates for related services across the board, the primary beneficiaries of which, of course, are our public school students.
Okay, thank you. Chair Joseph.
Just want to do a quick follow-up on your Carter cases. We will continue to call them that. In the executive plan, $206 million was added to the Carter case budget, bringing it to fiscal 2025 to $1.3 billion. So fiscal 2025, you already exceeded the $1.2 billion of actual spending in FY24. Does DOE anticipate on adding additional funding for Carter cases in this fiscal year?
Yeah, I can answer that one. So it's something that we definitely closely monitor. As you can see, there are a number of adjustments made between prelim and exec. And if there's any further adjustments that we need to the budget, we'll definitely continue to have our conversations with OMB around it.
And what are your strategies for you in effort to curb the spending while we still ensuring that every student has access to a free and appropriate public education? And that's something I've been yelling since I've been in the council about the cost.
Yes, Chair. Well, I think you've heard from Deputy Chancellor Fode about her autism programs. When we talk about the cost, the dollar figures that you're pointing to, one of the culprits is that explosion in the IESP cases, but another culprit is the increasing cost per student for a Carter case. In other words, the cost of tuition.
So what does that average cost look like? Give me a number.
We're working that out because, as you know, the numbers roll in over
course.
time. However, I feel comfortable ballparking tuition at a standard private school autism program at around $150,000 per student.
Per year as well,
Per
correct?
year, yes. And so the more we are able to invest in our public school autism programs, the more of those Carter cases we can successfully defend, which is to say, get up in a hearing and say, we have offered a more than adequate placement and should not be required to pay that tuition.
And we're looking at the model, right? The NEST program, as the graduation rate is so high, we need to duplicate more of that. So that should go hand in hand with reducing our courses, correct?
Thank you, Chair. Exactly. You know, and I brought those numbers with me. The Carter tuition cases per pupil range from 175 to 210, 210,000. Our specialized programs, particularly our AIMS program, which is our most competitive program, to our Carter cases is 66,000. So just want to reiterate my point earlier. If we can do a short-term investment in creating these specialized programs, that will be our biggest competitor to Carter cases. Parents want these programs. We had 2,200 families apply to AIMS that were vying for 288 seats. If we can begin a concerted effort to create these programs, parents will come, and we will see those numbers decrease the same way as when we built IESP services in-house, we see a 30% decrease in due process complaints.
Earlier you mentioned there were parents on wait lists. How many parents do you have waitlisted?
For the AIMS program in K-2, there were 2,673 applicants. Now, I just want to be clear, that does not mean that those kids are waiting for seats. Every child has a seat. That is a number that is indicative of interest.
So I understand that the Carter cases, the cost varies year per year, right? The council is continuing for the administration to align Carter case budget with actual spending. So at the fiscal 2025 budget for due process cases was $646 million. As I mentioned earlier, this was grown to $1.3 billion in the current plan. So the fiscal 2026 budget is currently $934 million, which is well above the 2025 adopted budget amount and well below the current fiscal 2025. So do you believe that the current fiscal 2026 budget is more realistic in estimating costs and spending in previous fiscal years at adoption?
I can answer that one for you. So we, again, continue to monitor, especially because a lot of our costs come from prior years. And so we will work with OMB to true up as the bills are coming in. But I can't say right now that it is that it's enough, indicative of the drop that we've been seeing just yet.
So you know what I would love? I would love to see a breakdown of students receiving tuition for the year 2022, 2023, 2022 to 2023 school year, 2023 to 2024 school year, and the current school year by race, socioeconomic status, age, gender, school district, and council district. So if you don't have that, I would love for you to email that to my office.
Chair, I believe that we have sent disaggregated data responsive to those points. I want to say a couple of quick things. One is that we are not able to give a socioeconomic status breakdown because we don't have income data from families. So our best proxy is zip codes, and obviously
okay.
that doesn't really tell us because we have plenty of brownstones and public housing next door to one another.
Correct.
I would also like to speak to projections. I think when we look at costs rising over these past years, it's been really out of control and unpredictable. And I think we have finally started to get our arms around some of it in any number of ways. The cost of an IESP case in 8 years went up by 30 times. And we have undertaken many steps to deal with that, including to push out some of the fraud that we know is responsible for some of that increase. So CFO Sarita Scott is, of course, completely right, but I am hopeful that we're finally bending the curve here and finally getting to a place where we can start to model what's happening in this space.
Yeah, we would love to see that as well. So is it possible you could provide number of students receiving direct services through due process, including vouchers for the last 10 years? Can you provide that to us?
So we don't have, for the last 10 years, we can talk about our data systems and their updates and challenges. However, I can give you those numbers for the last 3 years. And I'll break it down by services and tuition, but I just want to note that some students receive both, and so it's not additive, if that makes sense. In school year 22-23, 14,521 students received direct services, 6,739 students we made tuition payments for. In school year 23-24, 9,820 students received direct services. This is all via due process cases, while 6,501 students we paid tuition for them. Here are this year's numbers, which of course are going to continue to go up. The year's not over, but I do think that this trend will hold on the services side. We're down to 2,503 students this year receiving services via due process claims, and 3,859 students receiving tuition payments via Carter case.
And students who are getting Carter cases, if they don't receive the service in due time, is it allowed to roll over for the next school year? How does that work?
It depends on exactly what's on the IEP. So where a family is arguing, is stating that they were entitled to services that the kid didn't get and still needs, we will provide compensatory services. But of course, we have to evaluate kids every year. We have to monitor their process and update their IEP. So at any given moment in time, the IEP should reflect what that student needs during that academic year.
What's the average wait time when a parent wants that service, has not received it, and would like that service to roll over? What does that look like?
In the Carter case setting?
Yeah, or Connor.
So not in our public schools, but in the due process base?
Yep.
Let me get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm sorry, if I could just add.
Sure.
I'm sure that many of the members are familiar with a longstanding problem we had about getting payments for services and
Correct.
service arrangements out the door. So we'd really love the chance to brief the council and your staff about the tremendous progress we've made on that front. Where our production, our working through of these of service authorizations and payments, we're reaching record highs. We have a set of new tools that we're hearing rave reviews about to help families and their attorneys. So to the extent that's part of your question, we are making tremendous progress and would love to share more.
Well, thank you. We want to make sure our kids are getting the services. But in the council preliminary budget hearing in March, New York City Public Schools testified that more than 600 children were waiting for seats in their legally mandated preschool special education classes, and 7,914 preschoolers with IEPs were waiting for at least one of their legally mandated service to begin. and more than half of those children, which is 4,570 preschoolers with IEPs, were receiving none of their mandated service. Can you give us some updated data about the number of preschoolers with IEP currently waiting for seats in their legally mandated preschool special education classes, the number of percentage of preschoolers with IEP currently waiting for at least one service to start, and the number of percentage of preschoolers with IEPs currently receiving none of their mandated services?
Yes, I can, Chair, and just want to reiterate what I said earlier. We are doing everything we can with what we have, right? We're making up for an infrastructure that wasn't there. Currently, there are 616 preschoolers waiting for seats. Just to be clear, we did stand up and meet every one of the commitment we made with that $55 million. We added those 700 seats as promised. As I said earlier, preschool special education enrollment is happening on a rolling basis. It is not that those kids are waiting and nothing is happening. The process will continue for them. Again, we added 1,700 seats this administration has had. We do expect through right sizing that we will every kid will start with a seat in the fall, and we're really excited about that. In terms of students with receiving all of their related services, there are currently 17,453 students in preschool receiving all. That's 71%. 77,156, that's 29%, are missing one or more. 3,729, that's 15%, have no related service. We are maximizing, again, the service providers we have. How are we doing that? We're inviting kids to Weekend Academy. We're inviting them to our 79 sensory gyms. General Counsel Vladeck spoke about the RFP and the increased, enhanced related service contract. That contract is especially targeting our preschoolers. And of course, we're going to offer our preschoolers with disabilities those related service summer sites as well. Once we have related service providers to serve our integrated classrooms as well as our students in our community-based programs, that will really help put a dent in those students that are receiving none or one or more services.
Thank you for that update. In our budget response, we were calling for $70 million for related services. But in our January and March, New York City Public Schools testified that you would need an additional 246 related service providers to serve children in public schools. But we noticed that New York City, it's not in the budget. So how will New York City meet its legal obligation to these preschoolers with disabilities when the funding is not in the budget?
Yeah, we were calling for that as well, and we appreciate your partnership on that front. As I said, we're going to maximize the resources we have on those four fronts: weekend, sensory gyms, the contract, the related service sites over the summer. We too want to see those related service providers in our schools.
So how many providers would be needed to meet those needs?
At our last hearing, we testified that we are seeking 250 related service providers for our integrated classes and 75 related service for our preschool students outside of our integrated programs. So that's 325.
325.
Yes.
Which special education services has the longest wait list? And what's causing the delay in providing this service?
For preschool special education, the longest wait list is for, excuse me one second, Chair, I have it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yes. So our See-It services are where we're struggling to provide those services. That is not a service that we provide in-house. That is a contracted service that we're looking to do more on that front. The more that we can make inclusive recommendations, the less reliance we have on outside services. That is why we've been really pushing for our in-house evaluation sites. Kids are 9% more likely to go to an inclusive recommendation if New York City Public Schools evaluates them. So that's a big part of this process, is why we're pushing for additional evaluators. monolingual counseling and vision services are another place that we're looking to do more. We, as you know, recently the Division of Inclusive and Accessible Education has taken D75 back in our umbrella. That's where vision services lie. We're looking to maximize those services.
You will maximize, okay. What type of service providers are needed for integrated special education classes?
You know, teachers are a big part of this puzzle for integrated. The Chancellor spoke about the 3,700 incoming teachers. Preschool teachers will likely come out of in that cohort as well. You heard DC Hawkins talk about all that we're doing to increase, to make the most of our contracts. That enhancement contract for 4410s has done so much to stabilize the workforce. So we are not seeing losing providers, which is really great. That's a big difference from last year, but we will be doing more and more to bring more 4410s online.
What is the current budget headcount and number of vacancies for the Committee on Preschool Special Education administrative staff?
I will need to get back to you on vacancies, Chair.
Okay. And you said some of these services will be provided in-house, correct?
That's right.
And how much would it cost to provide these services in-house?
I can get back to you on the headcount needed, Chair. The related service providers are key for that. We are also in our last testimony testified needing about 47 more CPSE staff.
And what's the long delay with set services? I mean, that's a lot we're hearing from providers. Delay for set services, long delays. What's the problem that it's causing a delay with the sets?
Chair, just to clarify, do you mean see it? See it for preschool?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So our see it providers, again, we work with, they're largely contracted, and we would love to bring those providers in-house so that we can do assignments just like we do for our special education teachers and their related service providers.
Are we reaching out to community-based organizations for that service as well?
We're working as much as we can with all of our, yes, we're working as much as we can with our community partners and contracted agencies.
You're trying to hire and bring it in-house so we can do that, right? So what's the current budgeted and the headcounts for See It?
I'd have to get back to you on that, Chair.
Okay, and also, we'll send those up in the follow-up. We'll send that up in the follow-up questions for you. So some of our stuff got baseline, which we're really happy about, because that was our Sesame word of the day. Sesame Street word of the day was baseline, and I think the administration heard it very clear. So in the executive plan, the $4 million for high-impact tutoring baseline starting in fiscal 2026. This program works with Expanded Ed schools to bring tutoring to students and most impacted by COVID-19. How many schools have partnered with Expanded? Nobody knows?
We'll get that number to you, Chair. Sorry.
Oh, you'll get that. Okay. My partner has a question.
I have a question about the Safe Passages pilot. So it was a partnership between the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice and DOE. I thought it was a great program aimed to reduce violence before, during, and after the school day. There are a bunch of schools in Coney Island that were receiving Safe Passage funding, but then they informed us that the funding was no longer available. So was Safe Passages discontinued citywide, or was it handed over to DYCD?
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Mark Rampersant, Chief of Safety Prevention Partnership.
I've heard of you.
Have you? So the program that you are talking about is currently under DYCD.
Okay.
It is now the YES model. And so the way by which they disseminated funding is a little different this year. I don't want to talk about another agency's, funding stream or allocation, but they did a little different. So it was less schools, but more money to schools.
Okay. All right, I'll take it up with them.
While we're on this subject, restorative justice programming, alternative to suspension and other punitive response to conflict, and it proves that it works, right? And has trusted relationships between students and teachers. So how many schools have restorative justice programming? And we realize we got to cut. My restorative budget was 12 million, now it's down to 6 million. So how is that going to impact the schools if we really, really want to create safe spaces? Yes, it's $6 million, not 12 million anymore. Hello.
So just a quick correction on that. So it's 12 million in fiscal year 26. Only 6 million of it is baseline. The other 6 million made it into 26, and we have to keep advocating for the out years.
And how many schools does that serve? Put your mic on.
Thank you. This is my first time here.
Welcome.
Thank you for inviting me. My name is Ms. Linda Harrington. I'm the Citywide Director of Restorative Practices. Chair Joseph, can you ask that question again, please?
How many schools currently have restorative justice programming?
Currently, we have 972 schools in total across the city. We work directly with 350 schools, and then we have 682 indirect schools. Let me make sure that number is correct. 682 schools that's indirect. And when I speak about direct schools, that is the central level restorative team that work in the schools with the staff, the school-based staff.
So, so no schools, we're gonna get this straight on the record. So this is 6 million was baseline, 6 million is, so altogether it's 12, so no schools will lose their programming. I need that on the record, because my young people call every day when they saw those numbers.
Yes, it's maintaining the same levels that we had in fiscal year 25, so it should serve the same amount of schools in fiscal year 26.
Okay, thank you.
So yes, to the service of those schools, we are saying that. As the Chancellor mentioned in earlier conversations, we are looking at the holistic restorative practices to see how we can infuse a greater SCL component in there, so that we're not only reaching our middle and high schools, we're also meeting our elementary schools as well. So we'll be talking to you more about what that looks like so that we can get more granular about the overall understanding of restorative, and people don't just perceive it to be circles, right? We are meeting the whole child, so we're absolutely anxious to have those conversations with you as we think about how we're remixing the whole model of restorative practices.
Yeah, needs a little remixing, suspension. And when we talk about public safety, these are the things we talk about, right? So Chair Stevens and I can always agree on that. Everything in schools attached to. So by the time a young person picks up a gun, we failed. We don't want to be failing. We want to make sure we're delivering young people. And that includes the jobs we talk about, right? And that includes the investments in mental health. SCL should not be an option. It should be integrated into our curriculum. It should be second nature to our young people. So when we talk about these investments, we talk about this. Safe passages, as Chair Brennan talked about, I had a school who reached out and said their safe passages didn't start until February, and they're part of that Project Pivot project. So we want to know, why does it take so long for it to start? There was a school I spoke to, matter of fact, they were having issues. I went down to see the school. And you know me, Mark, I'm hands-on. Nobody's gonna come tell me, I'm gonna go see myself. And when I got there and I said, what's happening? We didn't start seeing safe passages until February, knowing very well that school needed it from day one till June. So I would love to know what's the thought process behind starting safe passages in February when the school starts in September.
So 100%, I would definitely like to know what that school is, because we were intentional about making the dollars available to every one of these schools participating in the Project Pivot initiative in September. So any school that started the Safe Passage program that was a part of Project Pivot,
it is.
That ownership is on the respective school as they chose their respective providers. So I'd love to talk to you more about that as we made the money available to those schools in September.
Because I know those schools were intentional. Those were the schools with the highest violence around young people, and those were the intention. But if we're starting in February, we're defeating the purpose, right?
I agree 100%. But we should.
But that's sorry to
Yep.
interject, but I think that's what we're saying, Chair, is that we strategically designed it so that wouldn't be the norm. And so I think if we can get the exact DBN offline, there's something to investigate there as to what caused the school to have to start so late in the game. And if there are other schools that are doing that, then we encourage the entire council to let us know. But that's not acceptable, and that certainly is not something that it was designed to do.
Thank you. Student Success Centers, talk to us about that. I know there was a redesign, you centrally, but we left out one important component, which is middle school, right? So we're seeing at a rate, for me, this should start in elementary, because a lot of these things, kids disconnecting from school, starts from elementary. So we got to start meeting that need in elementary and stretch it out. We took out middle schools, so we want to know what's the thought process around it this year. And it's a proven program, right? Every time something works, we take it away. So it's peer-to-peer, where students help their peers with college administration process. The students testify today how much that work has made an impact on him. He spoke this morning at a rally, and so we're more than 30 high schools across the city, so we call on the administration to fund this program. So just want to hear your thought process on that.
Thank you, Chair. Melanie Mack, been on a couple school visits together now. Yes. So you know that there is really deep work happening when we talk about someone like Councilmember Stevens' nephew taking the big leaps he took after graduation, right? And that's very intentional in terms of the work that we've invested in high school, college, and career advising, in establishing a career navigation roadmap, and finding a way when stimulus funding expired to self-fund the high school student success center. So we've continued that investment. There are a few things that we've shifted based on talking to young people, talking to providers, talking to the high schools. The $3.3 million that we invest in student success centers is going entirely to the high school work, because the previous formula wasn't serving all students and all of the schools on those campuses. So 37 schools, 13 SSCs, and 18,000 students total. So we believe we got the formula right, just so that we were hearing from providers, hearing from students, and right-sizing what the CBO capacity needs to be to really let the Student Success Center work well. In terms of the middle school success centers, we certainly heard your push this year, and we worked with the 2 middle school student success centers on some one-time bridge funding this year. We spoke with the principals, we spoke with the providers, and talked about what this investment this year could do in terms of helping them with sustainability. We've learned a lot from the middle school success centers. Those 2 served about 150 students. And we are looking for bigger impact to all of the push that we've heard from the council around the absolute importance of college and career exploration happening early and often. And so there's 3 things that we're doing next year in the middle school space. One is we're testing out digital advising tools with over 5,000 middle school students. So when we think about a tool like Zello, when we think about other college and career advising tools that are now available, that families can utilize, that school counselors can utilize, providers can utilize with students, really tap into interests, explore careers, explore college options, and take those digital portfolios into high school with them as they're looking at the myriad options they have for high schools. So that's one thing, is we're investing in that as a more scalable way of expanding college and career exploration in middle school. 2, in our DREAM Specialized High School Institute program that's serving thousands of our 7th and rising 8th graders each year, we are incorporating career exploration into that curriculum alongside the academic readiness. We want our students to see, as we know, we've done a lot of really good work in the high school space with Future Ready, building on the CTE legacy, really making the college and career opportunities explicit in high school. And so we want our middle schoolers to understand what are those options and how can they be grounded in what students are interested in, where they might see themselves, because we know we have many of those pathways to offer them in the high schools. And then there's one more thing that I'm catching myself on that we're doing in the middle school space next year, which is why I have my handy-dandy notes. I did get that. And then the third area is, over the past couple of years, we've developed a career navigation roadmap for our high schools. This delineates grade by grade what are the key milestones our students should have access to as they're exploring their careers, as they're building towards their post-secondary plan. We had not yet done the same work in middle school. And so what we'll have next year is the middle school extension of the Career Navigation Roadmap, which is a citywide blueprint for what are the key experiences in college and career exploration that every 6th, 7th, and 8th grader should have, that we are training our providers and our school counselors, our school leaders, and our teachers into. So those are the 3 areas of investment that we think are important in broadening college and career exploration at the middle school level.
We were also hearing from providers that they were also not being paid on time. I hope that's something you're planning to work on. And we would love to sit down, because I have quite a few of my colleagues that's really their love, and also providers, to see how we can map this out and make it available to middle school students, as you mentioned, in expanding their career footprint as they continue to leave our school system, but having the tools in their toolbox as they leave and navigate our school system. So I think that's very important.
May I offer that maybe what we can do is set up a briefing, Chair, and whoever you think should be present, but we can share some of the tools and some of the strategies that we're looking at, get your feedback, and then figure out a path forward that we all think works.
That would be amazing.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and I think my colleagues would be happy. So community schools, happy to see it's finally baseline in the executive budget for community schools. We've also heard delays in payment to providers for community school programming.
Flavia's making her way up, Chair.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I see you.
Made my way. So yes, in terms of community school, we have been working diligently in making sure that contracts are registered first. We had a significant amount of contract that needed to be extended, have been able to register 245 out of the 269. We immediately provided 40% advances to those contracts upon registration, which in total, so far we have dispersed just for the 40% advancement, approximately 52 million. There's another about 4 million that are in the pipeline of getting paid, and this is in addition to payment that we had for outstanding balance or current invoices. So once we provide the 40% advancement, then we recoup the funding, and then once they hit the 40%, we move to the next payment to issue.
So do you have a number of how many providers you owe?
I can look into a specific number. I mean, we're still paying contracts for this year, and we still have about, for the current contracts from the 269, 16 that are with the controller that are pending registration, and 8 that we're working with the contracts for registration.
So how do you plan on addressing the payment delays to provide on-time payment to community schools?
So I think there's many ways that we have done that. So one of those is working closely with the coalition, the CVOs, ensuring that we have ongoing communications with our operational team so that payments are expedited. They all know and have my phone number, my email, so if they need to get in touch with me to request additional support doing that, working closely with our DCP department as well. Something that I think has been a struggle, at least for the last few years that I've been working closely with community schools, is that community schools were exponentially expanded all the way through COVID. Our team and our structures were not until recently, where this chancellor, through her advocate and this leadership team, actually looked at that as also another way to look at our infrastructure and looking at gaps that we have in terms of staff. So having more people to be able to work more expeditiously.
So how many people you have on staff now?
Right now, we are in the process of bringing 10 additional staff members to be able to support the initiative. And just to give you a sense of that, in 2022, 2023, we added 108 community schools, 2021, 2022, 51, 2018, 2019, 26. Throughout all that duration, this was like doubling up the number of schools that we supported with the same infrastructure until now.
So you have 10 more new staffers on your team?
We have 10 people that we're working to bring on board. That is correct.
To bring them on board, so that would help support providers with invoice, paperwork, and all that other stuff. As we mark 10 years of the anniversary of community school initiatives, I'm going to ask for a little data here. What's the student performance data you've been reviewing to evaluate the impact of this model in the last decade, right?
What I can say is that we have recently been working with the Research Support Policy Group in New York City Public Schools. So we know from the REM and other studies that definitely community schools had an impact on improved attendance, that we saw across the board that in terms of ELA, math scores, especially long-term, when we looked at community schools versus the rest of the city, we saw growth, right? And in some cases, or in most cases, we know that community schools have higher concentration of E&E, have higher concentration of STH. So even as we look at like these 10-year studies that you're flagging, especially those first subset of community schools that join our pipeline, we can certainly see the growth, and we're happy to sit down with you, do a deeper briefing around that, and continuing to think not just about payments, but also about program sustainability and impact in each and all of the things that we know that community schools can do.
We don't want to fund just fund. We want to make sure it's doing what it's supposed to be
100%. Yes.
So what are some of the strategies you have for summer school implementing strengthening family engagement? And that's something I've always talked about. And how are we measuring these impacts and those efforts? Because community school is supposed to be a holistic approach with family and students. So what are you seeing and how are you measuring those impacts?
Impact in family engagement through the community school strategy?
Correct.
Okay, so the first thing, yes, 4 of the pillars that we focus on with community school is family engagement. So each of the community schools are required to have more ongoing family events. Even now, recently, we're focusing on preparing our end-of-year event. We have one targeting Manhattan and Brooklyn, one targeting the other boroughs. In addition to that, the school comprehensive educational plan for community schools also has a layer of it that talks about the support and different ways in which we need to engage the whole community's families and the student leadership team for this work.
And around these social safety nets, I always talk about attendance. So what are you seeing the difference between attendance trends in schools that are community schools versus schools that are not?
What I can say is that when we looked at this preliminary approach to looking at 10 years, and we look at in particularly chronic absenteeism rate, that when we compare citywide and the dip that we had post-pandemic with community schools, their rate that they were impacted was not as great as the rest of the city. So just to give you a sense, so it's not just looking at like where we are, because to begin with, community school starts with, these are typically schools that have lower attendance rate, and that have students that have demonstrated more challenges. But even as we recoup from COVID and some of the attendance challenges that we have seen in New York City and across the country, we see that the impact has been less in community school because of the infrastructure that exists.
So how are we taking some of that best practices and applying it, since we have a absenteeism rate across the city? How are we using that, right? Policy, data is supposed to drive that work, right? How are we using that?
So we're doing different things. So in my case, because I have the privilege to be able to lead not just community schools, but also students in temporary housing, some of the things that we do is like look at our infrastructure within community schools, which students in temporary housing represent about 10% of the overall population in DOE, but when we look at students in community schools and temporary housing, they represent about 20%. So part of what we try to do is like look at the things that have made an impact there for that 20%, and how do we look to align those practices with the rest of our schools, including doing pilot program work with attendance teachers to target shelters, looking at things like access to food security and other things that we have in community school where we have a large number of food pantries, looking at some of the CVOs that we have within our communities, even if they're not servicing the school, but like what is impacting and what are the supports that are happening outside, like support with mental health clinics, so that we can actually build from that.
I was coming to mental health, but thank you for that. So how is community schools model assessing the effectiveness of CBO models around mental health, and especially supporting our most vulnerable New Yorkers, right? Like when you talk about our students in STH, foster care, multi-language students, multi-language learners, and also our students with IEPs, how does that support?
Yes. So part of what happens across of our community schools is that when we expanded community schools, many of them were also expanded with the creation of mental health clinics or clinics within the community schools. So that was part of the effort. And then for those ones that don't have those clinics embedded into the school infrastructure, the CVO that we partner, that's part of our requirement in our contract. They have to ensure that the contract, that they have the capacity to either support mental health services or to hire additional providers. And I think the whole concept here is that if we know that we're meeting the whole child needs, right, including mental health, physical health, kids are less likely to be absent and more likely to be engaged. And I think that's where we see some of those other data and measures that I flagged. So it's not like a one specific ingredient, but it's all the components of all the things that we do collectively. So a lot of it is our partnership with DOHMH, with the mental health team, and the entire DOE school health support, but also ensuring that the providers have the capacity, prioritize that. That also transferred to things like getting eye exam and eyeglasses. So if you're in a community schools, you know that you're going to get vision screening, that if you need glasses, you're going to get that. And that's like why what we embedded in this initiative is really whole child, whole supports.
And whole families. Those
Absolutely.
are the social safety nets that allow students to come to school. First Deputy Chancellor, you agree with me, right?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
So there was 194 million for school nurses. Could you give us what the breakdown is between contracted, DC 37, UFT?
Yes, give me 1 second. So overall, we have 1,400. By the way, just to say it, that funding was added on top of existing funding to bring us to whole. And so I'm giving you the sort of full capacity, not just that funding.
What's the total amount now? Funding amount?
That's a great question, and that I don't think I have. Do you have a full nursing amount? We'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Overall, across the system, we have 2,677 nurses in schools, and those break down 1,200 are DOH, 500 staff nurses, so those are DC 37, 700 agency nurses. New York City Public Schools, 588 staff nurses, 883 agency nurses, for a total of 1,471. And then not assigned to schools, we can also share all this data with you if helpful, but
Okay.
not assigned to schools, we can share as well.
Okay, then, question around restorative justice and the SEL programs. Is Teacher Center working with restorative justice and SEL for 3K to 12?
The UFT Teacher Center, is that what?
Yeah.
I'm not completely sure of that. I will get back to you with that.
Okay.
But we do value the work of the Teacher Center. As a matter of fact, we're very vocal about that work, and so we're always open to conversations with the UFT on how we can collaborate further, especially around restorative justice and the Teacher Center.
And I know, Chair, you had a specific interest in restorative and school safety agents.
Yes.
I want to just make sure I raise that before you raise it.
Oh, yeah, that was going to be next, and their hearing is next week, so they were going to hear from me too. So but go ahead, you can talk about how, that's some of the things that the young people are asking for, right?
Sure.
That our public safety agents are also trained in de-escalation and also restorative justice, right?
Yep, so as a part of that early conversation, we did have an opportunity to meet with the trainers from the School Safety Division, and we were able to identify time over the course of the summer where their trainers will become certified trainers in restorative, and then they can turnkey for all of their 4,000 plus school safety agents, right? We're monitoring that work as they continue to turnkey the work.
And refreshers, and I also asked for refreshers
100%.
as well.
That's the reason why we're training their trainers, so that they can do the in-service training for the agents who are not only coming on, but the ones who already exist out in the field.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our immigrant family engagement, as we know, 40% of our students in New York City public schools, families speak a language other than English at home. So the council is pleased that the executive budget included $4 million for FY26 to continue the work with immigrant family communication, outreach initiative, a program the council has continually fought to fund. The initiative helped immigrant families get important information about their child's education through strategies such as sending papers, notices, calling, texting families, collaborating with immigrant-facing CBOs on information campaigns. So does the funding added in the fiscal 26 allow for continuation of this programming at current levels?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
Kleber Palma, Office of Language Access. Yes, the plans, the funding will allow for the same program, same initiatives to continue the following school year, and also to explore other opportunities to fill in some gaps in our communities.
And why wasn't this funding baselined as well?
So I can answer that. That's a decision made by OMB. As you know, we appreciate and always want baseline sustainable funding, and we'll continue to work with them.
And is this total funding amount for programming for immigrant families outreach at the way you're at the level you're doing it, making sure there's interpreters, translation of documents going home, text messages, and language access available at school levels as well?
Yes, absolutely.
And in the school meetings as well, high school, middle school applications, is all of that being applied?
Yes, so we are definitely turning up the volume on awareness, both on staffing and our communities, but also providing direct supports and services to schools at all grade levels.
So in February, Chalkbeat reported that DOE must improve training and oversight at schools to ensure they are providing translation services for families who do not primarily speak English.
Yes.
You didn't know about the article?
Yes.
Oh.
What the question is? Are we continuing this, or?
No, you have to do better.
Oh.
That's what the article said.
Yes. So this spring we rolled out mandatory training for principals and parent coordinators in our schools, and so far we're close to about 50% of that target population. And in the fall, our plans are to extend training to all public-facing school-based staff, so that everybody is aware of how to obtain the services, where to go, and how they work.
Does families know that these services are available at meetings?
Yes, so our messaging to families and communities are multi-pronged. You mentioned a few of them already: robocalls, emails, text messages, flyers, mailers, public awareness campaigns, and actually old school postcards being mailed in the post office. The message here is that translation and interpretation services are available for everything. It's not specific to a particular type of meeting or document. It's for everything, for anything that's necessary for folks to be communicated and engage in their child's education.
How many families requested interpreters at a meeting?
We have over 1,000 requests so far this school year for different types of events, and they vary from all the way up to the PEP meetings, all the way to suspension hearings, to CEC meetings, and everything in between. But in addition to that, schools do a lot of engagement at the school level, some of which we can account for, and I can get back to you in those specifics, and others which are covered with just bilingual staff who are providing that support every single day.
When you send that data, send for fiscal year 2024 and what you have for 2025. How do parents know they have this option available to them? How do they know? I walk into a school building, I'm attending a meeting. How do I know that's available for me?
So two things at the school level. One, it's the welcoming environment. It's the signage. We make a huge effort to make sure that we have signage available in multiple languages so that families can come in and recognize, identify their language, and know that services are available. We have other assets available for school safety agents and just the entry point of schools. The other piece here is training, and this is what we talked about just a few minutes ago, is making sure that everybody is aware of what's available, when to do what, and how to get the service itself. So it's above and beyond just having that one-point person, the language access coordinator, doing the work. It's about everybody at the school knowing what to do, and that's where we're putting a lot of effort in the training. We're planning to do the expanded training in the fall as well.
And that's including principals as well?
Absolutely.
Do you need additional funding to ensure that families who speak a language other than English at home are fully informed about their child's education? If yes, how much?
Always the answer is yes. So the thing is, we're in a system where there's over 180 different languages spoken. And with so many different mechanisms to engage families, our proactiveness in our covered languages, it only takes us so far. However, we do have supports in additional languages. but the system is so large. You mentioned 40% of the families speaking a language other than English. We do have some, we can base some calculations on what we need based on our current needs and our deficits. I'm happy to share that with you as well.
We would love that, and I'm sure the Immigration Committee would love a briefing on that and to see how we can move forward, especially in these times, right?
Yes.
Chancellor Ramos, you wanted to add something? So you pulled the mic. You're good? We're good? Let's talk about...
I got a follow-up on the nurses. Why do we still have contracted nurses? Why can't we hire for those?
Thank you for the question. So just to say quickly, as you know, we have nurses both at New York City Public Schools on staff who are UFT members, nurses at DOH on staff who are DC 37 members, and then contracted nurses across both agencies. We have dramatically expanded nursing in our schools over the past number of years. That's in part because we are just seeing the demand. That's in part because of the commitment to a nurse in every building that we have maintained. As I said, we have close to 2,700 nurses currently working in our schools. We are always looking to continue to increase our on-staff headcount, but right now we're using the headcount we have and then using contracted nurses to fill those vacancies. We do have a preference, as we know DOH does as well, for staff nurses in both cases serving our kids.
Okay, thank you.
Our literacy program, in the executive plan, it included $3.4 million in fiscal 2026 with steady increases in the out years of associated headcount, additional costs. The funding will support dyslexia and literacy programming, including additional initiatives, reading education, iRead programs at Central Brooklyn Literacy Academy. What is the breakdown for this funding between iRead and the opening of Central Brooklyn Literacy Academy?
I think I have that with me, Chair, if you give me one.
Thank you.
Of course. I believe we were funded for 4 iRead programs, Chair, but for some reason the peanut gallery.
I heard the peanut gallery.
We were funded for 3.
I heard the peanut.
They were waiting for you to ask that question,
Yes.
Chair.
And they answered in unison, too.
There we go.
So how many new iRead program you said 3? How many children will this serve now?
Peanut gallery? No.
What do we got there? ICT model?
Peanut gallery is referring. They will be right back to you, Chair.
Okay, so we'll take a commercial break on that.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. All right, Chair, sorry for that. Thank you for your patience. The total enrollment of kids in the iRead program is 721. As you know, it's an ICT models, and thank you for visiting the iRead program with us. Students with IEPs is 268, without IEPs is 453. There are 35 sections in school year 24-25 across 8 schools.
Will this funding also support programs or interventions?
That's right. That's exactly right. So the iRead program is science of reading based. There's a high quality core instruction as well as interventions in small groups.
And the headcount you added with this expansion, what position will this funding support?
It supports both teachers in the classroom, and it will sustain that level of support and is growing with the kids.
Yes, I saw that. It was good. How will New York City Public Schools enroll students at Central Brooklyn Literacy Academy? How will you enroll?
Chair, they apply through my schools and then are screened to see whether they have the level of reading challenge. That it's a similar screening to the screening we use to determine whether a child has dyslexia or other print-based disability, just to make sure that they're really going to benefit from the structured literacy program that they provide.
So those students will have priority enrollment?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I may not have answered actually where you're asking. The students in District 17 will have first priority. After that, it will be the surrounding districts like 23 and 32. And after that, it'll be the rest of Brooklyn, but I have a pretty good feeling we probably won't get beyond the priority districts.
As you mentioned earlier, that are there any eligibility requirements to apply?
Yeah, the eligibility requirements are just around again, the level of need around literacy. That's what we're screening for. That's what we've been doing in the South Bronx Literacy Academy, and we intend to use the same approach for Central Brooklyn.
What's the capacity at the school? How many students will you serve?
I don't have that in front of me.
But you'll get that to me, right?
It's going to be phased in, Chair.
Okay.
Over time.
What's the first grade level you'll have?
I think we are second grade, but let me get the phase-in information because it'll go through 8th grade.
Thank you. East River Academy serves incarcerated students on Rikers Island and had a dyslexia screening pilot that began in January of 2024. Please provide an update on the dyslexia screening pilot program. East River Academy, D79.
We can get you the update, Chair.
You're going to tell me where they are and how, because that was something I was pushing when I first got here. I want to hear all of the great progress. Earlier, Councilmember Chair Stevens talked about Crossroads and Horizon. You provide the educational opportunities for young people in this center. How many instructional hours do youth in middle school and high school at the Detention Center receive each week, and what is the graduation rate?
You know, we'll get in touch with Superintendent Esperance and make sure we get you.
We'll get a briefing. You can brief the
Yes,
chair
ma'am.
and I.
Yes,
Chair Stevens and I, we share custody of this population.
Yes.
So we'll make sure that there's a briefing specifically with Superintendent Esperance and go do a deep dive in all the programs.
Yeah, that would be great. I know Emma talked about, we always talk about transportation, so let's talk about a little transportation. How about that? Council was happy that funding was added for Summer Rising in the preliminary budget and new commitment to universal after school in the executive plan. However, there are still many issues with New York City Public School busing contracts that limit students' ability to participate in these crucial programming. Transportation contracts have been renewed repeatedly for the last 40 years because of an employment protection grandfathered in by the pre-existing contract. If these contracts were rebid with updated provision, we would lose PPs that were deemed unconstitutional under current state law. At the same time, the current contracts limit what services can be provided for students, disproportionately affecting students with disabilities, students in temporary housing, and students in foster care. Is the DOE interested and supportive of rebidding bus contracts to improve services for New York City public school students? Emma's favorite topic.
Well, I'm so happy because you said everything I would have said in response to you. Yes, we would love to rebid contracts. By the way, they're 45 years old, not 40 years old.
Oh, 45.
45. Happy birthday. Actually, 46 this year. We would love to rebid our contracts, but as you said, we want to make sure that our school bus employees, who are not city employees but are working for vendors, maintain the protections they have. And the courts have said we cannot currently rebid and include employee protection provisions. There have been bills in front of the state legislature. There is one now. Our hero, Senator Jackson, is leading on the Senate side. And we would very much like to see that legislation passed so we could do this.
See, the RJs are getting it done here. So you're advocating for that. Will you consider renewing the contracts that expire in 2025 for 1 year in order to resolve issues with the new RFP in 2026?
We have been working, because we can't rebid the contracts without hurting our school bus employees. We have been working on extending the contracts. We've been in negotiations with our bus vendors for roughly forever, but certainly for many months and many negotiating sessions. As you know, when we are extending contracts as opposed to rebidding them, we have far less negotiating ability because we need to continue with this set of vendors. So we are interested in shorter contracts, but in shorter extensions, but we are in ongoing negotiations with them.
What can council do, and we have been doing, to support the effort to rebid the busing contract as soon as possible?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I will say, just bringing it back to basics, we need to get this legislation passed, right? We want to make sure we're protecting our workers, even if they're not working for us. We need to get new bus contracts to better serve our kids and families. We need more accountability, and we need more flexibility, as you flag every single time around summer rising and after school. We need to do things like quickly transition to electric buses as well, right? There's a lot we need to do that we need to rebid to be able to do, and getting that legislation passed is really key for that.
And how many of our students with IEPs are still waiting for bus service?
Yes, so we are currently busing roughly 62,000 students with IEPs on our buses. We have about 100 currently waiting for busing at this moment in time. As you know, that number fluctuates. So 100 out of 62,000. Of that 100, about 75 have only come to us in the past 5 days. And so we're working through that 100, but most of them are fairly short term.
And many students have transportation paraprofessionals mandated on their IEP, still waiting for paraprofessionals and therefore unable to ride the bus. And what's the number in that?
There are 160 students that we're working with agencies to arrange paraprofessional coverage for. This is after canvassing their school, then canvassing schools in their area, then canvassing their district, and offering these positions to our paraprofessionals in our schools. But we're going to continue to work with these agencies, Chair, to arrange services.
And to do outreach to make sure we're employing paraprofessionals as well, because this has been a long-standing issue. Deputy Chancellor, you had something to add?
Just wanted to get back to you, Chair, and to Chair Brannon, if I could quickly on Central Brooklyn Literacy Academy. When fully phased in, it'll have about 300 students and is opening with second and third grade, about 40 students or so on grade. So I wanted to get back to you on that. And Chair Brannon, on high-impact tutoring, that is a strategy we're using in 106 schools across 12 districts, affecting about 2,000 students.
Continue. All right, cell phone bans enacted in 2026 state budget, which include a statewide cell phone ban in schools. The policy leaves room for school districts to tailor their own plans for a cell phone ban, and budget includes limited funding for implementation. This is not the first time New York City Public School had a cell phone ban, and many schools have already implemented their own. I remember back under first Deputy Chancellor, Mayor Bloomberg had a school ban. You see he's laughing. He knows exactly why. How many schools already have a cell phone ban, and would those schools need to change their policy in order to be aligned with the state policy, or we're relying on SLT again to step in and really support that work?
You know how much I love talking about this, Chair.
I know you do.
So we are excited about the flexibility in the language because in this great large school system, we continue to stress that one size does not fit all. I was principal, I collected cell phones, 400 cell phones. Definitely don't suggest that some of my schools that have 4,000 kids collect cell phones, right? And so there is a restriction bell to bell, but it doesn't say that schools have to collect. And so that is great. We are working on updating our regulation where needed, because again, we want to make sure that schools are empowered to make the best decision. That being said, it is not just reliance upon the SLT, because this is no longer an option. And so working very, very closely with superintendents and principals, identifying those best practices, whether it is collection or it is, simply storing away, whatever model works best for the school. But obviously superintendents and principals are going to need some support, although a great number of our schools already have some sort of a restriction policy in place.
The state policy outlined that any device that connects to their internet include laptop, tablets, smartwatches, or ban as well. How will DOE implement that aspect of the ban?
Again, all based on the context of the school. If it's a locker, if it's one of the magnetic pouches, if it's collection, those are all the things that we need to outline as some of the best practices. Again, when I collected, the bags were getting bigger and bigger because as the devices got more sophisticated, I just took it all. But we know that that's not going to be the case for every single school. And so relying on those best practices and hearing not only from the principals, but also from the teachers, the students, and the families themselves, and figuring out which are the best models that we can put forth for the individual schools and districts.
Will there be exceptions for students who use their cell phones for language access, caregiver responsibility, students with IEP, disability aid? Are there any other students who may see exceptions who will be implemented? Is that being thought out as well?
Of course.
So is the state funding, is the funding provided by the state sufficient to implement a cell phone ban across the schools?
Well, I think we need to see how the funding is going to be allocated across the state. Again, with the language being a little bit more flexible than what we originally heard, we know that we will figure this out, but in terms of the funding, to be continued.
Will there be an RFP for that? We don't know. I'm asking. For the pouches, like my kiddo got a Yonder pouch.
So I think we need to, again, see how the money is going to be distributed. We don't talk about Yonder, we talk about magnetic pouches. And so if that is an option, I know many schools are using them, but again, these are all things that we are working through right now.
So all things are on the table right now until we figure it out. Something's gonna stick, right? Earlier, Councilmember Stevens talked about having employments for young people. I know at one point we had it all year round for young people back in the days. First Deputy Chancellor, under your former boss, there was programs that allow young people to work year round, and they had a lot of the these are some of the young folks that are bringing this to our attention, right? These are things they would love to see, to work all year round, not just for summer youth, but just would love to see a year-round employment where we employ our young people, and after-school co-op models where students were working 1 week and going to school 1 week. Some folks were talking about bringing that model back. First Deputy Chancellor, any take on that?
Let's see if our Pathways team wants to respond, but you know, part of what's baked into our Future Ready approach is customization.
Right.
So you know, so it wouldn't surprise me if we have some of those models at play right now, and you know, it's going to be driven by both student engagement and need, but also what's effective in making them college and career ready.
I'll just add to what the First Deputy Chancellor shared. Thank you, Chair. So a number of our education pathways, and Future Ready in particular, are exploring using the co-op model. Not exclusively there, but we are definitely seeing a lot of that where students are exploring an education pathway, they're beginning to do teacher assisting and supporting in different functions in the school. So we're gonna continue to focus on the ways that we can allow our students to see themselves potentially working in the field of education across New York City Public Schools. And one of the ways that we'll focus this summer, we'll be planning with high schools, we'll be planning with superintendents, and thinking about the ways work-based learning opportunities become more and more accessible, because we also know that unpaid work experiences can count for credit if they meet specific standards. We know that this is something that is going to continue to evolve as we look at state graduation requirements. So we're really excited about the ways we already have a lot of innovation across our schools, and we'll spend some time planning with our schools and districts about how we continue to build on internship opportunities, including those that are homegrown and happening at the school level. And obviously, you heard from Councilmember Stevens too, there are models like our apprenticeship work where our students are spending half and half of the week either in their school building or at their apprenticeship site, including in our own office. We host 4 apprentices who spend 20 hours a week with us. They arrive in the afternoon. They have a full set of work assignments, as well as a number of my other central colleagues here and colleagues across city agencies. So we're continuing to build on that notion that there are strong work-based learning, rigorous opportunities that are available in the school system and in city agencies.
Thank you for that. I think Councilmember Brennan has a couple of follow-ups.
I have a Head Start follow-up, I think, from earlier. So data that New York City Public Schools provided this morning seems to indicate that Head Start capacity will decrease by about 3,500 seats for ages 3 to 4. And early Head Start would only increase by over 860 seats. So will the overall Head Start capacity decrease in the new application?
I'm going to answer that in 2 ways, Chair, and I'll be quick. And so the seat configuration in the application, yes, it would decrease, and that's what we are proposing. But I would like to say we've been persistently under-enrolled year over year for our 5-year grant. And so Head Start expects 97% to be considered full enrollment. We've been around 65%. And so prior to being entered into the designated renewal system, we were required to adjust our capacity anyway. And so we decided to do that to make sure we submitted a viable application. However, because of the investment, we're able to sustain the current system in addition to any potential funding we'll get from Head Start. And so it would only be a net add. So yes, the application is suggesting a decrease, but we are maintaining the current system as well.
Okay. And I have another, just a clarification from folks back at Mission Control here asking about the ACS vouchers. So the data that ACS gave us yesterday shows that there's 19,801 ACS vouchers that are going towards preschool-age children. If the funding for these vouchers is not in the budget for FY26, does that mean that there are 19,801 seats that will not exist in 2026?
So vouchers are not synonymous with seats, but I would suggest, we'll get back to ACS with that specific question so we can get clarification for you. It's not all apples to apples. Our contracted care system has a designated number of distinct seats funded with the same type of money. And so there is capacity to absorb children who would normally qualify for those means-tested seats, which include kids who would normally qualify for vouchers. But vouchers cover whole families, not just specific age groups. And so that's a very dynamic question, so I want to make sure we check with ACS to make sure we get you the proper response.
Okay. Thank you. Chair Joseph, your computer.
Thank you, New York City Public Schools.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you all.
Class dismiss.
Okay, we're going to take, say, a 5-minute. Oh, we want to hear from the first panel of students, actually, before the break. And then we'll hear from our unions and the rest of the public. If I could just get quiet, please. All right, we're going to call up our next panel. Genesis Enriquez, Maya Contreras, Soha Ulrich, I can't read it, I'm sorry, and Martin Quirez. You want to start? Go ahead. Just turn on your mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Maya Contreras. I am currently an 11th grade student at the Early College High School for Emergency Medicine located in Lower Manhattan. I'm pleased to be here today alongside my incredibly brave teen CPR team members. We're part of a student-led effort to educate our peers in all high schools across New York City in saving lives with CPR skills. For the past few years, we've worked with the American Heart Association to try to bring hands-only CPR training to every school student in New York City. Our goal is simple. We want to make sure that no one is unprepared when a cardiac emergency happens. As a team of young aspiring students, we launch out into our community, teaching each and everyone the life-saving skill of CPR. Just recently, we were at a Gotham Park and City Hall teaching and advocating to emphasize the need for change. We've learned that when a person's heart stops, every second counts, and yet most people don't know what to do. That's something we can fix, and it starts with training students like us. We're not just here as high schoolers, we're here to voice those lives lost due to cardiac arrest in our city. And as representatives of your future EMTs, nurses, and doctors, and most importantly, as people who are eager in making a real difference in our communities.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia. I am also a member of the teen CPR team at the Early College High School of Emergency Medicine. Cardiac arrest happens when the heart suddenly stops beating. It can take place anywhere, in class, on the train, or on the streets. Who knows? But here's what we do know. 70% of cardiac arrests that happen outside of the hospital occur at home. Yes, your home. So we want people to see that the life they're most likely to save is someone they love. Without help, brain damage can start in just 4 to 6 minutes. But here's the good news. Hands-only CPR and an AED can double or even triple that person's chances of surviving. I personally remember the first time I learned CPR. The thought of having someone's life in my hands was overwhelming, but also motivating. Questions like, what if I hurt the individual, changed to, I'm the reason the person is going to live. That training gave me confidence, and I know it can do the same for others. The most important part of the training for me was getting to actually practice on the mannequins we have at school. I felt a lot more confident after that. Now imagine if every New York City high school student were trained the skills. That would be about 65,000 potential lifesavers every year. That's not just a number. That's lives saved on the subways, in apartment buildings, and on city sidewalks. We have the power to turn bystanders into first responders, and that starts in our classroom.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Genesis, and I'm also a member of the teen CPR team at EChem. There's another side of this that really hits home for a lot of us. People who live in low-income Black or Hispanic neighborhoods, such as the communities where we come from, are more likely to suffer cardiac arrest and less likely to receive CPR from a bystander. That's not fair. Honestly, it's heartbreaking. It means that where someone lives could decide whether they live or die. That's a huge part of why we started our teen CPR team in the first place. With ambulance responses times averaging more than 10 minutes, we cannot wait for someone else to fix the problem. We want to be part of the solution. At our school in Lower Manhattan, we've worked with hundreds of students already, and we're just getting started. When we teach our classmates, we're not just teaching CPR, we're building a culture where helping each other is normal, expected, and possible. This training is about giving every student in every borough, in every neighborhood, regardless of income, color, or status, the chance to be a hero. This is about expanding access. Students who receive this training can take it home to their families, friends, and neighbors. This would dramatically increase the number of people in these underserved communities who could potentially step in to save a life if needed. CPR training via public schools will help access and address the current inequalities.
Thank you.
Let me turn this on. Is this on? Oh. I am Martin Quiros, and me and my team came here to ask you for your support, and furthermore, $500,000 to be in the next budget, in the next city budget, to ensure that every New York City high school student can get the opportunity and chance to learn CPR and AED use. This funding would go towards equipment and training instructors, and to build a program that works across all public schools, and not just some, because there has been lacks of CPR training. So, we have talked to friends and family members who attended other schools around New York City, and most do not receive CPR education anywhere close to how it's done in our school. And we want to make sure that there is an equitable access to this life-saving skill across all of New York City. We believe that this investment will save lives. We already seen what's possible when students like us are given the chance to learn. Now we want the opportunity for every teen in the city. So me, my team, and all of New York City's high school students hope that you can support us and advocate for us to practice the usage of CPR. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your testimony, and I hope New York City Public Schools is here listening to you for the need. How many lives would we save if you were all trained?
How many lives in general, you would say? I can't give you like statistics, but I do know that knowing CPR can double or even triple the chances of someone surviving a cardiac arrest, because as you know, in New York City, I believe it takes about 5 to 9 minutes for the ambulance to get to a person. So being able to help keep the brain alive is a life-saving need.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all very much. All right, we're going to take like a 10-minute break to stretch our legs, and then we're going to return to hear from the unions. Thank you.
Give everybody their time. That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah.
ready? You ready? Oh, I got pretzels here, okay?
Follow.
I got pretzels.
We're resuming back in the chambers. Everyone have a seat, please and thank you.
Good. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We're now going to start our public testimony, starting with the unions. I think we have more folks here than we have chairs, so we'll have to cycle out. Henry Rubio, CSA. Sally Ann Bongiovi Famoso. Mary Vaccaro. Karen Alford. Roseanne Nibel. Tina Puccio. Priscilla Castro. Maria Morales. Glennis Rivera. And Joe Alucio. What's this? All right. I have to read this. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding. The quorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved only for those who are testifying. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the official hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please make sure, and you're here today in the chambers, make sure you fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms in the back. It's one of these little papers. If you don't fill this out, we don't know who you are. We can't call you up. And if you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You can also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. Okay. We'll start with Henry Rubio.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and Chair Brennan. And thank you for this opportunity. Of course, our champion speaker here. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the 17,000 in-service and retired school leaders and administrators here in New York City. Again, this budget is an example of the hard work and advocacy and collaboration that you've had with stakeholders, union leaders, the mayor's office, all in the service of New York City children and their families, and we commend you and have great gratitude for you. Our written testimony applauds all the funding and programs that are critical to our students and early childhood programs. So you have it already. However, I want to talk a little bit about what hasn't been talked about today. Our schools cannot thrive without safety, and we must be honest about where we stand today. The shortage of safety agents is deeply concerning to our school leaders, particularly in the absence of a comprehensive plan for recruiting and retaining them. Some of our school campuses lack adequate safety coverage and have yet to receive the scanners that they have formally requested. Meanwhile, the majority of our early childhood education centers are vulnerable despite the fact that violence does not discriminate by age or by governance model, whether you're in the DOE or a community-based organization. So today, we urge you as partners in the City Council to work with us in advocating for, first, a citywide plan to increase and equitably deploy school safety agents based on the actual need. Two, invest in critical safety infrastructure, additional cameras, scanners, and security systems so that every school staff and student feels safe. The restoration of practices like Safe Corridor. And of course, let me be clear, we recognize that true safety extends beyond policy and technology. It is rooted, we know this as educators, in culture, connection, and care. And so in our written testimony, you have a 10-point safety plan that speaks exactly to that. So for example, students need access to guidance counselors with a reasonable caseload. They need a systemic conflict resolution program, peer mediation, restorative justice practices that fully embed into the fabric of schools. You heard today that only 57%, over 700 schools still aren't being touched by those programs. Every educator in our school and our leaders needs to receive training around this area. And we also need to have an assistant principal in every school. One school leader alone cannot be expected to do it all. When a principal is forced to choose between instructional leadership and crisis response, it is the students that suffer. The model is not sustainable. And lastly, we need to support our school leaders with high-quality professional development, and we're asking the council to baseline additional funding for our executive leadership program. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you very much. You want to start from the left and go across? Sure. Just turn on your mic, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Maria Morales. I am the Parent and Community Liaison for the United Federation of Teachers. I'm here today to speak with you about the United Federation of Teachers Anti-Bullying Program. The UFT created BRAVE, Building Respect, Acceptance, and Voice Through Education program, has an immediate, compassionate resource for any child experiencing bullying, because every student deserves to feel safe, seen, and supported. The BRAVE hotline is available from 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 9:30 at night on weekdays. It could be reached by phone, chat, or text at 917-727-1908. The hotline is staffed by licensed counselors and trained professionals who provide confidential support, guidance, and crisis interventions to students and families in need. Between July 2024 and March 2025, BRAVE supported over 4,000 students, 900 parents, and 600 educators. A powerful reminder that bullying affects our entire school community. BRAVE also delivers anti-bullying workshops each year to hundreds of students, parents, and educators, and works to ensure that critical anti-bullying resources are visible and accessible in every school. But we know that we need to do more. That's why we are asking the City Council for an additional $300,000 to expand these life-changing workshops and to create a digital resource hub with multilingual guides to help students, family, and school staff navigate bullying, report safety, and access mental health support. With your continued partnership, we can extend BRAVE's outreach and continue to build safer and more inclusive school communities for every child in our city. Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs. Good afternoon, committee council. My name is Roseanne Newble. I'm a representative of the UFT's DIALA teacher. I'm proud to say that I've been a DIALA teacher for the past 16 years. UFT's DIALA teacher program answered over 35,000 calls last year from students and parents, not only for homework help, but to provide parents with information about everything from curriculum to how to navigate what can be a really confusing educational system. DIALA Teacher was founded in January 1980 with 5 teachers, fielding questions from 17 elementary schools in 8 districts. Since then, the program has grown immensely and serves the entire city. It now operates Monday through Thursday from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. with requests from parents to actually extend the DIALA Teacher hours. The program employs 40 teachers and serves students through to their college years. DIALA Teacher also offers help in 9 languages, including Spanish, Mandarin, Bengali, and French Creole. The City Council has supported DIALA Teacher from the very beginning. This support has enabled us to purchase additional reference materials, textbooks, as well as to hire experts in advanced math and science so we can serve those older students. However, for the past 25 years, the funding support has not increased in proportion to the rise in needs for this extremely impactful program. We could do more. We can help students and families in these very uncertain times. Our teachers often act as interpreters for parents who feel more comfortable asking for assistance by phone than in person. So we are asking for $300,000 so that we can hire more teachers, so that we can answer 50,000 calls, upgrade our whiteboard technology and remote online platform, as well as to provide staff with professional development that will enhance our ability to serve students in this 21st century academic and technological era. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, City Council members and Chair Joseph. My name is Karen Alford, and I'm the UFT's Vice President for the elementary schools, as well as our point person for United Community Schools. Where we are now in 2025 is schools are more than just academic learning centers, there are also social safety nets. And that is where community schools come into being and into purpose. We began this work in 2012. Our work makes sure that we provide schools with health, mental health, academic, enrichment, social, and wellness services in all of our schools. And the greatest impact happens on the lives of our students and their families. Because of your insight, because of your partnership with us, we've gone from 6 schools to 32 schools across New York City. In our New York City schools, what we've seen in just this school year alone, 25,000 mental health visits, 32,000 health, dental, and wellness visits, and we've fed over 35,000 families. 93% of our families have said to us that our food pantries, because of them, they've eaten more fruits and vegetables and that they've received from United Community Schools. This level of support, as we wrap around services around our students, what we see are better outcomes, higher test scores, better attendance, more high school credits earned, and an increased sense of safety and connection within our school community. What makes the magic are our UCS coordinators in each school, as well as our 6 social workers. We don't take a cookie-cutter approach to the work. Each school has a unique profile of services and supports. What is consistent, that for every dollar invested, there's $6 in program that's delivered. So there's a 6-to-1 return on investment. And we are here today requesting $5 million of City Council investment in UCS. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Puccio, and I'm here today to speak to you about the UFT Member Assistance Program and the Positive Learning Collaborative, which provide vital mental health support and programming to our educators, students, and families in need. 16 years ago, the UFT launched MAP to fill the void when it was clear that these educators had nowhere to go for mental health. We became the supplemental program for DOE employees. Our initiatives have addressed the growing mental health and wellness crisis in New York City. In 2019, we were serving an average of 4,500 members. By 2021, because of the pandemic, close to 32,000 educators were asking for our help virtually. Today, over 40,000 educators are seeking out our support groups, individual counseling, continuing education courses, and wellness workshops because they trust MAP. They feel safe with MAP, and they know that it won't take 3 months to get someone to help them. We have extended our programming to serve students as well. Our most popular initiative is called Let's Talk About It. It is a field trip for middle school students, which helps students learn to express their emotions in healthy and adaptive ways. Since 2018, we have served over 2,000 middle school students connect and understand their feelings through mindfulness, music, and other creative methods. This year, over 300 District 25 and 200 Title I students from District 9 attended. I'm asking the City Council to support a trusted program that is already anchored in the lives of the members we represent. Your funding and support will help us expand our Let's Talk About It Middle School's field trip to all 5 boroughs, increase the number of educators we can invite to our annual Mental Health Symposium and Addiction Symposium, this being one of the largest and most popular clinical conferences offered to over 2,500 school social workers and psychologists. And lastly, to produce more than 200 continuing education courses for our social workers and psychologists. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am back again with a different UFT initiative that we would love to present to you.
I think we're going to keep going.
That you have on the docket.
Let's keep going that way.
That way? Okay, and then you'll come back.
Yeah, thanks.
Good afternoon. On behalf, I'm Mary Vaccaro, Vice President of Education and Executive Director of the Teacher Center. On behalf of our over 190,000 members of the United Federation of Teachers, we thank you, Chair Joseph, and the entire Education Committee for granting us this time to present our initiatives. For over 45 years, the UFT Teacher Center has provided cutting-edge, high-quality professional development for our educators. Thanks due to the funding for the City Council, we now have supported well over 210 teacher centers embedded throughout our city schools, an 80% increase from the 115 sites in 2021. Each of our sites has experienced UFT Teacher Center coaches who provide professional development, one-on-one support to teachers on topics of their choosing. This allows teachers to constantly hone their craft and to reach their students effectively. In addition to their on-site work, the Teacher Center holds sold-out seminars in person, online, and hybrid settings. These seminars close out because they're focused on what teachers want to know, and they're interactive, vibrant, and engaging, and many leave with the materials that they need. Together, the UFT Teacher Centers annually provide over 125,000 hours of transformative professional development for over 317,000 educators in all titles. Over the past 2 years, this work has included playing an integral part in the rollout of the New York City Reads initiative and supporting the new math curriculum. We have district coaches and field staff embedded in schools year-round who provide implementation support to teachers as they navigate the new curricula. These coaches help educators dig deeper into the units of study and assessments. This important work is why we are asking $6.5 million in speaker funds and $4.12 million in City Council funding. We want to expand this work and continue to ensure that educators are prepared to provide the social and emotional supports their students need to address these challenging times. Many students have experienced trauma or are new arrivals in this city. We equip educators with a culturally responsive toolkit that enables them to reach all types of students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sally Ann Bongiovanni Familaro, the Director of PROS for the UFT. The PROS initiative empowers educators to think outside the box and implement the most innovative ideas to better serve students and families. Schools within PROS are granted contractual and regulatory flexibilities so that they can change how their schools are typically run in key ways, including how their school days are programmed, how their teachers are hired, and how their students are assessed. There are over 250 PROS schools within our network that serve over 80,000 students, making PROS enrollment larger than all of the Boston public schools combined. Many of the schools within PROS are consortium and international network high schools that have an emphasis on project-based learning and serve students who are new arrivals in our city. PROS gives its schools a unique ability to respond to what their students and family want and need. For instance, the Urban Assembly Unison School in Brooklyn offers cooking classes, a hydroponic lab, and other valuable enrichment opportunities during the school day. The demand to join the PROS initiative has grown each year, and we are eager to expand the program. We are also eager to facilitate the sharing of best practices amongst educators at PROS schools, as well as with educators at non-PROS schools. There is very little time to share or generate new creative ideas throughout the school day. This is why we are requesting $300,000 in City Council funds for the 2025-26 school year to bring educators together and host events at UFT that create time for sharing. Magic happens at PROS schools every day, and we are eager to find ways to bottle it up and share that magic with other district schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Castro, and I am the UFT chapter chair for 26,000 paraprofessionals who work in New York City public schools. We are asking you to call a hearing and vote for passage of Intro 1261, the Para Respect Check legislation. This legislation would give every UFT representative paraprofessionals a permanent recurring annual payment of $10,000 or more. Paraprofessionals are the backbone of our public schools. They work in lockstep with teachers to provide our children with the support and education they are entitled to, especially our special needs students. The city reliance on pattern bargaining does not work for paraprofessionals. Paraprofessionals start at under $32,000 a year. So a 3% raise for a paraprofessional equals $900. Yet the highest paid position in a school building, a principal, a 3% increase equals a $6,500 raise. This legislation was carefully crafted to fall outside of pattern bargaining. Funding would come from general funds. It would not be pensionable. It would be the first step in creating a legal alternative to pattern bargaining. We will face a shortage this fall of over 4,000 paraprofessionals despite aggressive hiring efforts. People cannot stay in a position no matter how much they love it. If they struggle to care for their own family and children for the sake of our students and our paraprofessionals and our public schools, I urge you to hold a hearing and vote to pass the Para-Respect legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Karen Alford, UFT's Vice President for the elementary schools, and I'm here to shine a spotlight on our newest UFT initiative, the NYC Child Care Navigator. As a new parent, I was filled with anxiety around the fact that I knew I had to go back to work and I wasn't sure where I'd put my new baby. And so I wish that we'd had this at that time. We launched this as a pilot. We created a service to connect our members to affordable childcare. The service was so successful that now we're expanding it to every family in New York City. All 8 million New York City families will be able to access childcare they need at a price that they can afford. It's very simple. It's a mobile platform that's a one-stop shop. One, it identifies which financial assistance programs families qualify for based on income, household size, and their children's ages. And it does this in 5 minutes or less. Next, it simplifies the application process. It enables families to apply for multiple programs with one single application. And it also comes in many languages to make it easier for families. And then lastly, it connects families to child care providers throughout all 5 boroughs. That includes our home child care providers, pre-K centers, 3K pre-K programs, daycare centers. And after finding affordable child care through the New York City Child Care Navigator, 42% of the users in the pilot reported increased household income. Another 21% reported that a parent was able to return to the workforce full-time. We will continue this service for the membership, and we would love to partner with the City Council on this newest initiative. Thank you.
I have a few questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, do you have an estimate of how many teachers the $150 million has so far been added for additional class size funding would cover?
From what we understand, that would be 3,700.
That's what the 150, and if they need it, they will continue to add funding to that, right? Okay. As a CBO childcare provider, how do you sign up to join the website? How do we ensure that there's up-to-date data, open seats, and capacity for the New York City Child Care Navigator? I saw it. It was pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. And when you go into the Navigator, like I said, it's a one-stop shop. And as part of the website, it shows you which providers have vacancies. So that is a portion of the program.
Does it also show you where seats are available and what type of payments?
It is income-based, and so we are ready to launch. We are sure, as with any new launch, there are going to be some hiccups, and so we will keep adding information to it as we go along.
Thank you. You mentioned there's a 4,000 shortfall in paraprofessionals. Can you tell us how many paraprofessional positions there are in schools and how many are currently vacant? Paraprofessional?
In terms of the shortage, currently there is over 1,000 paraprofessionals that are needed. Over 1,000.
So you have 1,000 vacancies?
There's over 1,000 vacancies, absolutely.
Thank you. Cell phones, do you have an estimate on the cost based on how many schools already have some sort of ban? Does anybody know?
No.
CSA?
Do you have?
can't recall right now, so I'll give you a ballpark number. Melissa and I were trying to do behind envelope math, not only for the equipment, but also the additional staff that you would need to collect them. And both the Chancellor and I are very much in agreement that we don't want our teachers doing it. We need them focused in the classroom with students. And so, Chair Joseph, I can't recall if it was roughly her and I were thinking it would cost us about $25 million. But again, we could get back to you with a number.
And how many schools currently don't have any assistant principals?
We used to have 200. Now we're down to about 50 schools in the city that do not have an assistant principal. And Chair Joseph, I have to say, it is and I opened with it because I have to be honest, it is the one thing, and I'm literally getting goosebumps now, it is the one thing that I and my members are losing sleep over. And if I may add, just 2 weeks ago, I was a principal of a high school right here in Manhattan. I left there, I want to say about 2006. School has 7 floors. I used to have 8 agents, 7 and 1 supervisor. That principal today, on a good day, has 3. A student was found with a gun there about 2 weeks ago. What do you think is going to happen to enrollment in that school? That principal emails the superintendent, if not every day, at least once a week. Not enough, not enough, not enough, not enough. So it's the one issue that between our safety agents and an AP, I think it's a high priority for us.
So do you know off the top of your head how many APs you need?
50.
50?
50 to cover those schools, yes.
And your dialer teacher, and this enhancement would increase the capacity. What would the enhancement do for dialer teacher?
Well, it would...
Put on your mic so we can hear you on the record. Thank you.
It would provide professional development for, we are using technology and we would like to increase the use of technology because as the title dialer teacher, it's kind of like, but we would like that money for professional development to increase the technology and to allow the staff to get to know the technology and learn new ways of helping the students.
And you're currently serving K-12?
K to college. We have students who started with us in 2nd grade and have continued to call us from SUNY colleges.
Glennis. Thank you. Glennis, you still have to testify, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and honorable members of the committee. My name is Glennis Rivera, Second Vice President of Local 372, representing over 24,000 New York City of Education employees, including 8,000 school lunch workers. I appear before you today to address the critical staffing and infrastructure concerns tied to the mayor's proposal educational budget. School lunch workers play a foundational role in student readiness by preparing and serving meals for over 900,000 children across the 5 boroughs. Last year's $25 million Restoration to School Foods programs was an important step. However, without sufficient staffing, it is not sustainable. We respectfully request an allocation of $10 million to hire additional school lunch workers. This investment will address current staffing shortages, reduce the burden on existing personnel, and ensure compliance with medical, religious, and dietary protocols. Our members routinely arrive early and stay late without additional compensation just to make the basic requirements of the breakfast and lunch service. In addition, we urge the council to prioritize ventilation and air conditioning improvements in school kitchens. Many facilities, particularly those built in 1990s, lack proper ventilation, leading to dangerous kitchen conditions that often exceed 130 degrees. These conditions compromise sanitation, safety, and workers' health. We request that the Department of Education and School Construction Authority conduct a comprehensive evaluation of ventilation needs across the public school kitchens and the funding be designated for remediation. On behalf of President Sean D. Francois I and the members of Local 372, I thank the Council for its ongoing support and respectfully urge favorable consideration of this request to strengthen school food services and working conditions across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph?
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph, Chair Brennan. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Joseph, Chair Brennan, and members of the Education and Finance Committee. My name is Joe Alicio, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Schools Division at SEIU Local 32BJ. 32BJ is the nation's largest property service union, representing cleaners, property maintenance workers, door persons, security officers, building engineers, and school, airport, and food service workers across the East Coast, with approximately 94,000 members in New York. I'm here today to express 32BJ's support for the $809 million allocation included in the mayor's executive budget for the Department of Education custodial services, which, if included in the final budget, will fully fund the NYC SSS for fiscal year 26. As you know, 32BJ represents the approximately 5,100 cleaners, handy persons employed by the New York City School Support Services. The hardworking men and women work under a contract with the Department of Education to provide essential school facility, cleaning, and maintenance services. This allocation represents an investment in the trained cleaning and maintenance workforce needed to ensure the safety of more than 1 million public school students, teachers, and staff, particularly in Black and brown communities that have historically been underserved. Fully funding the NYC SSS for fiscal year 26 demonstrates the city's commitment not only to these workers, but to the welfare of our school communities. We ask the council to maintain the executive budget allocation in the final budget that will be adopted for fiscal year 26. Thank you.
How many additional school food workers would you want to add?
An additional 1,000.
I heard 1,000. 1,000. That's it?
Hi, Chair Joseph.
Hi.
Just wanted to reiterate on the intro 1261. In regards to the respect check is necessary. We have a great shortage of the paraprofessionals in New York City. Our students are not being served properly, our IEP students. And like I said, it's over 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. There's a lot of paraprofessionals that's needed in New York City. So this intro 1261 is a great need.
We hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The following students, if you can hear my voice, Ahana Ira, are you here? Ella Wang. Siva Chang. Ashwin Lu Heda. If I mispronounce, forgive me. Boom, shakalaka. We called 4 names. Are you missing? Turn on your mic. Turn on your mic. And what happened to your classmate?
He stepped out.
He'll be back?
I think he'll be here soon.
Okay, you may begin.
Good morning. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the council for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Hannah Ira, and I'm a high school junior in Queens. I'm also a youth advocate with the Asian American Student Advocacy Project's anti-bullying and harassment campaign. ASAP is CACF's citywide youth leadership team. To improve school culture and climate, every school should have a restorative justice program. The fundings for restorative justice in schools must be sustainable, not to disappear after 1 year, but a long-term investment to ensure that students feel belonged and safe in school. In middle school, I didn't have any culturally restorative staff that I could turn to for support or just to talk to. I was one of the very few API students of color in my grade. I was constantly mocked, called racial slurs, told my food smelled weird, and told that eating with my hands was gross. I was even asked if I was related to that one kid from the virus, referring to a Chinese American student in my grade. These comments weren't whispered, they were said out loud in hallways, in my classrooms, often in front of teachers and staff that did not care. I felt invisible and ashamed. Eventually, I stopped going to the lunchroom altogether because I couldn't handle these comments and stares. I began eating in the bathroom just to feel safe. Over time, this isolation deeply affected my mental health. Without staff that could actually understand my background, I was left to believe that this was normal, that staying silent was the only option. And I'm not the only one that experiences these instances. API students across the city face microaggression, bullying, and erasure. Whether it's mocking our names, making racial slurs, stereotyping us, they may not always be violent, but they deeply impact our sense of identity in school. I believe all students deserve to go to school feeling safe, being able to learn and thrive without fear, and feeling welcomed. However, that is just not the case. These hurtful and harmful comments and judgments from both students and teachers are rooted in misunderstanding and lack of knowledge of each other. It is time for the city and schools to address these with solutions that center care, empathy, and growth. I have seen what's possible when students have the space to be heard and supported. We're asking the city to fully fund restorative justice program and ensure that every school has restorative justice coordinator. Our campaign at ASAP also proposed several solutions. First, training school staff to recognize anti-Asian bullying and biases. Second, school must intentionally create space for students to share their experiences and feedbacks. Our voices must be included in the process. Healing and justice takes time, but students deserve more than reactive discipline. We deserve to be seen, valued, and cared for. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the council for allowing this conversation. My name is Ella Wang, and I am a student at LaGuardia High School. I'm also a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy's Project Mental Health Campaign. Being at a performing arts school has significantly affected my mental health due to the competitive and demanding nature of school shows and frequent auditions. I've fallen into a hole of anxiety and self-doubt. I remember one moment during a choir rehearsal when my choir director pulled me aside and talked to me about singing a solo that I have never seen or heard before. Immediately, I was nervous. I struggled to produce the sound she wanted. My anxiety only grew from there. I constantly questioned myself. I felt a lot of pressure trying to meet her expectations for me. I kept my anxiety to myself because I felt alone, like no one cared or would understand my emotions. In addition to performing well academically, teachers always had high expectations, and I was under constant pressure to be better. As an AAPI student, I felt like my teachers only saw me as someone who was doing well in school and did not care about my mental wellness. As an AAPI student in performing arts, I faced even more judgments from others because they were surprised that I was not in the math or science field. I felt alone and as if I had done something wrong. Oftentimes, my friends and other AAPI students who are also experiencing mental health issues are ashamed to talk to others about their feelings and struggle in silence, hesitant to share their feelings due to cultural stigma. We would pretend to be okay due to the fear that we would receive judgment from them. These thoughts are a reflection of common stereotypes amongst AAPI students, and we have no one to turn to when needing a space to just talk. There are over 2,000 students at my school and only 2 social workers, yet the 2 social workers feel like a luxury in New York City. Taking care of our mental health should not be a luxury or wish list item. It is essential, and the funding for mental health support should never be at risk. We need to hire more and diverse social workers. The recommended ratio between social worker and student is 1 to 250, and we need the city and DOE to make this a reality. The funding for mental health support is not just hiring more and diverse social workers, but it must include other areas, such as investing in student wellness programs and intentionally collecting students' feedback as part of the evaluation process. When schools are addressing mental health, we want the schools to center students' voices and experiences. We need to understand that mental health is more than the absence of clinically diagnosed mental illnesses. Mental health is also the presence of well-being. We ask the school and the city to take these problems more seriously and fully support students' needs. We need to recognize the diverse needs within AAPI communities to not only improve mental health well-being, the mental well-being of AAPI students, but to strengthen the entire school community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the council for allowing this conversation. My name is Siva Chen, and I'm a student at Curtis High School in Staten Island. I'm also a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy Project's anti-bullying and harassment campaign. In my predominantly white middle school, I constantly heard my peers say discriminatory things towards Asian people. I was often in fear of being targeted. Finally, my fear was realized when a classmate directly called me with a racial slur, which bothered me enough to report it to a teacher, who then directed me to other staff members. The staff tried to comfort me by reminding me that the person who said the remark towards me was going to move schools soon. I left the office feeling just as uncomfortable with my identity as I did when I arrived, and I wondered if I had overreacted. This made me feel increasingly more comfortable with my Asian identity, and I would wake up some days wishing I were anything other than Chinese. What I experienced is not an isolated situation. Many AAPI students do not feel comfortable in schools due to racially discriminatory remarks as a consequence of stereotypes being perpetuated through a lack of an inclusive curriculum and culturally sensitive staff. Students hear microaggressions and passively racist comments every day that have no repercussions. When a more severe racist remark is reported, traditional punishment like suspension will occur. However, this approach ignores the root causes of the issue and does not encourage those who caused harm to learn about the negative impact they affected. As a result, students will repeat discriminatory comments targeting the AAPI community with no real understanding of the depth of their actions. In my situation, my peer did not learn and grow from the experience, and the school did not provide space for me to heal. ASAP's anti-bullying and harassment campaign believes that restorative justice will be an impactful and meaningful solution to this issue. Instead of simply punishing those who cause harm, restorative justice promotes an environment where they can be educated on the effects of their actions while not feeling disciplined. In order to foster a more accepting and inclusive environment in schools, we believe each school must have a restorative justice coordinator. This meaningful change will take time, therefore the funding should be sustainable and protected from being cut. Schools must be responsible for addressing bullying and harassment with care instead of blaming the students. Some schools have annual assemblies on treating others with respect, but we need more than that. All schools must have a restorative justice coordinator to invest in our sense of belonging and safety in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have restorative justice coordinators at your schools?
For me,
yeah.
I think I haven't seen anything, or it hasn't been known to me that we have one in our school. And I feel like me learning about restorative justice came from ASAP, and I haven't heard of anything in my school.
Have you gone to look?
I've looked around, but I'm not sure if all my classmates have not heard of it, and I feel like it's not very known at my school.
Okay. What about you?
For me, I am one of the student leader at Restorative Justice at my school, but it's like being newly implemented. And although it's supposed to be go both way, while like also training teachers, but a lot of teachers are not very like positive about it. There has been like feedbacks where they don't completely believe in restorative justice. I have had conversations with them, so it's still in the process and it hasn't been fully implemented. But some of the students are going through trainings.
Okay. What type of mental health services are available in your schools currently, and what would you like to see added to your schools?
Well, we do have 2 social workers, and we also have other, like, for example, like substance abuse, like stuff like that, that affects like a student like a lot mentally. But I think it's very important that we have more social workers, more and diverse social workers. As I said, the ratio is 1 to 250, and we have 2,000 kids at our school, and there's only 2 social workers.
It takes a long time to see one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Julius Valderrama. If I said your name wrong, I apologize. Julius. Sama Mustafa. Canna Layfield. Cartine Thomas. Talia Carter. And Samantha Jimenez. That's the Generation Citizens kids. Yeah, I have the questions. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and members of the Committee on Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Courtney Thomas, and I'm the Executive Director for the Mid-Atlantic Region at Generation Citizen, or GC. Through our community-based civics curriculum, middle and high school students are engaged in immersive civics education where they take a hands-on approach to identify issues in their school or community. The GC curriculum provides a rich learning opportunity for students to conduct research on an issue of importance in their communities, take action to address it, and reflect on their learning experience. This is problem-based and project-based learning. Our curriculum educates students on how to interact with and navigate local government and become positive change makers. Before joining GC, I served as an elementary principal in the Bronx with the New York City Department of Education and a teacher. Issues that concern young people are issues that deeply matter to me. Thank you for your advocacy on behalf of the New York City Department of Education. Increasing the current level of education funding is critical to preserving programming for our pre-kindergarten to 12th grade students. In my previous role as a principal in the Bronx, I saw firsthand the heartbreaking adverse impact budget cuts had on students. My students' academic performance was affected, attendance became a challenge, and social emotional learning needs were not always met because the school was short-staffed. If budget cuts persist, things could become even worse. At a time when federal funding support is uncertain, New York City has the unique opportunity to ensure our schools are adequately funded and supported. While Generation Citizen stands in recognition of the administration allocating resources for financial literacy and professional development skills, civic education is an area that has long been underfunded and understated as a learning priority. We at Generation Citizen believe that public service and civic engagement should be prioritized as a mainstay of the educational curriculum. How can we expect our students to be active, engaged members of their communities and responsible citizens if they don't know how to interact with their local government? In closing, I will now turn it over to Karina Layfield, Sama, Julius, Sam, Talia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your continued support.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the work that you do for our city and for giving us the opportunity to testify today. My name is Karina Layfield, and I teach 9th and 10th grade global history at the High School for Health Professions in Manhattan. This is my first year teaching, and going into teaching, I'd hoped to find ways to engage my students in civics, especially at the local level. This year, my 9th graders worked with Generation Citizen to complete a civic action project in our school community. Students were interested in bathroom and school cleanliness, school violence prevention, and combating substance abuse. Students spent weeks researching how to improve bathroom conditions at our school, coming up with solutions like air dryers, providing more trash cans in the stalls for menstrual products, and increasing cleaning routines. However, each of these solutions costs money. Increasing funding for janitorial services and cleaning products can increase the quality of students' schooling experiences. Some of my students indicated that they don't feel comfortable using the bathrooms at school because of how gross they are. This is inhumane, and our students deserve better. Small steps like making sure bathrooms are stocked and clean will go a long way toward making students feel safe and comfortable at school. But our students deserve so much more than just better bathrooms. My school has a student population of almost 1,700 kids. How many school counselors do you think is adequate for 1,700 students? How many social workers? Our school has 6 guidance counselors, meaning that each counselor has a caseload of over 300 students. I had a student transfer into my 10th grade global history class halfway through the semester. Her program had not included history. Global history is not just a graduation requirement, but also students must take and pass the Global History Regents exam in the spring. Missing months of instruction is unacceptable and should never have happened. Our students deserve better, and our guidance counselors need reduced caseloads to meet the needs of all students. Our social worker, Ms. Cooper, is amazing at her job and has a huge impact on our students, but she is a single person and has over 1,700 students to work with. Our students deserve better. We need funding for more guidance counselors and social workers, which would help reduce chronic absenteeism, as counselors would have more time to follow up with students who are chronically absent, to check in on them, to offer support. Chronic absenteeism is defined as students who miss more than 10% of the school year. The city's chronic absentee rate was 35% last year. It is unacceptable that 2 in 5 students are absent for more than 10% of the school year. A recent MIT study suggested that if school quality improves, students are more likely to attend. Increasing funding in schools can better the overall student experience and reduce chronic absenteeism. Our students deserve better, and what I've witnessed at HPHS is just a microcosm of the rest of the city. Thank you for all that you have given us, and thank you for hearing my testimony today about why additional funding is vital to our schools and students.
How many kids are at your school?
Almost 1,700.
And how many guidance counselors?
6.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Salma Mustafa, and I'm a 9th grade student at the High School for Health Professions and Human Services. Today, I'm not just speaking for myself. I'm speaking for the children who get belittled and don't know how to stand up for themselves. I'm speaking for the students who sit quietly in classrooms, not because they have nothing to say, but because they've been shut down too many times. I'm speaking for the ones who hide behind silence, who can't find the words or the courage to ask for help. I'm using my voice for the students who don't feel safe enough to use theirs. Bullying in schools isn't always loud. It's not just fists or insults. It's the stares, the whispers, the exclusion. It's the being targeted for your beliefs, identity, race, religion, or the way you look. And it's the silence that follows, the feeling that no matter what you do, you'll never truly belong. This is real. The CDC reports that over 1 in 5 students in the U.S. are bullied, and they're more likely to suffer from depression, anxiety, academic decline, and even suicidal thoughts. I've seen it. Students who were once full of passion and energy start to doubt themselves, lose focus, and give up, not because they don't care, but because they're hurting. And too often they stay quiet because they think no one is listening. That's why I'm here, to speak up for those who can't. Education isn't just about learning from textbooks. It's about learning in an environment where we feel safe, accepted, and valued. So how do we create safer, more supportive schools? It starts with real investment in both people and programs. Number 1. Fund more school counselors and social workers. Students need trusted adults they can turn to, not just in crisis, but for daily support. Number 2, establish peer mentorship programs. Students who face bullying and overcome pain are some of the best guides we have. Let them lead. My school already has something like this. It's called Peer Group Connection, or PGC, but we need funding to keep it going and expand it to more schools. Number 3, require real, ongoing anti-bullying training for students and staff. A one-time slideshow doesn't build a safe culture. Consistent, effective training requires resources. Number 4, build anonymous reporting systems that actually work and protect students. Technology costs money, but so does silence. We need tools students can trust, and that takes investment. And finally, create student-led equity and inclusion councils in every school. We know what our schools need, but we can't lead these initiatives without structure, support, and yes, funding. Give us the tools and we'll do the work. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. There is no better time to show us that our well-being and voices matter. We always say that students are the future, but how can we build tomorrow if we're being broken today? I'm not asking for perfect schools. I'm asking for safe ones, for schools where kindness is expected, not rare, where differences are respected, and where every student knows they belong. Support us and we will thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's grab the mic. You can push it over to you.
All right. Yes. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Julius Valderrama, and I'm a 9th grader at the HPHS, the High School for Health Professions and Human Services. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in front of you guys and, speak about the education budget. I'm not speaking only on my behalf, but for every student who wants to learn, grow, and succeed, but who always can't do that because of how our schools are funded. I'm a little nervous, so forgive me. This year I've had the opportunity to be deeply civically engaged. In January, my classmates and I presented a civic project at the New York City Bar Association, organized by Generation Citizens. And I also participated in a Mid-Atlantic Virtual Youth Roundtable, also organized by Generation Citizens, where I joined students from across the region to voice our concerns about enduring issues within our community. From personal experience and observation, I can tell you that mental health is not a minor issue, it's a crisis. Many of us are dealing with anxiety, depression, trauma, and family struggles, but there aren't nearly enough social workers or counselors to support the student population. Sometimes we wait weeks just to speak to someone, and by then it's often too late. Mental health is deeply connected to everything: academic success, student safety, and overall well-being. I've seen it myself, students hurting, acting out, or giving up. Not because they don't care, but because they don't have the support they need. But it doesn't just stop there. I also have to ask, why don't our schools have stronger safety systems? Other than the $300 million already spent on school safety agents, where's the rest of the funding to protect students and staff? I've seen houseless drug users camped out beside my school, injecting harmful substances, and even attacking members of my school community. Students should never have to walk past danger to get to class. We need better security, not just more guards, but real systems that make us feel safe. And while we're expected to show up ready to learn, the conditions we walk into send a very different message. Our buildings are crumbling, ceilings leaking, bathrooms are broken, classrooms are overcrowded with barely enough space to think, let alone ask questions or get extra help. When students look neglected, it sends a message that we, the students, aren't a priority. Building repairs should not be treated as an afterthought. If you were in our shoes for even one day, you'd understand how hard it is to focus on your future when the present feels broken. All these issues, mental health, safety, crumbling buildings, overcrowded classrooms, are connected. They shape how we learn, how we feel, and how we act. I've witnessed students become violent, disengaged, isolated because of untreated trauma and unmet needs. I've heard racial slurs and threats in hallways and seen students shut down completely because they feel unseen and supported. That's why I'm here today, to ask you pass a budget that treats mental health not as a luxury, but as a necessity, to fund more school counselors and social workers, to invest in school safety that protects us beyond just police presence, to finally prioritize repairs and learning environments that reflect the value of our education. While we can't always change what happens at home, we can change what happens at school. If we invest in the right resources, we could break harmful cycles and start a new one of care, support, and success. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Talia Carter, and I'm a 9th grader at the High School for Health Professions and Human Services. When I learned I had been selected to participate in this hearing, I took the opportunity seriously. I began researching how the education system works and how our city's money is being spent. I was surprised to find out that the education budget for the 2024 to 2025 school year is approximately $40 billion. This is a huge amount of money. But when I look at my school and what students face every day, I have to ask, is it being spent where it's truly needed? At HPHS, our environment does not reflect safety or care. Surrounding our schools, students regularly witness people under the influence of harmful substances and living in unsafe conditions. School is supposed to be a place where students feel protected, but instead, we often walk through fear to get to class. A portion of that $40 billion should be used to ensure the areas around schools are clean, safe, and free of harmful or threatening activity. But it's not just outside our building, it's inside too. Many of our classrooms have mold on the walls and ceilings, mold that can cause health problems like allergies, respiratory issues, and in extreme cases, lung cancer. Our school has a rodent problem. These are the conditions we're expected to learn in. These are the classrooms where we're supposed to be prepared for our futures. This is not just unacceptable, it's disrespectful to students who are trying to do the right thing. Another serious issue I want to highlight is the lack of mental support. At HPHS, there is only one social worker for approximately 1,667 students. According to the School Social Work Association of America, the recommended ratio is one social worker for every 250 students. So we are way behind the standard. Students are struggling with anxiety, depression, trauma, and other challenges, and we don't have enough support to help us get through it. There's a bill, Senate Bill S4217, that was introduced in the 2019 through 2020 session to require full-time licensed social workers and psychologists in every school. But where's the action? How can one social worker possibly meet the needs of over 1,667 students? It's unfair to them and it's unfair to us. Mental health isn't just a buzzword, it's a life or death issue. Suicide is now one of the 5 leading causes of death among high school students. I don't want any of my classmates or friends to become just another statistic. We have to act now, because every day we wait, we lose opportunities to save and support lives. I ask you, use your power, use your budget. You have the opportunity to make our schools more than just buildings. We need safe, clean, and supportive environments where students can thrive. The future of New York City starts with its youth, and we are asking for what we need, not for luxury, but for safety, wellness, and equity. Thank you for listening. I hope you take them seriously because the future is sitting in our classrooms right now, and we are counting on you.
Good afternoon, members of City Council. My name is Samantha Jimenez Bravo. Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to testify at today's hearing. I'm currently a sophomore at Health Professions and Human Services. I believe New York City schools have the potential to set students up for success. However, the budget is one of the biggest things preventing this. Recently, I found out the total budget for New York City schools is approximately $40 billion. Only 6.7% of that money goes to utilities and facilities. This simply isn't enough. I'm currently running for future junior president, and I've come to a realization that the complaints throughout my grade are the same. They want the quality of the school to improve. The schools can only afford trips for 2 grades, freshmen and seniors. Sophomores and juniors are left out of the fun. No rewarding events can make students lose motivation to stop trying in their classes and attending school overall. The plans I have for my school, making it more safe, exciting, and a welcoming environment, cannot be achieved if the New York City school funding remains so low. The shortage of ink, printers, calculators, and pencils are small details of my school that can really impact a student's performance. Students have come to me complaining about the shortage of school equipment and the little amount of calculators they have in their classrooms. They want something to look forward to every day, even if it's something as small as throwing a football to each other. They want to be able to solve their own equation without waiting for another calculator to be available. The budget impact on the school's physical condition speaks for itself. Water fountains that don't even work, laptops that have been broken for months, the gym ceiling has tiles that sometimes fall apart, food on the stairs, the food we refuse to eat since it's poor quality in our eyes. This issue extends to the environment my school is located in. The vulgar graffiti makes me question, why hasn't the school done anything about this? Every day I walk to school in fear. Fear of the homeless who are under the influence of drugs, fear of random men catcalling me. Yet nothing is being done about student safety. By speaking here today, I'm not only speaking for my school, but for the thousands of schools across New York City. The budget has more of an impact on students than one may think. Although I could go into more detail about it, I fear the amount of time I have to speak today is not enough. The budget the city provides public schools not only has the potential to open more doors for students with new programs and interests, but it can also change the way students perceive school. School should be viewed as an opportunity to succeed, not as a place to worry if your classroom has the supplies it needs. Only the budget New York City provides can change that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the future. You are the future. You're the now, not the future. You are the now. So thank you for your testimony, heartfelt. We'll talk offline a couple things I want to bring to your attention. But what would you say to another student who's thinking about civically getting involved? Any one of you? Not the teacher, though, just the students.
Before going to HPHS, I was never really civically engaged. I was just more focused on going to school. But ever since I've came to HPHS, it's been a lot easier. And I feel like it's not necessarily about being born with the skills to be civically engaged, but it's about just going out there and doing it. And yeah.
I love it. Oh, he's the spokesperson for the group?
So before I came to HBHS, I was very quiet, shy, did not want to talk in front of nobody. But definitely coming to HBHS, it's been, the teachers push you. They push you to talk out loud. They push you to want to communicate with your peers. And yeah, I actually, not too long ago, I think in January, I spoke to a senator. She had came to the school. She's also the spokesperson for our district, District 2. Mm-hmm. I spoke to her about the issues, some issues that I mentioned today, and I'm just waiting for a change.
All right. I love it. How do you plan to stay involved in issues that affect you and your community after graduation?
I feel like before coming to HBHS, like leadership and advocacy was never really something I could see myself doing. But now, even outside of school, like during the summer, I took on a leadership program at Mount Sinai, and I feel like that could add on to my passion of medicine and my passion of just going to a college where I could just make an impact on the world. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. We talked a lot of, you mentioned a lot of funding in your testimonies, each and every one of you, and talking about investments, right? So if your school would have received increased funding, in your opinion, where would you put this money? Where would you invest the money that you're requesting? Like this almost $40 billion budget, where would you put some of that money? If I were to send the money to the school tomorrow, where would you put it?
I would put it through social workers and more guidance counselors, and also for bathroom cleanliness and like just making the school a better environment so us students could feel more comfortable.
Got it.
I would put it to the food.
Food. Tell me about the food. I get that a lot. I did a whole hearing on school food before. Tell me about that.
I'm so sorry, but the food, it's repetitive.
Okay.
Cheese sticks is supposed to be mozzarella sticks. They're not hot. They're cold.
Okay.
There's sometimes, some days we don't have fruit.
No fruits. Okay.
No fruit. One day we had chickpeas and bread.
Oh.
Yes. It does not fit the nutrition that we need. And I feel like it's happened multiple times. So I would definitely try to put some of that money towards the food.
Improving the food?
Yes.
Improving bathrooms, you said. Go ahead.
I agree, because I remember there's been several days throughout my lunch period where the cafeteria doors don't even open, so students just have to go the whole day without eating. And even if there is food, like, we don't know what they're gonna serve, and students at my lunch table actually like started calling it Jeopardy, since like every day is a new like mystery for what we're gonna eat that day. And sometimes like students use the food to like throw it around and do anything with it, since we think like it's inedible to us. So, yeah.
Okay. Is there a youth advisory committee at your school? Someone mentioned student government. You guys have a student government? I'm gonna come meet with y'all. I'm serious about that. I'm gonna talk to my chief, get it on my calendar ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next panel, Randy Levine, Marie Moss, Leonie, Paula Inargu, Gregory Brender, Cherie Gibson, Tanisha Grant, Molly Senak, okay, you want to start? Just make sure your mic's on.
Hi, good afternoon, Cherie Gibson. Are we going to go down? Okay. Chair Joseph, Chair Brennan, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the proposed education budget. My name is Cherie Gibson. I am a proud New York City Public School alum, a high school parent, a citywide Title I parent leader, and education advocate. I am pleased that the fiscal year 2026 executive budget includes long-term funding for a number of important education programs that have annually been at risk for cuts that we've long advocated for their permanent funding. Several will name today. The ones close to my heart that I uplift and show appreciation for their baseline funding are arts programming, community schools, and high-impact tutoring. Thank you. We are grateful. However, the executive budget leaves several programs without long-term funding, extending funding for only 1 year. Once again, creating instability and uncertainty for students, families, and the system as a whole. With urgency, I am asking the Council to include $80 million in long-term funding for summer programming in the final budget. This funding provides our children with recreational activities, arts, and field trips in addition to academic achievement. For families like mine and for thousands of others, summer programming isn't a luxury, it's a lifeline. As a parent who benefited from summer activities myself, I know firsthand the power of these programs. They give our children more than just a place to go, they offer hope, opportunity, and a sense of belonging. We parents want real peace of mind, knowing our kids are learning, making friends, and building memories, not left behind or left out. My own child participated in Summer Rising for 2 summers. I saw the joy, the growth, and yes, the challenges.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mari Moss, and I am the proud mother of 3 little Harlem girls named Kalia, Sophia, and Anya, who are growing up in New York City public schools. I'm a former chair of the school leadership team at PS 175, a former private school teacher and a social worker who supported early childhood programs like Help Me Grow and home visiting nurse services. I currently serve on Community Action Board for Region 9, which allocates federal funding to nonprofit and after-school programs in East and Central Harlem. Professionally, I've contributed over $1 billion in development across New York City, resulting in over 5,000 jobs and helping direct over $7 million in federal funding to Harlem last year alone. Since 2017, I've come before this council to testify about parental alienation and domestic violence cases. While pursuing my master's in public administration, I endured escalating abuse from my then husband. I believe I could persevere for my children, but I was blindsided when police, courts, and school staff failed to protect us, instead compounding the trauma. Parent liaisons and principals extended the abuse rather than intervening, violating my rights and causing lasting harm to me and my daughters. In the face of this adversity, I want to thank Councilmember Rita Joseph for helping me gain access to parent-teacher conferences, despite my circumstances. And I also want to thank Councilmember Tiffany Caban for her leadership in accelerating access to housing beyond shelters and supporting access to capital, which is crucial for survivors trying to overcome financial control that often comes with abuse. Through my initiative, Letter to Legislation, I am urging this council to mandate trauma-informed training for school staff, fund parental rights protections, and hold institutions accountable for how they treat survivors and children. Let us protect not only our budgets, but the families who count on this city to do what is right for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Randy Levine. I'm Policy Director at Advocates for Children of New York. We are pleased that the executive budget restores funding for a number of key education programs that had been supported by expiring funds. While ensuring that existing initiatives remain funded at their current levels is important, simply maintaining the status quo is not sufficient given the pressing unmet needs we see in our work on the ground with families every day. We urge the city to make the following additional investments to address outstanding needs. The city should add $70 million to provide preschoolers with disabilities with the evaluation, services, and classes they need, as more than 80 organizations recently urged the mayor to do, given the thousands of preschoolers with disabilities currently waiting for their mandated services to begin, a challenge highlighted in a recent city council statement at today's hearing, and one that AFC hears about on a regular basis from New York City families struggling to raise young children with disabilities and get the help they need. $3.75 million to enhance services at school-based mental health clinics and better meet students' behavioral needs in schools as recommended in the City Council's budget response. $3 million to expand the Immigrant Family Outreach Initiative to help meet the growing need at a time when changes to federal policy make it essential for schools to be able to communicate key information to families. $17.5 million to expand access to small group support for students who need more help learning to read. Families should not have to find lawyers to sue for private tutoring because our public schools are not equipped to provide effective reading intervention to students who need them. And $450 million in capital funding over 5 years to make more schools accessible as recommended in the council's budget response, because accessibility benefits everyone, and students, parents, educators, and community members with physical disabilities should not be turned away from any school because they can't get in the building. We also join with the Coalition for Equitable Education Funding in urging the city to restore funding for student success centers and to baseline the important education programs that are funded for 1 year only. We are grateful for the support of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Gregory Brender from the Daycare Council of New York. We're the membership organization of New York City's child care provider organizations. We want to start with thanking you, Councilmember Joseph and Councilmember Brannon, and your colleagues for your leadership in getting so many key funding streams for early childhood education baselined, including 3K, preschool special education, and the School Day Plus pilot, as well as restorations for outreach and for Promise NYC. The main issue we wanted to really highlight, though, is the continued staffing crisis in early childhood education programs. DCCNY is proud to have worked with our partners in organized labor to settle collective bargaining agreements that will increase salaries for the EC workforce in many city contracted community-based programs. But the biggest threat to the viability of early childhood programs remains the underpayment of the workforce. In every type of early childhood education, whether you're home-based, center-based, You're receiving pays that are significantly less than counterparts in public schools. And this is a form of discrimination against a workforce that is mostly women and women of color. It also means that the people who have the skills, the knowledge, and education to be great early childhood educators cannot and often do not stay in their roles because they cannot sustain their lives with lower salaries. This situation is going to be exacerbated and present an increased challenge in the upcoming school year because New York City Public Schools needs to hire 3,700 additional teachers in order to comply with the state's class size reduction mandate. It's very likely that intentionally or not, NYCPS will be recruiting from teachers, staff, and directors away from the child care centers working under contracts with NYCPS. Child care centers are understandably strictly regulated. Health department requires that they maintain ratios of adults to children and ensure that staff meets the qualification requirements. Centers are not going to be able to operate if they're understaffed and may be forced to reduce capacity or even close. We urge the city to take further action to eliminate these salary and benefit disparities that are driving talented teachers and directors and staff away, including expediting the payment of collectively bargained salary increases to child care center staff and identifying new resources to increase pay for the early care and education workforce. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Brannon and Chair Joseph, for your persistence and your patience and your continued engagement in this very long day. My name is Leonie Hameson. I'm the Executive Director of Class Size Matters. We are, of course, thrilled that more than 750 schools will get smaller classes next year, but we continue to be concerned about all those schools that are too overcrowded to lower class size. Part of the law was to require a multi-year plan so that all the modalities needed would be provided to schools to lower class size. And yet the SCA testified in March that 70,000 new seats were necessary to meet the mandate in the law, and less than half of those are funded. Of those funded, nearly half are unspecified as to district or grade level, which according to our view is contrary to language in both the class size law and local law 167, which require great specificity about where schools are needed and going to be built. Now, many fewer seats would probably be needed if the DOE also agreed to adjust enrollment between schools, between very overcrowded schools and underutilized schools. As you've heard from the panel before, very overcrowded schools have a lot of problems. Not only are their classes too long, but students become disengaged and often feel like they do not matter, whereas underutilized schools could use more students, not only to have a generous and sufficient budget for things like art classes. Many of the schools that cannot afford art classes, it's because they're under-enrolled and underutilized. Now, one of the other things that we're concerned about is that even if you built hundreds of new schools, which they do not plan to do, without an enrollment policy that's aligned to smaller classes, you will never get reduced class sizes at all schools. Because, for example, in Chair Brannon's district, there are 2 new schools with many empty classrooms. Neither of them comply with the law. So it really needs to be a unified set of proposals and policies all geared towards smaller classes. Now, the DOE claims that they do not want to do this because they are responding to parent choice and parent demand, but one of the top priorities every year on the DOE's own surveys is parents saying that they need smaller classes for their kids. And there's a more recent survey that DOE did for parents who have taken their kids out of the public schools and asked them why. More than 80% said class size was an important determinant in their decision. So we know that parents want smaller classes. We know that we need more space in those 500 schools that enroll about half of all students. And we need a significant aligned plan that provides the space and the enrollment policies at the district level to achieve that. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, and thank you, Chair Brennan and Chair Joseph, for this important budget hearing on education funding for fiscal year 2026. I'm Tanisha Grant, Director of Parent Support and Parents New York. I am also the grandmother of 4 children
who have special needs and are on the autism spectrum. My oldest grandchild is nonverbal and high on the spectrum. He's 8 years old and has been in a D75 school, thank you, with no AIM program. Often, the school calls my daughter when my grandson has a meltdown. Their only answer is to send him home. D75 schools do not have the support he needs. In my neighborhood, there is only one less program. Please understand the toll this takes on our kids, not having access to these programs. And it also weighs heavy on our families. I heard the DOE talk about expanding capacity by a little over 100 children in the next fiscal year. It's not even the floor of what they need for access to AIM, Nest, and Horizon. Chair Brennan and Chair Joseph, I have been an advocate on the front lines of education for decades, way before my grandkids were born. I am an experienced in education and have contacts in education, but still, my grandkids don't have access. So we know parents that might not be as knowledgeable as I am have children with no access to AIM, Nest, or Horizon. 1 in 36 children are diagnosed with autism nationally, and it's extremely irresponsible on the Department of Education part to not meet the needs of our students who are autistic. We have money to pay the Chancellor over $400,000 a year, but we don't have the money to fully fund all the services that our children deserve. Not only does it take a toll on my grandchildren, but it takes a toll on my daughter. I don't get to spend the time that I need to spend with them because I'm too busy advocating for everything that they're supposed to get. I thank y'all for your advocacy. And y'all know usually I'm the strong one, but it's coming to the point where we don't know what to do. Even us who stand out here, we don't know what to do and where to get these services. So I really, when y'all think about this budget, please think about our children who are on the spectrum that are not getting the education that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next panel is Jai Nanda, Esteban Ozuna, Javier Juarez, Kyle Moat, and Zaid Quinones.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph, Chair Brennan, members of the council. Thank you so much for taking a minute to listen to our testimony this afternoon. My name is Jay Nanda. I'm the founder and executive director of Urban Dove. I started Urban Dove about 25 years ago working with high school youth here in New York City. We now run a network of transfer high schools for overage undercredited students. Some of you have been to our schools, you know our schools. We work very closely with schools in the DOE. It's a great synergy between us and DOE transfer schools. They take kids 17 and over, we take kids 17 and under. All of our students are overage and undercredited. All of the testimony you heard today about social and emotional health, it's double for kids who are overage and undercredited and disengaged in school. That's why the Learn to Work program was created over 20 years ago. The Learn to Work program provides grants to community-based organizations. The money does not go to schools. This is not a charter versus district issue. The money doesn't go to the charter schools or the district schools. It goes to community-based organizations who then provide social and emotional services, internships, college awareness, advocate counselors, attendance coordinators to help overage undercredited students engage. It's an unbelievably successful program, which is why 10 years ago, Chancellor Farina made sure that every single DOE transfer school got it. But because Urban Dove Team charter transfer schools are charter transfer schools, we were denied this. It was a political statement, but really the people you denied the service to were the students that are sitting here with me. We have over 1,000 students in our network. We're asking the council to please ensure that charter transfer schools are included in any future Learn to Work RFPs. And until that day comes, and we don't know when that will happen, we are asking the council to please provide the funding for those services and resources. You'll hear it much more eloquently from the students that we've brought here. Again, in the essence of time, we've only brought one student from each school, but we have over 1,000 students in our network, and you can hear from them as to why these resources are so critical. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Zai Quinones. I am 17 years old. I'm finishing my second year at Urban Dove Team Charter School 2 in the Bronx, a transfer school for overage undercredited students. I started my high school career at Stevenson High School in Soundview, but I struggled there and fell behind. It is a big school, and it was hard for me to get the help I needed. My counselor told me about a DOE transfer school called Bronx Community that was smaller and could better support me because they had a program called Learn to Work that offered a lot of services like internships, college support, and counseling. But when I went there, they told me I was too young and I could not enroll. The DOE transfer school option was not available to me, but I didn't want to stay at Stevenson. Then I found out about Urban Dove, a charter transfer school. They didn't care about my age or credits. They accepted me, and I actually love the school. I'm doing much better. It's not an easy path, but I'm working hard and gaining confidence in myself. But when I got to Urban Dove and asked about Learn to Work, I was told they didn't have Learn to Work program because they are a charter school, which I don't think is fair. If Bronx Community would have taken me, I would have gotten experience with Learn to Work. But because they won't and they don't have it, Urban Dove would. It makes no sense. I'm still me. What difference does it make which public school I attend? All overage and undercredited public school students who are working hard to get back on track deserve the same support. Thank you.
Push the button right there. There you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Javier Juarez. I am 16 years old, and I attend Urban Dove Team Charter School 3, Queens. I used to go to Long Island City High School, but it was not a good fit for me, and I struggled. When I fell behind, I was lost. The school has over 2,000 students. I tried to switch to a DOE transfer school, but they would not accept me because I was too young and had too few credits. UD Team took me right away. I've had a great year, have earned more credits than I would have at LIC, and I am back on track. With no options in the DOE, I am lucky I have found this school. My teachers tried to explain to me the difference between public transfer schools and public charter schools, and why they get Learn to Work programs and we don't, and it doesn't make any sense to me. We are all public school students who have chose a transfer school because it was a better fit for our needs. Urban Dove took me when the DOE wouldn't. That's a good thing. Why am I being punished for that? We believe that charter transfer schools should be allowed to participate in the DOE Learn to Work programs. We have been told that might be happening in the future, but not next year. We are asking the council to step in and provide me and my classmates with the same resources we would have gotten through the Learn to Work program if we were a DOE transfer school. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Mowat. I am 17 years old and I attend Urban Dove Team Charter School in Brooklyn. Like my fellow UD students who spoke just now, I came to UD after struggling at Benjamin and Banneker High School. I am finishing my second year at Urban Dove and I love the school. I am on track to graduate and hope to go to college to obtain my degree in business and finance when I graduate next year. We have been told that the DOE has promised us to include Urban Dove schools in the next round of Learn to Work, which we were happy to hear. The bad news is that the next round is still another year away, so what happens next year? There are over 1,000 students like me attending urban Dove schools throughout the city. The supports Learn to Work provides counseling, internships, and attendance support, which have all been proven to work. We need those things too. We are asking the council to please step in and provide the funds that should be, We are asking the council to please step in and provide the funds that should come from Learn to Work. We hope it will only be for next year, and then the DOE will honor its promise to include us in Learn to Work. But next year, we need your help so that we can get all the extra support that is so important for us to be successful. Thank you for having me.
How you doing? My name is Esteban Ozuna. I'm 17 years old. I started my high school career at Face and History, but it was not as great. It was not a great experience for me. I was fighting a lot, and did not have a great experience. Now I go to UDT Manhattan, and it has been a way better fit for me. I feel supported, and I'm doing way better in classes. For the first time in a while, I am enjoying school and thinking about my future. You have already heard from my fellow UD students about why we're here today. Next year, we'll be kept out of learning program once again. Next year is a cruel year for me. High school is really hard for all teenagers, but especially for those behind like we are. We need extra help sometimes. Learn to Work was invented because everyone knows this without being able to get the program. We need the council to step in and be our champion. Madam Chair, you came and visited our school last month, and you saw our students working hard, putting in effort to get back on track. Urban Dove schools filled with great kids trying to get on to do right. We are asking for your help, not your special treatment, just the same resources any other public school like us would get over the city. We hope it's just for 1 year, but 1 year can make a difference for high school struggling students to get back on track. We are the ones who are suffering. Please help us access to support and we deserve so that we can reach our full potential. Thank you.
I love that. How are you? You good? You still nervous?
Yeah.
It's all right. So you said that DOE has communicated that you'll receive Learn to Work funding in the next RFP, but that won't be until next year. There's no RFP this year. Is that correct?
That's what we were told. The next RFP will be for the 26-27 year, leaving us without the resources next school year.
Correct. So
we haven't even seen the RFP at all, but that's what we were told.
They're still cooking it. What's the ask for you? You came to the council. What's the ask?
We did. So if we were in the Learn to Work program, grants are approximately $350,000 per school. So our grant would be about $1.4 million. We put in a request to the City Council for $1 million to serve all 4 schools in our network. So we're not even asking for the full amount of Learn to Work, but we think it's a reasonable amount to provide 1,000 students that we have with the services Learn to Work would provide.
They're also doing an RFP because they didn't baseline the program. That's why we always say baselining is so important. And we urge them to baseline programs that are in baseline in the 2026 fiscal year. But thank you for the great work, gentlemen. Thank you. I hope to see you guys doing more work around advocating for yourself, right? So it's important. So thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And come back anytime. Any of you want to come to any of our schools, open invitation.
I'll bring Chair Brennan with me.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Nagwang Sherpa, Albert Tai, Andrea Alonz Rodriguez,
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Alonso Rodriguez. My pronouns are she, her. I'm in 9th grade and a student at a community school in Bushwick with Make the Road, New York. I am also a restorative justice youth leader at my school. I'm here because I want to let the city know how important restorative justice is in our school, and the students want the city to continue to fund restorative justice and divest from school police. While being an RJ youth leader, I've learned better ways to communicate, how to be accountable for my actions, and how to de-escalate conflict within my peers. I have firsthand experience in seeing my community at school grow because RJ has given me more confidence to make new and strengthen my old relationships. I've noticed in myself that I want to come to school more and be more involved in my school community. RJ has given me new ways to look at language and how we use it in school. It is a powerful tool that I'm learning to use. Restorative justice supports students instead of punishing them. It helps address the root cause of behavior, keeps students engaged, and teaches accountability. RJ builds empathy instead of punishing students behind with suspension. RJ has given me more direction. I can see how RJ gives my peers tools to succeed and build a better future. I believe that New York City has an opportunity to be a leader in the U.S. by investing in practices that support young people and divesting from practices that criminalize them. More funding for school safety officers does not make us safer. It is so stressful to walk into my school in the morning and I constantly hear screaming, and school security makes me not want to come to school. I'm grateful for our RJ coordinator because I know I could come to her if I have a problem. I urge City Council to fund restorative justice programming because students deserve to be seen, heard, and understood. Students demand real safety. I have seen that RJ can keep us safe. It keeps students engaged in their education, reduces repeat offenses, and creates a safer, more supportive school environment. And by investing in RJ means investing in the future of our youth and community. Protect funding for restorative justice in schools, move money from hiring and training school police, and stop funding for surveillance technology. By not hiring any more school police right now, New York City could save up to $100 million in 1 year, and that money could fund community-based sustainable RJ approaches to safety. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Albert Tan, and I am a senior at the Brooklyn School for Math and Research, and I'm also a youth leader at Make the Road New York Student Success Center at Bushwick campus. This fall, I will be attending Stanford University, and I have had the opportunity to work with students from 4 schools on our campus. Our Student Success Center has become a safe space to talk about different issues that my peers face. Being a youth leader means getting to do what I love, helping people of all kinds, no matter the circumstances. Coming from a first-generation low-income background, I've experienced what it feels like to want help but not be able to get any. Guiding students one-on-one throughout the college application and financial aid process is a way for me to both learn and grow. Despite receiving youth leader training this past summer, sometimes I still fail to get every step or piece of information about the college process correct. It's through hands-on work at the Student Success Center that I get to fix my mistakes and improve. There is a segregation of schools all across New York City. On one hand, there are schools that are flourishing because of the excess amount of funding they receive. On the other hand, however, there are students like Bushwick campus that are severely underfunded. This means we don't have enough counselors to meet the needs of our peers, and the Student Success Center has played a pivotal role in supporting those needs. The SSC allows people of all kinds to help shelter and information that they otherwise wouldn't be able to access at schools themselves. Peers all across Bushwick campus visit the SSC every day, and it's not just the same faces. Working here, I see different people from all backgrounds getting academic support, professional development, and wellness support. If the SSC failed to exist, finding the same information that advisors here specialize in would get a whole lot harder. There is a bulletin board right at the entrance of the SSC that outlines many different services that people look at daily. Even to me, as someone who received training, the SSC is invaluable in developing my interpersonal skills. Here, I feel safe to socialize, ask questions, and have deep conversations with my advisors. The SSC is where I feel I have formed lifelong connections and have been able to pass on knowledge to my peers on things that I have learned about the college process. It is for this reason and so many more that I urge the City Council to ensure continued and expanded funding for SSEs so that students can receive support for their future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nawang. I am a senior at Brooklyn School for Math and Research and a youth leader with Make the Road New York Student Success Center at Bushwick campus. And then I'll be attending NYU this fall. I am here today because I would like to share my experience as a youth leader and the importance of investing in Student Success Center to ensure every student like me have the support to get to college. As a student and a youth leader, I have personally experienced how the Student Success Center has changed life. I have worked with my peers, guiding them through the college application process, helping them land internship, gain access to financial aid, and showing what it means to be in a community with each other. Our SSC services are godsend, especially for low-income students like myself who cannot access these sources at home. The Student Success Center has been a lifeline for academics and students struggling with mental health, family challenges, and overwhelming college application process. Many students at my school are first-generation college applicants. I know how intimidating that journey can be because I have been in their shoes, unsure where to start. Through SSC, I have received the guidance I needed, help choosing colleges, writing applications, securing financial aid, and preparing for interviews. More than that, I gained leadership, communication, time management, and teamwork skills that will serve me beyond high school. The impact of Student Success Center cannot be overstated. Without it, students would lose critical resources and personalized support that traditional guidance counselors, often overwhelmed with high caseload, cannot provide. If Student Success Center disappears, many students will fall through the cracks without the tools or guidance to navigate their future. That is why I urge City Council to ensure and expand funding for Student Success Center. This is not just about today, it is about the future of our community. Investing in Student Success Center means investing in students' equity and the system that ensures every student have a fair chance to succeed. Thank you.
You mentioned some of you can talk more about the service Student Success Centers offer. Why is it so valuable to each one of you?
It's really valuable for me because I get to learn things that I wouldn't normally learn in a in a high school environment. So when I was applying to college this fall, I went to many advisors. For example, I had Limaira look over my resume, and without her, my resume probably wouldn't be as polished. Or I had Dana look over my essays, and so with that, I was able to send something that I was confidently gonna submit without feeling like I was missing a part of that.
It goes the same for me too. Doing my personal statement for the colleges, Barry, one of our advisor from Student Success Center, helped me with my personal statement too, and then Limaira, like Albert said, also helped me with my resume, which made it look more appealing to the colleges, so it's really meaningful.
Congratulations on going to Stanford. What are you majoring in?
I'm gonna major in economics.
Okay. We need you back in New York. So thank you so much. You want to add something?
No.
You're good? All right, Student Success Centers, as you heard earlier, is going to be funded centrally by New York City Public Schools, but we are going to have a briefing on as to, I want to see it in middle schools as well. So we will be doing that, having that conversation with them. So thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Hadig Ali. Long Hu Jiang, Tatiana Costello, and Kiara Healy. Are you missing one other person? No? All right, you may begin. Okay, no problem. Whenever she comes, she'll just join us. No worries. No worries. No worries. You want to? Okay.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Costello. I'm a staff member at the Brotherhood Sister Soul. I'm also a licensed social worker. I've previously worked as a school social worker, and I've also been a youth advocate for the last 10 years. No, I'm not that old. I've just been doing it since I was a youth. Transparently, this is probably one of my least favorite parts of my job. Not because I don't love the youth. It's not because I don't see the good things city councils are doing. It just is really difficult to urge and beg for resources while we all watch our youth suffer. I recently was talking to one of my youth members, and she just looked at me and asked me, like, what's wrong with me? You know, I don't have an answer for that. I can tell her nothing's wrong. Like, I don't know what's going on, but there's nothing I can do about the way the school system treats her. There's nothing I can do about the relationship that she's in that's just not good. And I can't play a double role as a social worker and also be a youth advocate for her. I've also been in situations where I was a school social worker and an 8-year-old tried to take her life in the school gym. I don't know how you explain to the other students why she did that. I know a lot about her history. I knew that her mom tried to also harm her. I knew why she tried to do that. I just didn't know what to say to everyone else when that was happening. And so mostly, you know, I have the statistics, you know, I have the degree. I could say all of those things, but I think most importantly, just wanting to urge that our youth need help. They need more mental health support. They need more restorative justice, because without it, it isn't just about them not being suspended. It's about their lives and their livelihood, and if they do make it out. And so just would encourage and urge y'all to consider funding the restorative justice programs, extending mental health support, and really thinking about the youth that I'm sure are in your lives, that are in our lives, moving forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and esteemed members of the hearing. My name is Longhui Zhang, and I'm a youth member with the Coalition for Equitable Education Funding, Citizens Committee for the Children, and a student at the Brooklyn Latin School in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Brooklyn Latin is one of the smallest specialized public schools in the city, stacked in the Gaynor building with 2 schools above us. And at Brooklyn Latin, we do not have a school-based mental health clinic. And that is why I'm here today, to advocate for baseline funding for the mental health continuum in the fiscal year 2026 budget, so that we can keep the fight alive to expand these clinics to schools like mine. It is no secret that we are in a mental health crisis, and these clinics are where students feel the most comfortable. They provide a space in school where students receive counseling. And in this long political darkness we are in, counseling makes me and my peers feel safe. It provides a space where students like myself can express their vulnerability. Without these resources, schools often resort to calling 911 in crisis situations, leading to unnecessary ER visits and hospitalizations, making the situation even worse. By investing in these clinics, it means that students get the right intervention at the right time. Every day, stories are being suppressed, especially under this administration. Honorable Chair and members of the Council, by restoring funding and baselining funding to mental health clinics in the continuum, we help fulfill our duty to ensure that every story of every child, every parent, every student of every family is heard. By providing in-school direct access to support and guidance, stories are told. Now is the time to hear them. Please continue the continuum. Thank you.
No, Good afternoon, Chair Joseph. My name is Kira Hahili. I am here as a high school sophomore and as a youth leader of the Circle Keepers, a nonprofit organization devoted to restorative justice opportunities expressed through art and music. I'm also here to talk about something personal, something that I let linger in me for far too long. For the past 5 years, I had to deal with the most traumatic events in my small life. The COVID pandemic, the high rates of suicide in youth, and slut-shaming and sexual abuse in 8th grade. But even before those events, I had to go through over a decade of being manipulated and dealt with severe trust issues because I didn't feel comfortable in my own home. And during those times, I contemplated some ideations, the best choice of word. I contemplated them for years, and they were bad enough to the point where every time I headed to school, I thought of tripping off of the train station platforms and letting the train splatter me all over the rails, to the point where I wanted to run into the middle of the street and let my body get crushed against the pavement. And so, when I was given therapy in 2021, I was finally given some kind of hope. I thank the therapists who helped me throughout the past 4 years, to social workers who made me feel comfortable in my school, and to the guidance counselors who encouraged me to believe in my future. If it weren't for them, I would have been 6 feet underground 4 years prior to today. For years, I wished I wasn't given such high expectations from the people I grew up with. I wished I didn't tire myself to the point where my bones hurt just to make one person proud. I wish I didn't plummet my self-esteem to the core of the earth just to lift up someone else's. And because of the therapists, social workers, counselors, and mental health clinics we have, I'm sitting here testifying today. I hope by sharing my story, I motivate someone else who is struggling to ask for help. If every school had the supports I have, less children won't have to struggle in silence, which is why we need to baseline the funding for the mental health continuum in our schools. If we give students the mental health they need, the mental health interventions they deserve, we will help our future go stronger. We can give them the chance at life they deserve to have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and members of the committee. My name is Hadi Ali, and I'm a junior in District 45, where I've spent my entire life attending New York City public schools. I'm here today with the Yaya Network and Dignity in Schools campaign to demand long-term investment in the programs that actually make schools safe, supportive, and just, starting with fully funded restorative justice. We're here, once again, because the political realities are being used to justify taking back the very dollars that our schools need, even after our voices were leveraged to secure them. The state budget has taken away potential increases in foundation aid, and the mayor's executive budget proposes limited one-year funding for programs that students have been demanding for years. Each time genuine change seems within reach, we're reminding that it can still be revoked, and that equity is treated as a privilege, not a right. And when officials debate numbers behind closed doors, it's our students who feel the consequences every single day. I'm here to remind you just how critical stable, long-term funding for schools in communities like mine, where schools already operate on the margins and feel every dollar lost. While we continue to fight for what our schools deserve, I want to take a moment to recognize the small wins in this year's executive budget. Baselining $6 million for restorative justice and funding for mental health support and immigration communications is a step forward and signals that our voices are finally reaching you. But that funding only secures support for schools that already have restorative justice programs, not for schools like mine, where Black and brown students are suffering the most from the exact issues that these programs are meant to address. So what does that say about who we're choosing
to leave behind. Surely, we can't be funding equitable education if only a select group of students get access to these programs. So hearing us isn't enough. This moment calls for a durable commitment that matches the urgency that we live with. Amid the attacks on public education from the Trump administration, we need reassurance that these life-changing programs will not merely survive the next budget cycle, but be expanded. So while I acknowledge the steps in this year's executive budget, students deserve more than halfway measures and temporary fixes. We need consistent investment, not just when it's politically convenient, because students are not bargaining chips in the annual struggle over the city's budget. We're young people trying to survive in a system that treats us like we're the problem instead of asking why it keeps failing us. So I'm asking you, don't settle halfway. Fully fund restorative justice, invest in the support system students actually need, and show us through action, not words, that they are worth the full investment. Thank you.
Can you talk about the kind of mental health services that are currently available at your schools? You brought that up when you were talking.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So here at Brooklyn Line, we do have a counseling department. We are a fairly small school, so we do have mental health support from our counselors. But given that we have a limited number of our counselors and not a mental health clinic, when students feel like they need help, they don't really have a place to go, especially when counselors are also dealing with college counseling as well as in addition to mental health counseling. And also the fact that not many people feel comfortable going to their counselors because they haven't had that relationship, or students at my school don't feel comfortable sharing to people that they haven't met before or haven't had that relationship. So having a clinic that's specially designed to make you feel safe, make you feel comfortable, that's critical to help making sure that our students and myself feel like they're not alone in this world, which is getting increasingly dark.
It is. Thank you for each and every one of your testimonies today. You're the reason why I work so hard and fight so hard for every single thing that you guys deserve. Deserve nothing less than the best. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, next panel, Destiny Jimenez, Avery Severe, Ibel Nunez, Janice Chong, Lamisha Tassim, Mariama Yalo, Nuha Chowdhury, Edward Sanchez. Okay, who wants to start?
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and committee members. Thank you for having me here. I am Evelyn Nunez, a high school junior from District 7. I am here with the Yaya Network and Dignity in Schools to thank you all for the efforts you have made towards restorative justice and reminding you of all the work that we still need to do. We understand that the circumstances of our current political climate are limited, but that doesn't mean that that these practices should be neglected. Restorative justice practices have been a pillar in my community. From exciting events to peer mediation programs that at my school students have taken advantage of daily. These practices aren't just a different way to discipline students. It's building community, resources, and bonds so strong that when a problem does arise, we are there to support the students when they fall back on us. It's a way to understand the issues students are facing and preventing these issues, decreasing the amount of harmful punishments like suspensions that only take away learning time from the students. At the beginning of the school year, I had to mediate the situation between a small friend group of 4 students. This dispute resulted in 2 getting suspended, so when they came back to classes as part of the program, we decided to have discussions with them while we mediated them. We had discussions about their issues in front of a counselor so we can get them back into their regular schedule with a new page. Unfortunately, we only met twice out of the 5 to 8 meetings we were supposed to have. You may wonder why did this happen? But to my peers, this concept is not foreign. My counselor was busy, not with regular work, but with 3 other different groups who had the same situation. Ultimately, she decided to move on our time to other students, deeming the first group as not an emergency. I quote. And you want to know what happened to this non-emergency group? 3 got suspended and the other one had to have a safety transfer. This issue wasn't about students not getting enough discipline. It was about giving them a safe space so they can have a moderated discussion while figuring out their problems. And you best believe I made this point clear to my counselor, but to her response, I quote, "It was in the first 2 meetings they did pretty well, but well isn't enough. These practices to work, we need them to have time and dedication to build structures. As I asked my counselor, I ask you not to see these practices as a one-time thing, but embrace them. Not just a way to make yourself look more progressive, but actively heal and restore learning environments. Not just for me, but for the many students who walk these hallways as I call my own. But in order for this to happen, we need to continue advocating and actively fighting for these programs. They can't be the first to be brought up when budget cuts are mentioned. We need these programs and initiatives. We see we see that they work, so why should they be jeopardized when budget cuts arises? I understand that just like my counselor, you have a million things to do, and that you're under pressure from all sides of the table, but I beg of you, keep making sure that our voices are heard and that restorative justice isn't just brushed under the rug every time a budget cut arises.
Thank you. Go ahead. How are you?
I'm good.
You ready to go? Just hit the little silver button.
I turned it on and then I turned it off. Hello, my name is Mariama Jallo. I am a junior and I go to the same school as Ibel, District 7. And today I'm with the Yaya Network and Dignity in Schools to talk about the importance of restorative justice and why there should be more funding, because I know you guys gave $6 million in baseline for 1 year. And I'm also a member of the Restorative Justice Club in my school, and I see a lot of changes from when I first started to now. At first, when I was in the club, I saw a lot of planning for certain events, planning for certain just bonding experiences for certain grades, even though we don't have that. We don't have the right community or the right discussion with the whole school about how, excuse me, I'm sorry. About how we want to keep our students really connected together. And even in the club itself, I see that we don't have a trained restorative justice supervisor to keep the club running together. We struggle to find a classroom to even go inside to talk about restorative justice at all. And it doesn't really function as regularly as I thought it did when I first was introduced and recruited into the club. Also, when I tried to cater a restorative justice circle, it didn't really feel as safe to me. And so it's really important that we expand and push to the $12 million that we asked for restorative justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Edward Sanchez. I'm a CUNY Political Science student at Baruch College, a recent graduate of New York City Public Schools for Hamilton High School, and a youth leader at Citizens Committee for Children of New York. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Coalition for Equitable Education Funding, a group of more than 120 organizations advocating for the resources needed to ensure every student receives a high-quality education with a focus on those who need the most support. We are pleased that the fiscal year 2026 executive budget includes long-term funding for a number of important education programs that had been at risk of cuts due to expiring city funding, including 3K, preschool special education classes, arts programming, community schools, tutoring, and many more. However, the executive budget leaves out student success centers entirely, so this program is still at risk and needs continued support. We know that the Student Success Centers, they train and support youth leaders on how to guide their peers through the college admissions process, providing crucial support to students at more than 30 high schools. Additionally, the executive budget leaves in several important programs without long-term funding, opting instead to extend their funding for 1 year only, creating uncertainty for the communities they serve and that they need. Programs that receive funding for 1 more year only are therefore at risk of getting cuts in 2026, including summer programming to provide students with recreational activities, arts, and field trips, in addition to academic enrichment. Learning to work programs to provide support to overage, undercredited students to help them earn a high school diploma and develop a post-secondary plan. Restorative justice programs to help students stay in school and resolve conflicts instead of being suspended. The mental health continuum to provide mental health care to students at 50 schools. Outreach efforts to help ensure families are aware of early childhood programs, and immigrant family outreach to help families receive information about their child's school in a language and mode they can access. We call on the city to baseline funding for these programs in the final fiscal year 2026 budget and make additional investments that are needed to support students, especially those who have the greatest needs. The coalition thanks the City Council for your strong support in continuing essential education programs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. And I'm also personally want to thank Councilmember Justin Brandon. I'm a constituent. I live in Bay Ridge, so hopefully you get to help out and support what the constituents wants and needs.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Council Finance Chair Brandon. My name is Avery Severe. I'm a junior in high school, and I attend Urban Academy Laboratory High School, which is a member of the New York Performance Standards Consortium. Thank you for giving me the chance to explain how important funding is for affinity partners like the consortium to New York City students. I attended a Regents-based school in 9th grade, and one time my English teacher told me that I wrote a really, really good essay, but I couldn't get a good grade on it because it wasn't Regent-style writing. And that just, that sent me down. You know, it made me feel less confident in the education I was getting because I came from a place where we were more focused on like honing a personal voice in our writing, and I was getting told I couldn't have a personal voice in my writing, so I had to get out of that school. I didn't like where it was going, so I left. And I transferred to a school in the consortium. I came to Urban Academy, which was very alternative to the school that I was coming from. And like all other schools in the consortium, Urban uses performance-based assessments, or PBATs, in place of the Regents exams to graduate. And in other consortium schools, students are in control of their graduation projects, what topics and questions they will explore, and with the support of their teachers, they do projects like these for every discipline. So like math, science, English, social studies, even art. There's a library proficiency at my school where we get familiar with library science. And since being at a consortium school, I'm more excited about learning and less jaded about being assessed. And without the Regents looming over my head, I get to spend more time working on like essays and projects in art that truly reflect how I interpret what I'm learning in school. And I'm less scared of messing up, and I'm more prepared to tackle big topics because I know that genuine learning takes trial and error, and genuine learning doesn't mean what will get me a good grade on the Regents. And like curating all these projects is really, really hard, but it makes me feel more prepared for life after high school. And I think that every student in New York deserves the opportunity to feel more prepared. And I know from speaking to my friends that still attend Regents-based schools that they don't necessarily feel that, and a lot of people wish that they had the opportunity to learn at a consortium school, but there isn't one like in every neighborhood, in every borough, yada yada. But the Regents aren't for everybody, and consortium schools offer an option for students that learn differently. And thank you for listening to me talk today. I'm so sorry I went over time, but I care a lot about these schools.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel, Esperanza Vasquez, Chauncey Young, Sauda Mitchell, sorry, I can't read it, Iman God, Ure Castellano, Victoria Jean,
Buenas tardes, Consejo Municipal. Mi nombre es Esperanza Vázquez, soy madre de 2 hijos. He sido líder del Comité de Padres en Acción, PAC, desde el 2001. Nací en México, mis 2 hijos nacieron en el Bronx y fueron a la escuela del Distrito 9. Mi hijo mayor la próxima semana se gradúa de la universidad y el menor se graduó recientemente de la escuela secundaria del campus comunitario de Restorative.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Esperanza Vasquez, and I am the mother of 2 children. I have been a parent leader with the New Settlement Parent Action Committee, PAC, since 2001. Although I was born in Mexico, both of my children were born in the Bronx, and they went to school in District 9. My oldest son is currently in college, and my youngest recently graduated from high school on the New Settlement Community Campus.
El Comité de Acción de Padres de Restorative es una organización liderada por padres que ha estado trabajando con el padres y en las escuelas en el Bronx desde 1996. Nuestra guía principal para PAC es que cada niño merece una educación de calidad.
New Settlement Parent Action Committee is a parent-led organization that has been working with parents in schools in the Bronx since 1996. Our main guiding principle for PAC is that every child deserves a quality education.
Entendemos que no podemos trabajar aislados de nuestras comunidades escolares en el Bronx, y trabajar por un cambio requiere que las comunidades de toda la ciudad de Nueva York y el estado de Nueva York se unan y exijan cambios. Es por eso que estoy aquí hoy.
We understand that we cannot work isolated in our communities, in our schools in the Bronx, and that working for a change, it requires that our communities throughout the whole city of New York and the state of New York get together and demand a change. That's why I'm here today.
PAC es una organización de miembros de muchas coaliciones de la campaña de las escuelas centradas en curación, la coalición de la ciudad de Nueva York para justicia educativa, la coalición de dignidad de las escuelas, neoyorquinos por las escuelas públicas de justicia racial.
PAC is a member organization in many coalitions. The Healing Centered Schools Campaign, the New York City Coalition for Educational Justice, the Dignity in Schools Coalition, and New Yorkers for Racially Justice Public Schools.
Como organización de las familias inmigrantes negras y latinas, pedimos que la ciudad de Nueva York haga más por nuestras escuelas y nuestras familias, e invierta en curación y apoyar a nuestros estudiantes y no castigar ni suspender injustamente a los estudiantes en crisis.
As an organization of immigrants and Black and Latinx families, We ask the New York City to do more for our schools and our families and invest in healing and supporting our students and not unjustly punishing them and suspending students who are in crisis.
Un presupuesto es un documento moral y la forma en que gastemos los fondos de nuestra ciudad es importante.
A budget is a moral document, and how we spend our city's funding matters.
Necesitamos emplear más consejeros escolares, trabajadores sociales para apoyar la salud emocional de los estudiantes. Necesitamos dejar de desplegar policías en nuestras escuelas y usar detectores de metales.
We need to employ more student counselors and social workers to support students' social emotional health. And we need to stop deploying policemen in our schools or using metal detectors.
Necesitamos utilizar técnicas de justicia restaurativa y dejar de tratar a nuestros hijos como delincuentes. Necesitamos soluciones, no suspensiones.
We need to use restorative justice techniques and to stop treating our children like they were criminals. And we need solutions, not suspensions.
La ciudad de Nueva York debería evitar debería de invertir en sanación y no invertir en daños.
New York City should invest in healing and not invest in more harm.
Necesitamos un presupuesto justo para la ciudad de Nueva York.
We need a
Muchas
fair
gracias
budget for New York City.
por la
Thank you very
oportunidad
much for the opportunity today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Joseph and New York City Council members. My name is Chancellor, and I'm a Bronx parent living in the Highbridge neighborhood of the Bronx and the director of the New Settlement Parent Action Committee. As Esperanza mentioned, we're a member of many organizations, including all that she mentioned, and also the Coalition for Equitable Education Funding. Our members are extremely concerned about the state of New York City public schools and are advocating for equitable funding, both here in the city, and we also advocate at the state level with some frustration at the situation that we landed on the state level in terms of funding. Now New York City is put in a position where we need to invest more in our cities and in our schools and our families, we need them to invest in social emotional support for our students and families. Students and families need trauma-responsive care and culture-responsive healing-centered practices. Our schools need to be provided with support and guidance to help develop trauma-responsive, healing-centered schools. We also need to address that New York City is a sanctuary city, and that our city should be safe and sanctuary for our immigrant families and not cooperate with ICE. It is an outrage that New York City's higher education institutions have not been sanctuaries for our students, as we've seen at Columbia and NYU. These institutions have opened their doors to ICE and have disciplined and expelled student activists. We hope with the support and guidance of New York City Council, the public schools will remain a safe space for all students regardless of their immigration status. We should be investing in our future, not furthering the cradle to prison pipeline. New York City continues to undermine restorative justice, a program that could use additional funding to train young adults to be school-based restorative justice coordinators. We also joined the coalition calling for the city to restore $3.3 million in student success funders and baseline funding for summer program, learning to work, and restorative justice. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Joseph, Chair Brennan, and members of the committee, the Joint Committee. My name is Iman Gad, and I'm the Policy Coordinator at Girls for Gender Equity. GGE offers this testimony today because the funding we receive is imperative to the development and growth of Black girls and gender-expansive youth of color across New York City. We request continued support from City Council for our FY26 youth programming in the amount of $350,000 from the Young Women's Initiative, $200,000 from the Domestic Violence and Empowerment Initiative, $100,000 from the Sports Training and Role Models for Success Initiative, and $250,000 from the Alternatives to Incarceration Funding. Through this, GGE will continue to address the needs of young people across all 5 boroughs and expand its reach. The time to invest in our youth is now. As you've already heard firsthand from the numerous testimonies, young people are in desperate need of support. Since the pandemic, there has been a youth mental health crisis. Increased loneliness and isolation in this highly digital world has left young people, particularly Black and Latin girls, without the social support they need. This is where GGE steps in. Our programs are a safe space for New York City youth, and while I cannot describe each program in detail right now because of time constraints, I can tell you more about our Young Women's Advisory Council, also known as YWAC, which GGE seeks to expand with your increased support. Born out of the Speaker's Young Women Initiative, YWAC develops young women into leaders by exposing them to political education, civic engagement, and youth organizing strategies. In the past year, our youth learned how to testify, host community events, and conduct digital activism. They even learned different public service career pathways during our City Council Shadow Day in February, which many of you actually participated in. We hope that Council supports our modest $350,000 request to expand YWAC's curriculum and foster further collaborations with partner organizations and this Council, in addition to the other requests detailed more in our written testimony. Through these requested appropriation, Council can reaffirm its commitment to Black girls and gender-expansive youth of color by supporting our life-saving programs, especially at this dire time when funders are shying away from investments towards racial justice and DEI programming. Remember, when New York City invests in its young people, it invests in its future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blessings to you all. I am so always flabbergasted when I stand before you because I've never seen a city council. I've never seen leaders lead like this before in my 60 years. Never. You are awesome. You're making things happen. You are a legacy in the making. Thank you. My name is Chaplain Sandra Mitchell, and I am Harlem-born, Bronx-raised, single-parent mother at 15 years old. There were programs in place, pilot programs for middle schools. We got to check what programs we wanted. They gave us the power to decide what classes we want. They did that because attention span was just nil. We weren't interested, we weren't engaged, and attendance was horrible. So we had classes like advanced algebra, calculus, humanities, and we got to learn about different people in different parts of the world. And it was awesome. We need to bring pilot programs back again. My school, I look at Pace University. I love coming down here. And I love seeing you in your power, exercising your power to make things happen for us, for me. I will be returning back to school because of you. It's your fault. I'm going to get that teacher's license. I had the chance to teach at Roberto Clemente Elementary School and Susan B. McKinley School. They were deemed as baby's kids. You can't teach them anything. You want to go and try? I did. And the children, they tried to give me hell, but I gave them love and respect. I believe in our education system because I'm a public school recipient, and my teachers let me know that I can do it. My colleagues, my colleagues have said everything that I wanted to say, so I just wanted to tell you this, leave you with this. When I was 10 years old, my social studies teacher told us that all Black and brown African Americans, people of color, children of color, are descendants of savages. He set the fire on me. He should have never said that. I went to Mama. I said, Mama, you got to tell him a piece of your mind. She said, no, you're making a big thing out of something. Just wanted me to cool it down. And I tossed and turned. We didn't go to church. We didn't have a Bible. But I said, God, if you're real, just tell me what to say to that man. So I cross-examined him. And I said, the picture that you have are village men, and it's 120 degrees in the shade. That's why they have on their bathing suits. He says, it's not bathing suits, it's loincloth. And he started to get angry. But I cross-examined him. I said, it's 120 degrees in the shade. They put on their loincloth and they have their spears, and they're going out into the vast jungle to find food for their village. I am not a savage, and neither are my classmates. But we are descendants of brave warriors. He was finished for the year. And I'm still doing that. I want to say that you give me power as a person now with a disability. I'm not disabled. Chaplain Mitchell going to get some teeth, and I'm going to really work out on this body. But I'm going back to school because of you, because you have given me the courage where I was feeling kind of, how can I do this? But you do this each and every single day, fighting against the opposition and winning. So I want to thank you for your heart, thank you for your courage, thank you for doing this every day, and thank you for giving the students hope, but really a hope that's going to manifest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Okay, now we have Josh Melendez, Kai Lin, and if there's any other students that are here, now's the time to come up. Just turn your mic on, the little silver button. Here you go.
Hi, my name is Rahima Kalani, and I go to United Charter AMS 2 in the Bronx, and I am a member in the Liberation Program at Brotherhood Sister Soul and a youth organizer. If restorative justice and mental health support was funded instead of school policing, my friends and I will be able to go to school without having to worry about being policed. I would have been suspended less for things that could have been solved with a conversation. I wouldn't have to worry about being pulled away from entry because I got flagged from metal detectors when in reality I don't have anything on me, and I wouldn't have to worry about any of my cousins getting stopped by the police or deans in schools because of being stereotyped of how they looked and accused of withholding certain objects. I wouldn't have to worry about not being heard in situations where I felt threatened in school or outside of school, which caused me to be yelled at and locked in a room for 4 hours when they think that that's being called discipline, when in reality it just brings us back to the prison to school pipeline. I could even be in my program right now, but I'm here trying to make a difference, and not just me and my friends, but for all youth in New York. So I'm urging you all to fund restorative justice and mental health services instead of school policing, because we matter and deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Kai Lin. I'm a senior at Fort Hamilton High School in Bay Ridge and a participant of the Yaya Network. In 2022, the DOE allocated $323 million to school budgets to make up for the enrollment drops. My school received the most with $3.5 million. This does not even include the $5 million our school received to renovate our track and field. It is clear to me that I go to a well-funded school, even for one with about 5,000 students. However, with all this funding, not a single penny was used to hire new social workers or fund the restorative justice team. In fact, a large portion of our student population doesn't even know about these resources. Freshmen aren't even able to join our restorative justice team because they operate during their class hours. How are 5,000 students expected to share 2 social workers? So while my school does have more mental health and restorative justice resources than others, they are extremely underfunded and inaccessible. I know my school doesn't have an issue with finding funding considering the amount of renovations we've had in just my 4 years there. Fort Hamilton High School is situated in a predominantly white upper middle class neighborhood. Why would we have a funding issue? So why is it that we can receive a brand new track and field, cafeteria, playground, and basketball and tennis courts, but not any new social workers or resources to make the restorative justice team more accessible? If my school isn't receiving proper mental health and restorative justice resources, then I can't imagine how underfunded predominantly Black and brown schools in economically depressed neighborhoods are. I urge you to consider my school's example of the desperate need for more funding for restorative justice programs. Baselining $6 million for these programs is a step in the right direction, but we envision a future where all schools can have robust restorative justice programs with sufficient staffing. All of this so schools like mine won't pour millions of dollars into sports while turning a blind eye to mental health, and so redline schools in predominantly Black and brown neighborhoods can get equity and the resources they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Amina Jallo, and I'm with District 13 High School. I'm a District 13 high school junior from Flatbush, Brooklyn, and I'm here today with the Yaya Network to show you why restorative justice and community building still matters with limited funding. As someone who's seen the value in mentally affirmative school environments, this is a huge priority to the school community. My school currently utilizes aspects of restorative justice such as peer mediation, but imagine if they had the funding to expand these programs and better connect with the community. Many people find themselves in physical altercations in my school and around the area, which leads them to month-long suspensions that hurt their academic ability to grow and destroy their enthusiasm surrounding the school environment. Children thrive off of social interaction, and it's vital to make them feel welcome by their communities rather than imprisoned and shut out due to suspensions that put their social lives on hold. If these children maybe had reformative outlets in contrast with isolative punishments, they'd be less likely to end up under suspensions. Reshaping disciplinary actions towards violent behavior can create children that grow into adults that can manage strong emotions. If we only focus on authoritarian discipline and leave out vital pillars like student success centers, then we're simply ignoring the potential of New York children. Would it hurt to invest in their futures and see how they blossom? While we appreciate the new baseline funding, we also know that it doesn't guarantee the growth of restorative justice. We also know that in order to guarantee New York students the best chance at success, our goals should be further emphasized in this time of misinformation becoming ever present. Lastly, students who feel that their community believes in them ultimately believe in themselves and are more likely to succeed. Let's make that happen and stop cheating out the students of New York.
What do you find most helpful about restorative justice programming?
For me, what I find most helpful about it is that I feel like it could like benefit the student, like not mentally, but also like academically, because a lot of students, because they don't have anyone to talk to or like they aren't like really involved in the school life, they like don't focus in school and they probably have a better life outside of school, but we also want to bring that inside of school, like giving them the time to like talk to people and giving them the time to like find people to talk to and like, and just communicate, because I feel like communication is also a big thing that a lot of students need because they keep a lot of stuff balled up inside. So I feel like restorative justice, it can't only mean like to help students for like their mental health, but like it could also benefit them school-wise. Like you could see grades coming up and stuff like that, and you could see like they, like just, it could just benefit them. Thank you.
Do you have a peer model, a peer-to-peer model in your school?
Wait, what do you mean by that?
A peer-to-peer model in terms of students supporting students in case in it.
Yeah, so actually this happened to me. I think this is my 10th grade year. I was going through a lot of stuff like in school. My grades were dropping and I felt like I had a lot of stuff going on at home and I couldn't talk to nobody because I felt like, you know, it was just like I just kept stuff balled inside. So my friends, what they did was we sat together in the class and we all talked about our problems and we like just connected with each other. So that it made me feel like open to, it just made me feel like happier and like open to talk to people more and not only talk to them, but also talk to like my counselors and stuff, like just talk to them more. And I just saw growth in myself. Like I stopped sleeping in class every day. My grades were coming up, and I was like I was a more happier person to know that people around me were listening to me and focused on my mental health.
Do you have the support you need now in your school?
It's mainly students because our counselors don't really like check up on us. You know, there's a bunch of other students. So it's mostly unless you go to them. And, you know, we have like our classes are mostly taking up our time and we barely have breaks during classes. So like we don't really have time to go to them and tell them what we're going through. So it's mainly like students coming together.
Okay. Chair?
Good. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay, next panel, we have Erica Perez Estrella, Derai Fatumata Ba, Amy Heredia, Yere Castaño, Guadalupe Tentitia, Josh Melendez. Yes. Okay, want to begin? Just say your name and you can start.
Hello, good evening. My name is Yere Castaño, and I'm a young leader with Future of Tomorrow and the Urban Young Leader Collaborative. I am currently a student at Murray Hill Academy, but before that I used to be a student at Franklin K. Lane High School in Brooklyn. Today, I am here to demand that you start investing more resources in our schools and communities and divest from the racist policings of students. We need more resources like mental health, counselors, and social workers, and fully funded programs like student success centers and restorative justice that will help students like me thrive and succeed. During my time living in the United States, I have attended schools in different states, including Florida. In my experience, NYC school systems has been the most demanding and competitive, yet the least supporting and the most lacking in resources. While I was at Franklin K. Lane, I experienced a school system with little resources and little support, and a lot of police. Lane, this is one of the many reasons why I decided to transfer over to Murray Hill Academy, where the students' population might not have the same experience as me or look like me, but the same but more resources and supported learning environment students need. As a student in the city, I experienced that schools with predominantly students of color get less resources than other schools. This is not fair. It is time for the city to start prioritizing support the school's environment and resources for me, my peers, and the future students of the NYC public school system. We deserve access to resources that predominantly white schools already receive. Today, I demand that you and the mayor prioritize care, not criminalization, by securing and hiring a hiring freeze on school cops that does not allow withfield or attrition. Cut the funding for the remaining vacancies of school cops position, and use the funding from both these divestments to protect and expand restorative justice, mental health, and other staff practices that help students learn and thrive. You must cease all NYCPD recruitment, hiring, and training school cops. Do not hire any new school police and permanently eliminate any school police academy classes. This is the first step towards funding the resources we actually need. by not hiring new school cops and cutting the current 675 vacant school cops positions. We could immediately have $100 million to protect and expand restorative justice, mental health, and other programs that we need to have real safety and supports. It is time for the mayor and the city to start prioritizing our education, to invest in promising future of this city, to invest in us, the young students that will hopefully someday be leading this city and our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now?
Yes, just turn your mic on.
Okay. Hello, my name is Erica. My pronouns are she, her. I am a sophomore in high school.
Just bring the mic a little closer so we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Erica. My pronouns are she, her. I am a sophomore in high school in Staten Island. I am a youth leader with Make the Road New York and the Urban Youth Collaborative. I am here today because students shouldn't have to go to school with the anxiety of potentially having an encounter with the school police. There are many different ways to address a situation, and I don't think that getting arrested or hurt by a cop in school should be one of them. Immigrant students and their families are already facing so much uncertainty and fear with an increase of the presence of ICE in their communities and the call for the mass deportations. Families are afraid to send their kids to school. Students should not walk into schools feeling the same fear because the first people they see are police. I have friends and family members that are immigrants. Over the past couple of weeks, we have seen ICE agents and vehicles around the schools in Staten Island. There was a lockdown during school one day due to the incident involving a student. A lot of my peers were unaware and assumed the lockdown had to do with ICE, given that they were seen driving by the school earlier that day. As you can imagine, a lot of the young people were worried about what would happen and even let each other know that they were seen around the school. When we talk about the impact of ICE, we cannot leave out school cops of the conversation because they both can and have harmed students. What we truly need is mental health support in schools and restorative justice. We must secure a hiring freeze, cut funding for the vacant school cop positions, and reinvest money for baseline funding for restorative justice, social workers, guidance counselors, and mental health support. True safety comes from caring for and protecting each other, and that doesn't include police nor ICE. Youth people deserve to feel safe in schools, not discriminated against.
Thank you very much.
My name is Amy. I'm a junior in high school from Brooklyn and a youth leader at Make the Road New York and the Urban Youth Collaborative. Last week, I was in Albany speaking for the New York for All bill legislation that will protect immigrants, New Yorkers, including myself, with the new administration. New York must be protected. Also protect immigrant students by divesting from all forms of school policing and punitive practice. It's time to shift funding away from system that fueled the school to deportation pipeline and instead invest in those that are truly support and protect students. After a long day, I am here because I care about real safety, not police. But more counselors, mental health support, restorative justice, and college access. Schools should be a place where students should feel safe to learn and grow. There's no evidence that police prevent conflict. If anything, they often make things worse. In my experience, having school police is destructive. Every morning, hundreds of students often show up on time, but the metal detectors and slow scanning make us late due to the long lines. The school police speak to us rudely and pull students aside for extra checks. It feels like there's no way to win as a student. Despite my best efforts to come on time and do well, I'm not welcome. Instead, I'm targeted. I've seen students pulled from the line and taken to bathrooms by teachers and school officers for searches, including under their clothes. One of my friends went through this after scanning. They suspect something was hidden in her shirt. So she lifted up her shirt for a full search, even though there was nothing found. She came out angry and embarrassed, and delayed made the rest of us even later to class. But on the other hand, I have two amazing teachers, my ELA and my Model UN teacher, who makes me truly happy to be safe in school. They have supported me through tough times and helped me grow as a student. Just seeing them smile when I walk reminds me that I'm in a place where I'm validated. Now I imagine if every student had supportive staff like them, the impact would be powerful. Instead of being greeted by police yelling at us in the hallways, we would be meted with care, respect, and support. We need to be successful. Even though the education investment Mayor Adams recently announced in the budget, he still continues to fund more school police than counselors, social workers, and restorative justice staff. We are calling on City Council to choose differently to fully fund our futures and real safety. True safety means care and community, not police or ICE. Our schools should be spaces to learn and belong. We don't need to be criminalized as we enter our school building. We need to be treated as students and future leaders. Removing police would improve our school environments. Funding should go towards real safety and support. Counselors, mental health, RJ, collaborative, and more. It is time to invest in us, give police free schools and the resources our school so desperately needs. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Guadalupe. My pronouns are she, her. I am a junior in high school in Staten Island, and I am a youth leader with Make the Road New York and the Urban Youth Collaborative. Students deserve to be in supportive and welcoming schools without the worry of being seen as a threat. Mayor Adams has spoken about adding the best budget ever, yet it allocates just $12 million to restorative justice, with half of that set to expire by 2026. At the same time, the NYPD and DOE spend over $450 million on school policing. This budget shows a clear priority, investing in punitive measures over meaningful support like mental health resources and restorative justice practices that truly benefit students. In my personal experience, I've been mistreated and stereotyped by a police officer working in my school over a simple misunderstanding. At that time, I was just an elementary school student who had recently arrived into the country and was still adapting to the new language and environment. What I needed and deserved was care and compassion, and instead was punished. I believe that all students, no matter their age, deserve to be in schools that feel safe and that respect them. This is why I am here to demand a hiring freeze on school cops that does not allow to fill for attrition, cutting the funding for the remaining vacant school cop positions, as well as using the funding from both of these divestments to protect and expand restorative justice and mental health practices that help students thrive and learn. I believe that restorative justice and mental health support is something that should exist inside of every school. In my school, we practice restorative justice, and it has allowed many of my peers and myself to be understood and seen beyond our moments of conflict. I was involved into a verbal altercation with one of the students, and it was restorative justice that helped us both get to the root of the problem. We were given the opportunity to express how we felt and how we were impacted. My peer ended up sharing that they were going through some personal things and apologized for lashing it out on me. Since then, we haven't had any conflict. With restorative justice, we can fully share our thoughts and receive support and guidance to grow in a calm and caring place instead of being constantly targeted or degraded. Penalizing students over their actions without taking into consideration what they could be going through will only make them feel like they don't have a safe place to share their emotions or worries. Like many young people here today, I am here to advocate for myself. For those who've had similar experiences like me, we deserve to attend school without fear of being judged or criminalized. We deserve to feel safe and understood inside of our schools. We deserve to have a budget that reflects those needs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Josh Melendez, and I live in the Bronx. I'm in 11th grade. I'm a youth leader at Sisters and Brothers United and the Urban Youth Collaborative, and I've been advocating for the school system to invest into social and emotional support of that of young people since I was 12. It has been 5 years since I've last testified before this council, and I've honestly feel like I've been repeating myself. Not much has changed, and it feels like it needs to grow more and more. When I was younger, I was accused of having a gun in my bag, and they pulled me to the side. They pulled me to the side for hours. I was surrounded by school cops who interrogated me and said that I was in the wrong, even though I told them I had nothing on me and all they had to do was check my bag. They did an investigation on me, and they found I have nothing on me. They kept me out of class for hours, and after that, they continued to talk behind my back, and I felt like a horrible student. It made me feel like I was suspicious that in any moment I could be accused of anything. I am in high school now, and I'm still feeling the same oppression that I felt years ago. There is no reason that I should walk into a school, a safe haven, and see 8 school cops and metal detectors that don't work. We often get scanned with hand wads, and if you are late, expect to wait even longer, maybe in up to 30 minutes. It feels horrible. And on top of that, to hear the school cops talk behind my back, diminishing us, while we are not able to say anything back because they can abuse their power with no accountability. At this point, all I want is the funding from our school to be put into the education system. It is sad to see my teachers having to struggle and put in their own money to buy supplies that should just be given to them. Instead, that should be given to them because of potential budget cuts. This budget should not be balanced on the backs of students and teachers. I am here with my peers to ask the council to pass a budget that, 1, stops hiring police officers and don't refill any positions that become empty. Number 2, eliminate funding for the 675 police positions that are currently unfilled. And number 3, redirect any money that is around $100 million and invest it into restorative justice, mental health support, and other staff and services that may help students learn and thrive. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is DeRay Ba. I am a high school sophomore and a leader at Make the Road New York and the Urban Youth Collaborative. Councilmember Williams represents where I live in Jamaica, and Councilmember Julie Menon represents the area where I go to school. Thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony today. There are 6 schools in my building. The majority of students walk through a main entrance where the first people they see every morning are school cops. It feels like I'm walking into jail. Their presence makes me feel like I've done something wrong or that I'm in trouble. I shouldn't have to feel this way. I come to school to learn. I want to feel like I belong here, but having school cops around makes me second guess. Is this really a school? We know that the communities with the most resources are the safest, and that includes our schools. Our schools don't need school police. We need resources for mental health support, restorative justice, and student success centers. Having cops inside of my school makes me feel that Having cops in my school makes me feel that people that come from my background are dangerous and need more surveillance. That's racist. Black students like me and immigrant students are capable of achieving amazing things. We just need genuine support and resources to grow. Instead of wasting money on school cops, we need to invest money in real school safety, like restorative justice and mental health support. This isn't just about money, but about the direct harm caused by school police. School police escalate conflicts and disproportionately punish Black and Latinx students. There is no proof that school police prevent conflict in our schools. Even worse, for immigrant students like me, any interactions with school police can be life-changing. With the increased presence of ICE in our communities and the city's cooperation with immigrant authorities, school police are driving the school to deportation pipeline. I don't want to worry that any day in school could lead to being separated from my family or derailed from my dreams. But this is the reality I'm living. All young people deserve to feel safe in school, regardless of their immigration status. The New York City budget prioritizes funding school police instead of fully funding my education. My school's roof's been leaking water when it rains, and we have to use buckets to catch the water. The water fountain is yellow and gross. Fixing these issues should be a priority. New York City has the largest school police force in the country. With a budget of $450 million, we are calling on Mayor Adams and the City Council to stop recruiting, hiring, and training school cops. Also, you should permanently eliminate school police academy classes. If we stop hiring new school cops and cut the current 675 vacant school cop positions, we could immediately have $100 million. I want to see the money used to protect and expand restorative justice, mental health, and other programs that we need to have real safety and support. Under the new federal administration, young people and schools are under attack. These threats are really scary, and we need the city to pass a budget that protects young people and our education. In the near future, I see myself going to college, going to law school, passing the bar, and becoming an immigration lawyer. Protect me, protect the young people. We need police-free schools now. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Are there any other students here who have not testified that want to testify? Last call for any other students. Are you sure?
Going once.
Going once. Okay. Thank you all very much. We're going to continue our panels. Next, we have Michelle Norris, Rahima Kolani, Olympia Kazi, May DePiro, Alexandra Rothman Noonan, Latasha Wright. Okay. You want to start?
Did I do it right?
Yes.
See. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is May DePiro. I'm a policy associate at Advocates for Children of New York. And I'm testifying today on behalf of the Arise Coalition, which is a group of over 120 organizations and parents and professionals advocating to better support New York City students with disabilities. While we are pushing for improvements in a number of areas, I will focus my limited time today on the need for increased investments in preschool special education and school accessibility. First, we are relieved that the executive budget maintains funding for the new preschool special education classes opened this year, but are disappointed that the budget does not include any additional resources to meet the needs of thousands of preschoolers with disabilities waiting for their mandated services. The Arise Coalition joins with dozens of organizations in urging the city to add at least $70 million for preschool special education. We appreciate the City Council's work to address these challenges. Second, only around 1/3 of New York City schools are fully accessible to students, parents, teachers, and community members with physical disabilities. More than 3 decades after being signed into law, the Americans with Disabilities Act still exists in name only for the child who cannot attend their neighborhood school because every entrance sits atop a flight of stairs, the parent who has to miss every concert because the auditorium cannot accommodate their wheelchair, or the social worker who can't work at a school due to the lack of accessible bathrooms. Students without physical disabilities miss out on the chance to make friends with the student who uses a walker or to learn from a teacher with heart disease. The 2025-2029 capital plan currently includes $800 million for school accessibility projects, an amount that represents a decreased commitment once inflation is taken into account. We thank the Council for calling to increase this investment by $450 million and strongly urge the city to include this funding in the adopted budget with the goal of making at least 45% of school buildings fully accessible by 2030. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Latasha Wright. I'm the Chief Scientific Officer of BioBus. So BioBus was started in New York City in 2008 to help K-12 students Discover, explore, and pursue science. We focus on students excluded from the scientific community due to factors such as race, gender, economic status, and physical access. We offer these students a full scientific pathway through our programs, which include a single day of introductory programs on our mobile labs that comes right to their school, and then in-depth programs at Explore programs that are after-school programs that they can have at their CBOs or also at our sites. And we also have paid junior scientist research interns for high school and college students. And 95% of the BioBus interns alumni are either majoring or minoring in science or have science jobs. Our interns often focus their research projects on problems they see affecting their communities here in New York City. They analyze contaminants in the Hudson River and testing the safety of the drinking waters in the DOE schools. After BioBus, students are ready to join and diversify the rapidly growing STEM workforce in New York. BioBus alumni are currently working at Pfizer and research labs at Columbia and Mount Sinai, and training to be science teachers and pursuing PhDs at top universities. We have consistently met with more demand than we can fill with our current funding. This challenge has recently been exacerbated by the loss of federal support for science education programs. We need New York City's help to ensure young people have the skills to address pressing local and global challenges, innovate, and to think critically about the world around them. We're taking steps to be able to meet this demand, and with the support of the New York City Council members, we have purchased an all-electric bus, and we're currently converting to a new mobile lab with an investment of $500,000 from the City Council. This will empower us to reach 51,000 students next year. So that would definitely leverage the City Council capital investments that you already made. So thank you so much for allowing us to testify.
Hi. So thank you, Chair Brannan and Chair Joseph, for the possibility to testify, for the great questions you did this morning, 7 hours ago, to DOE, and you hold them a bit accountable, and I hope you're going to follow up later. So it's a little bit unfair because you put us after the kids. So imagine I'm a parent. Imagine me, I'm like a few thousand elementary school kids. I think the high school kids did a great job. So my name is Olympia Kazi. You know me from other kind of advocacy, but today I'm here as the mother of a 2nd and a 4th grader in District 6 Manhattan in Washington Heights, PSIS 187. And we were awarded one of those grants. You know, we are going to get 1 teacher for class size reduction. Guess what? We need 10 teachers and 10 classrooms. DOE is making a fun of us. The reason I want you to think of me as 1,000 parents, because we are all desperate and exhausted. And I'm following up to Lenny's and Tanissa's. I'm a seasoned advocate too. Like, we're exhausted, guys. They're making fun of all of us. And so I want you to know what happened with our application. I participated in December. We are given this teacher, but we asked them for 2 more very meaningful things. We asked them for cap on enrollment, and they said no. That means they don't care. If you keep sending us 100 kids while we can accommodate 60, when are we going to meet the class size mandate? The second thing they denied us is we said, give us funding for staff to implement creative alternative ideas. We could be doing multi-session, bridge classes, co-locations. There are a lot of creative ways in which a school that runs out of space can still reduce class size. They are making fun of us. I am exhausted, and you know I don't get exhausted easily. So one thing I want to point also, very important, the school where my kids are right now, they have so much screen time because the teachers have 29 7- and 8-year-olds in their class. Many of them undiagnosed. Some of them will never be diagnosed, but they are distressed. And so I want to make sure that we bring again the link, because the high schoolers are talking about mental health. Our elementary school has kids with anxiety attacks every day. And to me, like, I'm trying hard not to cry, because it's ridiculous what they're doing. And they're doing it, frankly, I don't know,
it seems like on purpose. Last year, they kept calling this an unfunded mandate, and we know it's not an unfunded mandate. This year, they're still pulling our leg. So I just wanted to bring this perspective here today. And I do work with Lenny, and I'm happy to give you any data you need, because when you work in the trenches, you see how they F up. And it's like bad and ignorant, sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairs Brandon and Joseph and members of the council. Thank you for allowing us to testify today. My name is Alexandra Rathmanunin, and I work with the New York Performance Standards Consortium. The consortium is a group of 38 district public schools, mostly in New York City, that over the past 25 years have had a waiver from the Board of Regents that have allowed us to graduate students using a system of performance assessments in place of the Regents exams. You heard earlier from one of our students, Avery. Our work in performance assessment is pointed to as a national model, including by New York State's graduation measure initiative and the plan pilot. But what makes consortium schools special goes beyond graduation requirements. Like Avery said, it's the type of student-driven, empowering learning that can happen in classrooms that are not required to teach to the test. Consortium schools have a history of success. Our students have long had higher graduation rates, college enrollment rates, and college persistence than similar students in other schools. This council and the city have supported the work of the consortium over the past 10 years through a program called the Affinity Schools Program. Through Affinity, nonprofit organizations that support unique groups of schools receive funding to support implementation of these models. We are very grateful that after several cycles of year-to-year extensions, this council pushed for and the mayor's office has agreed to baseline funding for Affinity so that we can continue to provide support with more certainty about its sustainability over time. We also would like to extend an invitation to members of this council to visit a consortium school and participate in our upcoming graduation PBAT oral defenses, during which students defend their extensive written work in discussion with external evaluators. As New York City looks to expand pathways to graduation beyond the Regents, we can be helpful in providing a model for an even more rigorous alternative. And we are grateful for the council's recognition of the importance of supporting innovative school models like ours through the Affinity program. We also want to advocate for a similar extension of funding for other educational programs, including restorative justice, learning to work, and the immigrant family communications and outreach programs that provide vital support to the students in consortium schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michelle Norris. I'm a licensed professional engineer, and I've been working in New York City for the last 38 years. I'm also a parent to Melissa, Abby, and Izzy, and Abby Weitzman is a wheelchair user. So I'm going to sort of skip through the part about how $800 million sounds like a lot of money, but it's actually less money than the $750 million that was allocated in the last time, and say we need the full $1.25 billion to reach full accessibility by 2045. I just want to explain why that's so important to me. My son, Avy, grew up across the street from our local elementary school, and it still isn't accessible even today. Instead of rolling to school with his wheelchair, he was bused over an hour each way to Nassau County. He missed out on making friends in our neighborhood. He missed out on playing with his classrooms across the street in the playground. He missed out on after-school programs because busing didn't extend to after school. He wasted thousands and thousands of hours of his life staring out the bus window. While Abby was in Nassau County, my younger son, Abby, was in Astoria in a school that was inaccessible. At every event, I had to go begging for special accommodations. Could someone please open the side door so I could pull Abby's chair up the 7 steps to the cafeteria for the student of the month? Could I carry Abby's wheelchair up 3 flights into the auditorium and leave Abby with Izzy and then carry him upstairs so that we could watch Izzy in a school performance? Abby's in college now. He's going to graduate next year. I'm very proud. And I'm wondering, where is he going to work? Because New York City schools employ about 80,000 New Yorkers, and maybe Abby could be one of them. New Yorkers, and maybe Abby could be one of them. New Yorkers, and maybe Abby could be one of them. And how would you feel if you could only be even permitted to apply to a third of the jobs that you were qualified for because the other 2/3 didn't have a bathroom where you could go during the day? So I urge you to support increasing the 2025-2029 capital budget for accessibility to $1.25 billion. Your fellow New Yorkers, students, family, and the teachers, guidance counselors, and principals of the future are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next panel, Aaron Sanders, David Abrams, Paulette Ha-Healy, Michaela Schuckman, Paola Martinez-Boone, Edward Sanchez. I think Edward went already, though. There's some other names. I don't know if anyone came up, if you're here. Molly Senak, Aaron Sanders, David Abrams. Go ahead. You want to start?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Paola Martinez-Boone. I am a senior advocate, social worker at the New York Lawyers for the Public Interest and also special education coordinator. We are a civil rights legal organization who serve individuals and communities by assisting them in enforcing their rights, including children and adults with disabilities. NILP strongly applauds the enactment of recent bills establishing peer-to-peer support model to promote mental health for students. Right now, too many students are struggling in silence. We heard today by the amazing amount of students that you have today in support of more social workers and psychologists in schools. 1 in 5 children faces a mental health challenge. In 2023, half of New York City teenagers reported that mild symptoms of depression were contributing to school avoidance and chronic absenteeism. In 2021, about 16%, almost 30,000 students reported suicidal ideation, with 9%, almost 17,000 students attempting suicide. Students identifying as transgender reported high rates of persistent sadness. Nearly 60% of students in District 75 are chronically absent, compared to 36% to the citywide average, due to anxiety, depression, and behavioral challenges. In 2024, my agency, the New York Lawyers for the Public Interest, released a report, Special Education, New York City's failure to educate students classified with emotional disability. We heard it today. We need the funds, we need the assistance. Investing in mental health is also investing in academic success for all the students. Thank you today for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michaela Schuckman, and I'm a Skadden Legal Fellow at Legal Services NYC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. The education rights practice at LSNYC assists hundreds of New York City school children and their families each year to ensure access to quality education through our holistic model of representation. In addition to representing individual students and their families, we also seek to address systemic issues impacting the clients we serve. As an example of both direct and systemic advocacy, I represent many students with disabilities in manifestation determination reviews. As you might know, MDRs take place when a student with a disability is suspended for greater than 10 days. And this critical meeting should determine whether the behavior that led to this suspension stemmed from the student's disability and whether they were receiving their IEP mandated services. If the answer is yes, the student is able to return to the classroom and services are put in place to help identify the root of the issues. However, in most of my clients' experiences, schools were more focused on punishment than support. I want to briefly share the experience of a client of mine recently, JJ. So he's a 5th grade student with a disability, and he has academic and behavioral needs due to significant trauma in his past. At every IEP meeting over the last 3 years, his teachers and guardian have raised concerns. He struggles to follow the rules, make connections with peers and teachers, and progress academically. But the school did nothing to change his IEP or add more supports. Then in February, JJ slapped a peer one day after school after he was taunted, and he was immediately suspended. At the MDR, despite extensive evidence through evaluations and anecdotal observations that JJ was angry and clinically depressed, and that this manifested as physical altercations with peers, the team refused to find that it was a manifestation. They even went to say that although they could punish JJ for his actions off school grounds, they couldn't consider his disability in those actions because his IEP wasn't implemented there. This is not a meaningful analysis of that student's disability. This is just one example of a case that we have that then we use to impact our systemic advocacy. We handle nearly 600 education cases each year across the boroughs, but the need for our education advocacy far outstrips our resources. So with the support of City Council, we hope to continue this work and expand the number of children and parents who can receive legal advice so that students like JJ, when we have those experiences, we can continue to work with them. We can appeal that MDR. We can help him get the special education services he needs and even use that to fuel our more systemic advocacy to make sure that change is made for all students. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Michael Sanders, and I'm the Deputy Director of Government and Community Relations at Grand Street Settlement. Today, we commend the city for proposing to restore and baseline $192 million in funding for early childhood education. However, we encourage the city to commit to these restorations. Expenditure reductions to the city's early education programs would negatively impact children and families. City funding supports our network of center-based early childhood education programs throughout South Manhattan, Brooklyn, and now the Bronx. Grand Street's early childhood education programs serve working families and their children, many of whom live in NYCHA housing and face multiple obstacles in respect to education, health, and economic prosperity. Our network of child care and educational programs provide families with the opportunities that they need to thrive and survive. Budget reductions for the city's early childhood education program would be catastrophic for working families. According to a report from the New York City Comptroller's Office earlier this year, the child care sector faces ongoing challenges post-pandemic, including a dearth of child care slots, retention in its workforce, and soaring child care costs. As cited in the report, from 2018 to 2023, New York's average annual child care prices were higher than every other state, with the exception of Massachusetts. Early childhood education programs are not our only concern. We're also concerned about youth education programs at Grand Street Settlement. A restoration of funding for community schools is an important resource for the youth we serve. By restoring the $14 million in funding in the budget, we can continue to provide youth with key services that are correlated with youth development and long-term success. Cuts to youth programs will have a chilling effect on the families and the next generations of leaders we heard from today. Baselining $31 million in funding for the Learning to Work program will provide substantive workforce development opportunities for adolescents and young adults alike, and this program is vitally important to the maturation of children and youth. In closing, we urge the City Council to restore funding for these quality programs ranging from birth through high school graduation, and thank you for your support.
Hi, my name is Paulette Hahili. I'm a disability advocate, a parent leader with the Coalition for Equitable Education Funding, and I'm raising 2 kids with disabilities in high school. And I'm here again today, Chair Joseph and Chair Brennan, for another round of hearings to ask for baseline funding for essential programs. Crucial supports like the Mental Health Continuum, Promise NYC, Summer Programming, and Restorative Justice are on the chopping block due to the egregious divestment Governor Hochul burdened New York City within this year's state budget. So we need our City Council to step up and fill those gaps. On behalf of my disability community, I am asking our partners in City Council to baseline $70 million for preschool special education services, evaluations, and supports, $17.5 million for academic intervention supports for students struggling to read. Sorry, I lost my spot. $5 million for the mental health continuum and $3.7 million to enhance supports at our in-school mental health clinics. Also, it's worth noting, if Future Ready is asking for a bigger investment, they need to do better incorporating those opportunities for our D75 students. Over 100 schools and only 2 D75 schools in Future Ready. I know you called them out on that, Chair Joseph. But come on, like our students with disabilities cannot continue being an afterthought. They cannot afford to wait for their mandated services to start, or a special education pre-K seat, or for a bus route to be assigned to them, or for an evaluation to complete their transition plan before they move on to college. Lucas is looking at colleges next year. So and you met Lucas when he was in 3rd grade, and you and I haven't aged a day. So if our city can't see the future within our students, then we don't see a future at all. And I implore our partners in City Council to stand up for New York City families and baseline these programs that have literally saved lives, including my own child who testified earlier today, who wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the mental health supports and interventions. And I say that with a heavy, heavy heart. So I said this morning at the rally, but it's worth repeating. During a time when our federal government is looking to privatize public education and divert our tax money into the pockets of charter school billionaires, I beg you to stand up for New York City families and invest in our public schools now, because that will send the message that our children are not for sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Joseph. Good evening, Chair Brennan. I am David Adams. I'm Chief Executive Officer of the Urban Assembly, and I want to begin by expressing my deep gratitude to the Council for recognizing the value of the Affinity Network by calling for its funding to be baseline in this year's city budget. I want to also thank the administration for ensuring that the executive budget includes that baseline, reflecting an investment in education, innovation, and equity, as well as the economic and social mobility of New York City public schools students. As a member of the Affinity Network, the Urban Assembly supports 22 public high schools across the city, providing unscreened, career-connected education to students, many of who testified earlier today around the importance of CPR, who are often furthest from opportunity. We do this while achieving outcomes that are consistently exceeding citywide averages, particularly for our most vulnerable learners. Let me go through some of those outcomes. In 2023, our graduation rate was over 90%, nearly 6 points above the city's average. For students with disabilities, our schools graduated 83%, a full 19 points higher than the citywide average. And we've narrowed or closed the racial achievement gap that persists across the systems. In fact, we've reversed the citywide Black, white, and Hispanic white gaps by 4 to 10 percentage points. This is what equity looks like in action, and this is what it looks like to invest in all learners. The Affinity model works because it leverages trusted, mission-driven partners like the Urban Assembly to deliver high-impact school-based supports, and our approach combines social and emotional learning, career and technical education, post-secondary planning, work-based learning, and instructional coaching, while also driving innovation, like the integration of AI into classrooms. We don't just support individual schools, we scale effective practices system-wide. Baselining Affinity affirms the city's belief in this proven model and unlocks the ability to plan and invest over the long term. The results speak for themselves. New Urban Assembly partner schools have increased graduation rates by an average of 20% over 5 years. The return on investment is undeniable. Our innovations like AI, graduation tracking, crew, English as a new language, social and emotional learning, and portfolio-based feedback have produced meaningful impacts for students in New York City public schools, and we won't stop there. Chair Joseph, members of the committee, thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your advocacy. Your leadership ensures that equity and excellence remains the standard for all students in this city. Thank you for recognizing the value in this work, and thank you for standing with us to ensure the future.
Good evening. My name is Molly Senek, and I am the Education and Employment Community Organizer for Center for Independence of the Disabled New York, and I'm also a member of the Coalition for Equitable Education Funding. First, let me thank you all so much for giving us the opportunity to testify and for your continued advocacy for the education programs that we've been hearing about today. Let me start off by saying that we are very pleased to see that the fiscal year 2026 executive budget continued included long-term funding for several programs, including 3K, preschool special education, community schools, and many others. However, while these programs were baselined in the executive budget, others were funded for 1 year only, meaning they will once again be at risk of cuts in 2026. Funding programs for a year at a time puts communities in an inherently uncertain position. A program that is only guaranteed for a year is going to have more trouble attracting, hiring, training, and retaining qualified staff. Simultaneously, students and families are asked to rely on the content of programs whose presence they cannot depend on. While actual program cuts may or may not be made in 2026, the impact of the uncertainty of how to invest in these programs will be felt immediately. The programs that are at risk include restorative justice, the mental health continuum, immigrant family communication and outreach, learning to work, and summer programming, and student success centers were excluded from the executive budget altogether and are facing cuts as early as July. These programs were implemented to provide support for the students with the greatest needs, and while the loss will be felt by all New York City students, if long-term funding for these programs is not included in the final budget, students with disabilities will be disproportionately impacted. I'd like to take this moment to focus on all of the mental health statistics we have been hearing and to remind everyone that earlier this room was filled with students, and we saw how those statistics are represented by the individuals. More information on this is included in my written testimony, but I would just like to say that in addition to those investments, we would also like to see a continued investment for the mental health continuum, for early childhood special education, and for the increased funding for physical accessibility capital projects. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Okay, now we're moving to Zoom. Oh, sorry. Okay, just say your name and you can begin. Sorry about that.
No problem, Chair. Thank you, Chair Joseph. Thank you, Chair Brennan. Appreciate your time. My name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm co-president of the Citywide Council on Special Education, but I'm speaking here tonight as a parent of 2 students with IEPs. The proposed education budget for FY26 falls far short of what's needed for students with disabilities. 120, 50, 38, 6. Those 4 numbers are just part of what we really need for our students with disabilities. $120 million is needed for the autism specialized programs, NEST, Horizon, AIMS. $50 million for special education preschool seats. $38 million for preschool special related services. And $6 million for the weekend and weekday academy programs. Chair Joseph and Brennan, you both spoke today earlier about how great NEST and Horizon are. They're phenomenal. They started 3 districts where they guaranteed all kindergartners seats. We need to get out to the other 29 districts. Right now what's happening is, you heard from Deputy Chancellor Foti, they are highly sought after. Why are they sought after? Because you can't get into one of them. There's waiting lists. And what's happening? Where are the kids going? They're going to Carter cases. So that $1.3 billion, because the DOE isn't doing their job. They're going to D75, more restricted programs, which are costing much more than if we do NEST and Horizon. That's the reality. We need the funding. $120 million over the next 3 years, get it into all 29 districts. $50 million for preschool special education. We heard testimony from Foti. Again, 616 kids are waiting today for a seat. You invested 55 last year for 700 seats. We need another 50 million for the 620 seats that are going to be needed next year. We know it. It's happened year after year after year. 38 million for preschool special education related service providers. We heard testimony today. Nearly 11,000 preschool special education kids aren't getting their related services because they don't have providers. We heard Deputy Chancellor Foti talked about how they will do with what they got. Well, they don't have enough money. They need that 38 million bucks. They need it now so we can have our kids get the services they need. And we need $6 million for their Saturday Academy and weekday academy programs. They're phenomenal. My younger son has been doing it the last 3 years because he hasn't been getting the services in his DOE school. Now, I hope next year he doesn't need it, but there's going to be plenty of other kids who aren't getting the services, and we need to make sure we have the Saturday Academy and the weekday academy available for those kids so they can get the compensatory seats and services they need. Finally, I'll say we need more literacy supports and dyslexia supports. iRead is great, but we heard it's in 8 schools and adding 3 more. We got Bronx Literacy Academy, which is phenomenal. We've got Brooklyn Literacy Academy, it's phenomenal. That's 80 more seats for next year. That's a drop in the bucket. We need a program in every district, minimum. And it's not going to happen in 20 years. It needs to happen in the next 2 or 3 years. We can't afford to wait. 120, 50, 38, and 6. That's what our students need. Chair Brennan, you've been talking about investments. The best investment we can do is investing in our own kids and doing it now. It's the best ROI we've got. Thank you, Chair Brennan. Thank you, Chair Joseph.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for you. What does the 120 million number cover in terms of services?
120 million would roll out the kindergarten seats in all 29 districts that remain. That's the number we've gotten from the DOE. But right now they've got 3 districts. We need to get the other 29. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to Zoom now. Amy Say.
You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Brennan and Chair Joseph. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. It's been a long day, and I heard when I was in person, and now I'm virtually, so I'm taking my testimony. As a parent of New York City school students and a parent leader in the Bronx, specifically District 10 Northwest. I want to touch on how I am a member of the Arise Coalition from Advocates for Children, as well as a member of the Dignity in Schools Coalition. And I want to be very specific about our most vulnerable students, especially students with disabilities, students who are immigrants to this country, students that are marginalized from society, and students that are in the low income and poverty. Their safety, the welcoming in our schools are endangered by what our society is going through. Just shortly of 5 years now, we have just come out of a pandemic, and our students are still not feeling comfortable in their schools. School climate still needs to be an investment in expansion of mental health supports, programs around restorative justice, supportive around hiring social workers and coordinators for our most vulnerable in foster care, students that are going through the shelter system with their families, and especially our students who are new to this country and need the support because of the high alert around authority. Dignity in Schools has shared their testimony earlier in regards to their ask, and they're asking $80 million in order to expand over hiring for coordinators around 500 schools, $5 million for mental health services, $12 million for restorative justice programs.
Your time has expired.
In our schools.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Carolyn Lewis.
You may begin.
Good evening, City Council. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Carolyn Lewis. I'm Vice President of the National Child ID Program. Although this is a public safety concern, the reason I'm reaching out to the Education Committee and Finance is just to speak to you a little bit. The National Child ID Program was founded in 1997 after the tragic abduction of Amber Hagerman, which is where the Amber Alert came from. And we have since, during that time, it took Amber's family 7 days to gather her DNA. This program that I'm speaking about, we have partnered with the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, the NFL, all 32 teams, Caring for Kids program, and Hall of Famers. It is a comprehensive informational kit, 3-card star kit that the family would keep. It does not go in a database. It does not be given to the authorities. Everyone, I believe everyone would know the most important thing you could do in a matter of minutes when a person goes missing is direct DNA. What we are asking for and how we have partnered. I'm just going to mention one thing. So we know that May 25th is National Missing Children's Day, and that's really one of the reasons that I wanted to come on. The Child ID is partnered with Noble, National Congress of American Indians, and we focus on trying to bring this gift of safety to communities, specifically of color. More than 2,300 children between 11 and 21 go missing every single day. That's about 460,000. Our call to action is we are seeking your help in raising $1 million for a manufacturing grant. It is an amount, if the amount is secured, the National Child ID program will match dollar for dollar, allowing us to provide 600,000 free children DNA kits to students across the U.S. We are a program that is not federally funded. We are based on sponsorships, scholarships, and donations.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carolyn. Now we have Eduardo Antonetti.
You may begin.
Esteemed Chair Joseph and Chair Brennan, my name is Dr. Eduardo Antonetti, and I am the Senior Director of Advancement for Internationals Network. Internationals Network is an education nonprofit organization with more than 20 years of success in supporting immigrant and refugee students in New York City public schools. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. In an earlier hearing in March, I testified in support of the Affinity Organization's contract, and I was thrilled to now see it included in the mayor's executive budget. I know Chair Joseph has championed the work of the Affinity partners in the past, and we want to thank her for her leadership. We're hoping the council will keep the Affinity contract in their response to the mayor's executive budget. The Affinity contract enables International's team of experts to work closely with New York City superintendents, district teams, school leaders, teachers, counselors, and staff of our schools to ensure that immigrant and refugee students continue to receive the necessary resources and opportunities to succeed. Internationals invest in our school leaders and staff so they are empowered and supported, and that is a major reason why we have such strong teacher and principal retention rates. I also urge the council to increase and baseline the funding for the Immigrant Family Communications and Outreach Initiative. This initiative strengthens New York City Public Schools communication with immigrant families, many of whom would otherwise be left without important information, including information about the rights of students with disabilities. Given the increase in the number of newly arrived immigrant families in New York City, it is critical for this initiative to not only continue but grow stronger. We strongly urge the City Council and the Mayor to prioritize and preserve this funding for the Affinity Organization contracts and the Immigrant Family Communications Initiative in the upcoming budget, as well as any additional discretionary funding to support education for multilingual learners and migrant youth. Thank you for your consideration and for your continued support of our public school system and our newest New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Rachel Gazdick.
You may begin.
Or Raquel Gazdick.
Good evening, Chairs Brennan and Joseph. I am Daniel, and I'm speaking on behalf of our CEO, Rachel Gazdick. I'm here today to ask that you prioritize New York Edge's FY26 citywide funding request. We are seeking $1.2 million under the Council's After-School Enrichment Initiative and $250,000 under the Council's Social and Emotional Supports for Students Initiative. After-school enrichment funding has enabled us to enrich and expand our school year and summer programs and has allowed us to develop and implement new, unique, and engaging programs. Our funding, however, has remained at $1 million for the past 15 years, despite the fact that we have tripled in size and have significantly increased the number of children served. Increased funding will reflect our growth and will help mitigate some of the challenges which have occurred as a result of the city's passport system and the resulting contract registration and payment delays. Social and emotional supports for students funding will enable us to support our current SEL programming, providing high-quality, evidence-based social and emotional learning assessments, curriculum, and resources for all of our partner schools, our students, and their families. New York Edge is the city's largest provider of after-school and summer programming, serving 33,000 students across more than 130 schools and 37 of the 51 council districts, including 4 beacon centers, 21 community schools, and 4 food pantries. We proudly offer culturally responsive programming rooted in academic enrichment, sports, health and wellness, visual and performing arts, STEM, leadership in college and career readiness, with social emotional learning intentionally woven throughout everything we do. New York Edge, its students and families are extraordinarily grateful for the past 33 years of support from the New York City Council. The time has come, however, where increased funding is vitally needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Aaliyah Thomas.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Brennan and Joseph. How are you today? Can you see me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I am testifying today on behalf of homeschooling students and parents. I have been with you all since 10 o'clock this morning, and I was fortunate enough to hear the testimony from all the different panelists regarding every class of students, but no one has mentioned homeschooling students, which has been up by 324% since the pandemic. These students are going unaccounted for. The parents don't receive any support from the Office of Homeschooling right now, which is in place. So I'm calling for the City Council, or rather to bring that to the Council's attention and see if we can get this Office of Homeschooling redesigned and recreated so that it's more accessible to members of the community. As we know that homeschooling now is becoming a popular trend since the pandemic. So I feel like we need, just like we have family welcome centers throughout the different boroughs, we need to have a point of access for families with children who are not enrolled in traditional public school settings, because at the end of the day, every parent has the same desire to have healthy, productive, successful members of society as well. So I think we need to put more supports in place for these families and those students. I'm just bringing that to your attention, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Glenda Liz Valdez.
You may begin.
Good evening, chairs. Brennan and Joseph. My name is Glenda Liz Valdez. I'm the Director of Youth Development Programming at the Committee for Hispanic Children and Families. CHGF has delivered after-school programming in partnership with 3 schools in the Bronx and college and career readiness programming to high school juniors and seniors at 4 schools in Manhattan and the Bronx. Having delivered school-based services in the Bronx for over 25 years, we have built strong collaborative relationship with school leaders, and we are considered an integral part of the school team. CHGF offers enhanced interest and exploratory learning, ensuring that students are college and career ready and are inspired and equipped with 21st century skills. We have demonstrated that the value add of connecting community-based partners with schools to comprehensively meet the unique needs of students and their families, and we support efforts to baseline and increase investments in programs that strengthen these partnerships. CHGF is deeply engaged in the New York City early care and learning system, both as a childcare resource and referral agency and as a contracted family childcare network. We have grown to support 40 affiliated programs to deliver high-quality, culturally responsive programming to 193 children. We're happy that the executive budget restores and baselines 3K, early childhood education extended day seats, and preschool special education classes. As an organization that provides enrollment support for families, we continue to identify and mitigate barriers for families. The city must address essential enrollment challenges. This includes My City, that failed to optimize all subsidies and care options for families. The Family Child Care Network contracts end in 2026 and must be replaced through a new RFP. Long-standing funding and contracting inequities impacting low-income communities of color, immigrant communities, and a workforce largely composed of women of color and immigrant women must be addressed. These disparities lead to resource gaps for families and children in these programs, contributing to a broader educational
Your time has
inequities.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Christopher Johnson.
You may begin.
Yeah,
Yeah, hello, Chairs Brandon and Rita Joseph. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson, and I'm testifying on support of charter schools, school system. At the same time, we need to make sure that 32 BJ be allowed to make all of their workers part of the union. I'm talking about security guards, office cleaners, everybody inside that works inside a charter school to be part of 32 BJ. At the same time, I'm calling on you, Chair Joseph and Chairs Brandon, since you both endorsed by 32 BJ, to really work with Eva Moskowitz of Success Academy and all the other top charter school network in the city. Same time, I need to make sure that the UFT doesn't get involved with this, because I see that what they're trying to do with the UFT is make sure that charter schools are eradicated. My niece goes to a charter school. It's a great charter school in my neighborhood, and they need to be protected. They do a lot of great work in the communities. They do better work than public school can do. So at the same time, I'm calling on the chairs, both chairs right here, to preserve charter schools in the city, really support the Success Academies, all the Success Academies charter schools in the city, and support all charter schools in the city. And please do not be scared of the UFT and Michael Milgrew of his power. He's only a union boss, but remember, we're all human too. So remember, protect the people that really does the great work in the community, like the charter schools. At the same time, we need to make sure that all security guards that work in charter schools and porters and cleaners and essential workers inside the charter school system are unionized under 32 BJ. I know that the UFT will never allow it because they're against charter schools, but I know 32 BJ will. And I think that 32 BJ need to be on the table with Success Academy to make sure that and all the other
Your time has expired. Thank you.
To make sure that the guards are unionized. So thank you so much and enjoy your day.
Thank you. Okay, with that, day 7 of executive budget hearings is adjourned. Thank you.